of giants, I realized that I am still far away from the sky. For eternal glory, we pour out our blood and sweat. Even if time goes by, our faith never collapses. We're bruised and we're losing. We fell but still chasing. It's not the end. The way I have chosen, it makes me feel who I am. Heroes stand up, test of fire. Give on me to the tide. We're never terrified. Time makes heroes alive. Heroes stand up, test of fire. Give on me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back. Stand the test of fire. We're never terrified. Nothing ever turns me back. We're never terrified. Time makes heroes alive. Heroes stand up, test of fire. Give on me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back.
We mend errors for our future.
Locked on.
Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Mega kill.
This light, I'll break through.
Mega kill.
Heal
chẳng sẽ về bên nước hoa.
Welcome to the Arena Valor Star League MSP Qualifiers. We are already at the finals, so I'm very, very excited to actually see you guys. My name is Vittorio. This is Kiyang Gaming.
Yeah, and it's going to be another day of exciting AOV this time and onto the road of the ASL 2022 winter. We have a couple of teams that are going to be battling against each other in order to qualify for this next step. We have ALAMAT. On the side of PH qualifier, we have Alamat and Imperial Esports. And SG qualifier, we have Impunity SG and DearMonsters. And for the Malaysian qualifier, we have a Dope Team Esports and Chillax Crew. These six teams are going to need to battle against each other because only one per qualifier region will be able to move up towards the of course the winter.
Yep, and definitely we are already at the finals. So these teams have already competed in the preliminaries. We only have the six teams which are the best in the regions, and the teams that are going to be winning on the respective qualifiers are going to be joining four of the Indonesian teams that are already waiting in the AOV Star League Winter 2022. The teams that have qualified for Indonesia is Hertz. We also have Dewa United, Archangel Esports, TG Esports as well, and then Asia. Actually, that's five Indonesian teams. And they're going to be joined by three teams who are going to be qualifying in today's matchups.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because it's going to take a lot, especially with the amount of competition there is already in the AOV. And we already saw some of these teams, well, especially the ones that have qualified already, like Archangel Dewa United, DG Esports. We saw them already compete in the other tournaments, and we we have to see right now if these six teams, are going to be fit to battle against them. We have three best of five scheduled for today, starting off with the match of Alamat versus Imperial Esports, followed up with a dope team versus Chillax Crew later on at 2 p.m. And after that, it's going to be Impunity SG versus their monsters as our last series. So expectations, well, I'm looking forward to seeing a fantastic strategy being set up by them. I'm also looking forward to see maybe them having a good enough performance to match those who have already qualified. What about you,
Yep.
Vittorio?
Yeah, I mean, this teams, we've seen a lot of good things. Especially, I'm looking forward to what we're going to see from a dope team who performed actually very well. They beat out the representatives of Indonesia ASL, which is Dewa United Esports. So you could see that there is an evolving type of gameplay that is coming from the MSP, and definitely we're gonna see a glimpse of that. There is gonna be one Malaysian team, one Singaporean team, and one Philippine team that is gonna be in. That's gonna be able to
Mm-hmm.
qualify into ASL Winter 2022. And besides that, you know, these guys, I've actually seen some of these guys already play, like Imperial, Alamat as well. These guys, especially the Imperial Esports, they were the SEA Games representative of the Philippines. I'm not sure about Chillax. Adobe Team already has a lot under this belt. A lot of international experiences since 2021. We've seen them represent the MSP region a lot. But, as a build up here, there is going to be a lot of expectations on a dope team though. Moving forward, going into the ASL, not just on the qualifiers. And let's not count out Chillax crew though. We know there's a lot of underdogs that could actually pop out in tournaments, and this is the proving
Yeah.
grounds that we have. That's why we have qualifiers, because we want to have the cream of the crop on each of the regions.
We want to make sure that the teams are well fit for the tournament as well. We saw, as we saw a dope team earlier already, actually during the AIC 2022, and we saw how they have performed well. They tried to maintain in the competition. However, they were not able to keep up with the other competitors. Maybe this time in the qualifier road to ASL 2022 winter, they would be able to demonstrate themselves once again and prove that they are worthy and fitting to go toe to toe against the other strong teams. And this is one of the first steps in order to do that. We have the ASL 2022 Winter Journey, the Clash of Valor in April 2022. We have also the ASL B Series 2022, that's May to June. And this time it is the MSP Qualifier going towards the ASL Winter this incoming August. So it's a long journey. It is.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. We've seen Hertzreborn and Aesir actually come up from ASLB Winter, which they dominated a lot of aspiring Indonesian teams. They are going to be joining the people that are waiting from the Clash of Valor from which is Archangel Dewa and DG Esports, who was the first, second, third placers for that. So they already have a seed going to the Arena Valor Star League Winter 2022. And moving forward, uh, I've seen Archangel, I've seen Dewa United. DG as well has represented the region, so it's it's actually going to be refreshing to see that these teams are going to be competing with more teams coming in from the other regions. So it's
Yeah.
a big nod going to what AOV Star League is. It's become like a mini Sea Games.
Yeah, it's just going to be a mini Sea Games, and also a I'm I want to see though if they have adapted quite a lot after seeing the other teams that have competed in the much larger tournaments like the AIC, because we saw uh, kind of the meta switching a little bit. Last year we saw a lot of teams focusing more on crowd control and late game scaling. This time we see a couple of teams actually changing strategies, focusing on double marksman, or also making these comfort picks work, which are kind of uncommon uh, when compared to the other teams picking on the meta. So maybe these teams that wants to qualify in the ASL 2022 winter would be able to bring another kind of draft, another kind of strategy into the table that may actually work and may actually be a big factor into the incoming big tournament, because that's how teams actually prove themselves. They want to bring something onto the table, onto the competition wherein other teams does not know just yet, or aren't quite aware just yet, or at least they haven't tried it out. So it will actually kind of enlarge the area of competition and the choices of this strategy that can make sure that the tournament is going to be as explosive as it is intended.
Looking forward to what is going to happen. Of course, um, a dope team performed very, very, very well. They actually went out of the group stages, beating out Dewa. So if that's a good sign, maybe we're going to see spectacular outplaces going to come in ASO Winter 2022. It's not just about the. In the past, I think Indonesia is the more experienced region in terms of international gameplay. They have been a stronger. They've been fielding stronger teams in comparison to what MSP has made. But because of these changes, because of the evolving game style that's happening, from the fighter meta that came from 2021, now in 2022, we're seeing a more diverse meta where we actually went with a lot of new changes as well on the patches that happened here in Arena of Valor, like how Baldoom got buffed up, You also have Senil that
Yeah.
got buffed up. A lot of the ultimates already being buffed up to actually acclimate to what is going to be the main set of what's going to happen on the team fights. They're mostly focusing on what the clashes are going to happen, and we're already at the bad and thick phase. The first series of the day, it's Imperial Esports and versus ALAMAT, and it's a best of five, a global bad and thick. It's gonna be testing. It's gonna be testing the hero pool of each of these teams, and we've seen a lot in the international scenes. Uh, in the international scene, there is already an idea that if you actually if you don't
Blue
have a
team's
very, very
turn
big
to
hero
ban.
pool, it's going to be a very difficult fight because you always need to think about what type of composition I'm going to field on game number one, game number two, game number three. What if I already picked up all the meta picks? What kind of composition can I actually bring to the
Blue
table
team's
to
turn
bring us
to
the
ban.
advantage? Those are the things that you need to think about whenever you go for a global ban and pick. That makes it difficult here in Arena of Valor.
Yeah, I'm already looking at the ban zero of both teams. I'm kind of confused why Alamat being the first pick priority bans out the Aya. Normally we see it in the red side team. They're the ones who are actually forced to ban out this particular hero because it is just too OP. But they're given
Blue
that it's
team's
already been taken
turn
away,
to
they do have
pick.
the luxury of banning out one more as Nakrot has already been taken out by Alamat as well. Don't think well, I'm trying to digest this, Aldo, and give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they don't really want to pick up the Aya since they have already an intended draft for this particular game. But since Imperial Esports does have one more ban available for them after the Lorian ban, Omen is going to be a subtle okay ban coming in from them. So also priority available for Alamat Esports. If they want to pick it up here in game number one, they can definitely do so.
Yeah, definitely. Um, with Omen and Lorian being banned out, those two picks have been a menace
Red
going
team's
throughout in the
turn
international
to
scene. They
hit.
went in for a first pick Senyo, and this covers a lot. There was a weakness on the Senyo going forward. Whenever you use his angelic splendor, you're always going to be left. It's usually you're going to be left out in the open. You're not going to be able to track your allies. But with the update, you're going to see a buffed up angelic splendor wherein the hitbox actually centers to the hero. So, and the hero also gets a shield coming in from the angelic splendor. So you have a double malleus. You have additional shields. You have additional damage as well,
Mhm.
and that is definitely something that's uh that's definitely something that brings a lot to the table. That brings the
Blue
Sentinel
team's
to
turn
almost
to
an S
pick.
tier hero. The only thing that I don't like about the Sentinel pick is that it's mostly one dimensional. You are always going to go for a split push Sentinel. You don't usually see Sentinel go for. Uh, he doesn't really go for the settings that you want. He doesn't start out the clashes. That's the difficult thing about the Sentinel. You need someone else, maybe the Dark Slayer lane or the jungler, to actually try to set up for his team. And that's always going to be a problem on Senyo. That's why I think, in terms of if it's gonna be an S tier or an A tier, I think he's still on the A tier.
Yeah. I'm so far I'm kind of liking the possible Alistair pick here on the side of Alamat, and with Imperial Esports picking up the Crixie and the Florentino is actually a-okay. It's kind of just 50-50 on the Florentino though. Based on statistics,
Red team's
Florentino
turn to
doesn't
pick.
really have that much high of a win rate. It's more, we always talk about how Florentino is more of a skill matchup, right? Especially on the Dark Slayer lane. And in terms of team fights, the amount of impact that the Florentino can do is solely dependent on how he is able to snowball in the early game. If he is able to dominate his lane and pick up a couple of kills here and there, then yes, he would be able to have a lot of impact in a team fight. But if not, then he won't be felt that much unless he's able
Yeah.
to kind of like split push across the map
I
and just go for small skirmishes, right?
Yeah, I mean, the doubling potential of having a Florentino on your team. It actually depends. We've seen a lot of Florentino picks flop. There's one of the reasons is that it's not a hero that he really sets up for you. He doesn't have the crowd control. But if he gets to actually sustain his combo, that's where the threat of the Florentino lies. And
Mm-hmm.
looking at the first three picks of Alamat, I guess I just don't like the Alistair pick. The Alistair pick is more one-dimensional. When I say one-dimensional, is that you're gonna be relying heavily on your ultimate, just like the
Yeah.
problem with the Roxy. The Omen actually does bring a lot more to the table. He's able to pull up people. He's able to lock down people. But in terms of Alistair, he is more of a defensive type of mage. Most of the situation wherein he's going to be using the magic person, he's just going to be a sitting duck. You're going to be using out. You're always going to proc out your flicker, and if you don't have that kind of utility, you don't have that for an escape mechanism. That's going to be a problem for the Alistair. It is boiling down to how well that Mina and Senyo is going to be able to protect that hero. If they're going to be able to successfully lock down the people before anyone actually goes near the Alistair, then that's a win for them. But that's something very, very hard. We don't see yet what is the full composition of Imperial Esports. They still lack 2 picks. They still need someone to actually add some crowd control to their side. You have already a lot of burst damage onto Hayate and Crixie. Florentino has some knockups as well. There's a knockup on Crixie, but I guess those are just probably at 0.5 seconds, 1 second, and it's going to be rendered ineffective. Not like what we're seeing here on the side of ALAMAT. They have a lot of crowd controls on their side. They have a lot of taunts, a lot of pull, a lot of knockups as well, and then you have that choking hold for the magic person from the Alistair. So they really need to put something in, and they are going to be going for a Thane pick, one of the most menacing support that we saw in the AIC 2022. And the fact of the matter is, that's a very tanky support. You don't need a lot of items to actually go to that Thane. And with the picks, I don't see a lot of heroes that you actually shred Thane. You don't see a lot of marksmen. Maybe an Elder pick, maybe a Laville pick. A Laville actually holds out well in the late game, but since they got banned out, I'm pretty curious to see what kind of marksmen are they going to be fielding against the team. We've seen a type of picks before that. They picked up a Joker on the AIC, they picked up a Violet, but the damage and the sustainable damage that those heroes can do on a Thane is just not gonna go for it. But Kafeni is gonna be picked out, and they are going for a jungle Slims. That's kind of surprising. We've seen Purple Marksman before, Giyang, but we've never seen Slims being put out in the jungle. One of the reasons there is that he doesn't have that, that clear potential, fast clear potential. It's also going to be a liability if he's not going to be hitting that flying spear. The ones you want to put into the jungling side is the ones that can rotate very, very hard for you. The ones that could actually clear very, very fast and actually give you a lot of space. A lot of... that's why we have the jungler in a 4v1 setup, a 3v1 setup. But here they have a lot of protection. They have 3 zone control members in ALAMAT. Is this going to be enough for the Kafeni and Slims to actually have the free spots, or is it going to be a flop for the composition of ALAMAT?
I am kind of nervous on the draft here of Alamat Esports because of this last pick. Honestly, the Kafeni is not so bad, but the Slims, this is a first, so I don't really know what this can do. Especially that you talked about how disadvantageous it can be on some of the aspects as a jungler in terms of wave clear and how he is heavily reliant on landing that flying spear. In the laning phase, it's already hard, but as ganking, it might be even more difficult. Though you do have the advantage in terms of your opponent not having vision, where you are gonna be going from. But in terms of overall synergy, in terms of the draft, it doesn't really suit that much. Honestly, I kind of prefer them picking up the Volcath instead of their enemy team in esports, because it would have a lot more in pressure or impact in terms of frontline power and sustainability, and a decent amount of jungle clearing as well. But since Imperial Esports are the ones to be able to pick it up, then let's see how these both teams are gonna battle in this game instead. Alamat Esports does have a lot of crowd control and protection as well, especially because of the Senial pick here of Kiri and Lorky with this Mina, the Dark Dominion is going to have a lot of impact in terms of team fighting, but they still need to be very careful of three things: the Thane setup for Todamax and Ode, and Tora in the laning phase. Plus, the Volcath is going to be much more difficult to take down if both marksmen here of Alamat Esports are not going to be up in their late game scaling yet.
Yep, looking forward here. They are just going to be harassing Kitty here onto the brush, as we're seeing Dark Owl actually being harassed here by Ode and also Miel onto the bottom lane. You're not going to see a lot of action here. There's a lot of defensive capabilities on the side of Alamat, and there's not much that you can do with this kind of zoning potential. You're just going to be stuck in a very dangerous area if you do try to go for an invade. Yeah, goes in for the full. They get Loki there, but they're not going to be able to connect their stuns. That was an almost disaster waiting to happen for Alamat Esports.
Yeah, and that was scary because Imperial Esports does have numbers advantage already, and despite the crowd control initiated there by Alamat Esports, they don't necessarily have the damage just yet because Dark Owl and Pinichi is still stuck here in this early game for now. They need to wait a couple more minutes and get a couple more items just to have that impact into the game. But we're seeing also now for Imperial Esports, Tora basically having a decent amount of time right now. He's not losing in his lane. He's being able to do some influence across the map as well. We saw him going towards mid and help out Imperial Esports, and with them already securing the Abyssal Dragon, mid lane though, Loki is gonna get taken down. That's another oopsie by Alamat Esports once again, and this time Imperial Esports are there for the punish. They get the kill, they transition towards the Dark Slayer, and what can Alamat Esports do? They cannot contest this. They lost already more than 1,000 gold.
Looking at what happened there is the problem with Alamat Esports lineup is they don't have a lot of damage that you can rely on. Unless you actually hit the magic person on someone's fleshy, which is going to be difficult because there is going to be a Thane that's definitely just going to be pushing you whenever you use a magic person, as well as he's not going to be stopped on his tracks whenever he goes for a charge, unless you're going to be able to time your stun. Right, Dark Owl might be in danger, but he does not circumnavigate that river, so he avoids that death rush from the team of Imperial. They're going hard here, and just to mind you, in the AIs in 2022, we did see empowered buffs on the Dark Slayer, but now you're gonna see how difficult it is whenever you give the Dark Slayer. You're gonna have an empowered deep wave.
The iron defense line has disappeared.
An empowered minion
Send in the
that
ballista.
is going to be in the bottle of the Dark Slayer. That's gonna be pushing the lane. And you can actually see that it's a mini Dark Slayer at the first onset. That's how big of a buff that you actually get. They are going to be rewarding for on the teams that are going to be taking that as their first objective. Not like in the past that you're
Our
going to
middle lane
always
tower
try to
is
go
under
for
attack.
the Abyssal Dragon. And now in this kind of buff, we actually see Loki being taken out here a lot of ambushes are happening for the side of Imperial. And one of the reasons is that Tina is not going to be able to push. There is going to be a charge hit. They get a shove push. Diablo's Fury is going to get a hit. Goodfall as well. Owen gets that kill opportunity. They are just massacring the members of ALAMAT one after the other. We're seeing here Monkey
Our middle lane tower is under attack.
But Miel is going to be too tanky.
Yeah, Miel is just too tanky. He dashed like
Dragon Lane
twice
tower is
already,
under attack.
initiating for Imperial Esports, and for Loki, he died the
blue team
second
tower
time.
has been
And
destroyed.
this just proves how difficult it is to pull
has
off a
been
ASL pick. And during the drafting phase, we already stated that it's going to be difficult for ALAMAT Esports. The ASL pick is just not the best option in this game due to the cons of this, or the disadvantages of this particular hero. Seeing him die twice though is gonna have a big impact in how ALAMAT Esports are going to deal with Imperial Esports, because they have the momentum already. They have a 3,000 gold lead here on the side of Imperial Esports, taking all the objectives as well, as they picked up the third in the 6-minute mark, and they're even posing on this Dark Slayer, as well as Miel
Our
is
Slayer lane tower is
doing a lot
under
of work,
attack.
honestly. Just his presence is enough already to zone the members of ALAMAT Esports away, and he can just set up for the team. He might take a couple of damage though, because of the damage dealers here on the side of ALAMAT Esports, but Imperial Esports focusing onto this. They're just baiting them right now. Dark Aldo is going to be the one to take
Our
the
middle
Dark
lane
Slayer.
tower is
Seniel
under
pops
attack.
out that Angelic Splendor to help
blue
out
team tower has
Lorky,
been
but
destroyed.
there's another trouble happening across the map. The Volcat already pushed up mid, and we're even seeing Tora split pushing. We talked about the three things that the Florentino can do: lane dominance that can transition into more pressure in team fights. We saw as well that Tora right now is
Our
doing a lot
Slayer lane
of
tower
Blue
is
work,
under
and what
attack.
this
has been
causes
destroyed.
is that
Onslaught.
because ALAMAT Esports, after now losing Dark Owl once again, they're good when grouped up, but also they need to have their items picked up already, because look at the damage that Ode does in just one
Bloodbath.
setup there by Miel. Everyone gets melted in that kunai
A
blitz.
blue team tower has been destroyed.
Can hear your spirits crying out.
Dragon and Slayer have evolved.
ALAMAT Esports so far are really being challenged right now by Imperial Esports. It's so far a 0-7 at 8-minute mark already, and so much
Holy
gold
Dragon
deficit
has
as of the
been
moment.
defeated.
Late game scaling is so hard to reach due to them struggling so with the pressure that Imperial Esports is doing right now. Fossilov being used. Can they actually get the steal? Totomax says no, as Miel drives Lorky away from the fight. So with the Slayer taking out, ALAMAT Esports are gonna get pressured once again with the split push here by Tora is gonna get suppressed for so long, and won't be able to sustain himself anymore. Imperial Esports now will start to push due to that Slayer taken down.
Right now, there is going to be a move being used up. Lorky might be in danger, but because of Angelic Splendor, he's going to have additional magic resist and also defensive capabilities with the shield. That's a flying spear actually hitting out Total Max, but without them being able to capitalize it, without the ability to go
The
for a
enemy
close-up,
Dark Slayer
they're
has been
not
summoned.
really going to be doing anything. They're not going to be defending the defensive front line of Imperial Esports unless they commit for a 5-man clash. and that defeats the purpose because you're not going to be able to perform well if you're actually grouped enough in most of the situation. And as the game progresses, the game is actually swinging very, very hard into the hand of Imperial Esports. Sotomax is going for that knockup. Loki's going to be missing out on that target vision as well. Loki's going to use that magic prison. There is going to be a defensive capability with the regeneration of PL. This is just going to be too tanky, and with everything expended there, they don't have the Kusulat, they don't have the magic prison. Kusulat is going to be used, but I guess this is not enough to get that kill. Back off as his first kill almost gets taken out. That's going to be a risky move though, as Mill almost gave out, you know, if you really want to stay in the game, you don't go into those sticky situations, especially if you're low health. What people usually do, especially in the AIC and the AWC, whenever you're in a very, very precarious situation, you always back out, you always just fall back. You don't go for those kind of risky front lines.
Yeah, he almost got taken down there because of the damage of ALAMAT Esports, but I think he was able to calculate all those damage and maintain a slight HP remaining in his bars. But what I like about Imperial Esports right now is how they are dissecting ALAMAT Esports. They're forcing them into responding in these sticky situations, and now they're gonna force out a team fight. Lorky is taking a lot of damage. He might get taken down here. Angelic Splendor used, but it's not enough to save his life, and the Imperial Esports are just killing them one at a time, with Tora still split pushing on the top lane. There is an objective available for Imperial Esports on the bot side of the river, and on the top side with the Influence Layer available for the thing. I think that's going to be their go-to objective, because not only is the Influence Layer really difficult to handle, but he has his interns, Vittorio. There's the little munchkins marching in the lanes as well, helping out in the push, and with the Florentino available for split push as well, ALAMAT Esports are just going to be forced back into it.
I mean, I don't see a window for ALAMAT Esports. The window already passed when the mid game actually started. Late game, the potential of Imperial Esports is up there. They have people that can actually go in. You have the Volcat, you have the Fade, tankiness as well. And as Loki is always going to commit the magic person onto that Fade, it is yet again going to be wasted, but it is going to be buying some time for ALAMAT Esports.
The
and
enemy
time
Dark Slayer
is what
has
they
been
need
summoned.
going forward here. Because right now, the Kafeni and also the Sims is not in the line. There's not much that they could actually do. They just need to hunker down, maybe try for the late game, where the Sims is actually very, very menacing. In terms of the power spikes in the late game, I think the Slims in Kafeni is one of those top tier monsters that could actually deal a lot in a matter of seconds. Gil is going to be spotting out Loki though, he's going to be pushed back, and the purple is going to be used. Loki is going to fall down. Loki tries to press it back, the pigeon is there, but he's going to be bursted down by Gil is going to be bursted down by Dark Owl and Ichi. But when it turns out, there is already the multiple game block out here by the Volcat. And this is going to be really difficult, as the Malleus is also going to be used up. They're not going to be able to take any there, but they commit. Indy almost gets the kill onto Totamax, and that is something that is scary for ALAMAT Esports, as all of the turrets already fell down.
Yeah, all outer turrets destroyed, and 1 minute away from the Dark Lord's lair. This is one of the most common tickets to ending a game right now, especially with how tanky the Dark Lord's lair is. Imperial Esports, with the amount of lead that they do have, it's just 4,000, but with the scaling capability of this kind of draft, they can just take on ALAMAT Esports head on. And we saw the attempts there of Kitty and Lorky trying to sustain themselves and help out the team with the necessary crowd control, but how can you do that when Imperial Esports can just deal an obnoxious amount of damage, and we're seeing Tora again with his works on the bot side, helping out in terms of the damage, and now
Legendary!
Dark Owl is just gonna get caught up. They just can't help out these backline members anymore. And Imperial Esports, with them being able to
Infinite
pick up the
Slayer
kill on the
has
Dark Owl,
appeared.
they
Prepare for the
will
final
have a
battle.
much more comfortable time taking this Dark Lord Slayer. But can Alamat Esports contest? They still have their jungler. Kenichi is relatively healthy, but it's not really the best to take the objective and push up a team fight. And now this Dark Lord Slayer just goes to Imperial Esports for absolutely free.
Yep. And right now, Imperial Esports with every objective almost to their name with a 312 scoreboard. They're gonna be waiting for the last time that they can go for a push, because they could actually finish this already with a 6k gold lead onto their side. They have all the damage right now. So if they really want to have a very clean win here on game number 1, they need to finish this now, wherein Ichi and Dark Owl still does not have
Yeah,
the capability to burst
It's
down.
a
The enemy
tough
Infinite
time so
Slayer
far here
is pushing.
for
burst
Alamat
down,
Esports.
the combat as
I
well.
honestly don't know what they can do right now with the Dark Lords. They're marching into the mid lane as Imperial Esports are also shoving out these waves, and there's the interns helping out the pushes as well, because way back before this
Our
update
base
happened,
tower
we
is
already
under
know
attack.
how big of an influence the Dark Lord Slayer can
Our
do
base
in
tower is
a
under
push, and now
attack.
it has more people. But this might be the time as Milk overextends. There's also that knockoff from
Double
Kitty,
kill.
and they get 2 kills,
Shut
but they
down.
have to be very careful because the Kunai Blitz is just too much. Suddenly
Double
3
kill.
people die, and it's
Triple
only
kill.
Loki remaining
Our
alive.
base is
Oda
under
is still
attack.
alive, and they
blue
will
team
just
tower
end
has been
this
destroyed.
game. Imperial Esports, with the lead that they have, they take game number 1.
A blue team tower has been destroyed.
Hmm? Yeah, it's Yeah, that's true. I think one of the biggest factor as well in that particular game is that the answer pick is just not really wasn't really the best there for Alamat Esports. We saw him dying and got first blood in at the start of the match. Well, it was the second attempt of that gank in the mid lane, but because of that, uh, when the second time happened, the second gang. Yes, I think though it's going to be really difficult coming from this game number one towards game number two, right? Because the momentum is already more so towards Imperial Esports, and Alamat Esports also invested quite a lot in terms of the meta picks in game number one, and the global bans is just going to be coming into play as well. um Hopefully they do patch up their oopsies, I guess, and mistakes from game number one towards game number two, because Imperial Esports are not gonna hold anything back. They drafted a well balanced composition, and they even invested a Volcat into the mix to kind of have more options in the latter games. So with Alamat Esports already investing the Slims, the Kafeni, the Mina, is going to be lesser choices for them in the next couple of games.
Yep, definitely. I'm very, very. I do apologize for the audio mistake. But anyway, I was actually saying that the weakness of the Alistair was already evident. It was an easily countered hero. You could actually see that they struggled very, very hard because it's the utilities of the Alistair is definitely going to be used in the fourth or fifth pick. But if you're going to be picking that hero up into your first three picks, it's easily counterable. It's easy to actually feel the composition that actually is going to shut down that hero. The Thane was a good answer against the Alistair pick. It was evident all throughout the game. They were always focusing onto the Thane. The Magic Person is always going to be on that hero, and one of the reasons there is that if he's not going to be able to shut down the Thane, kill it in the opening minutes, they're not going to be able to use the Magic Person easily. So they actually always use the they always actually use the Magic Person to shut down that hero. And in the last seconds of the clash, it was already a done deal because we don't see the scaling from Alamari Sports. Kinichi did his best, Dark Owl as well, but with three zoning heroes, I think Loki. I already said this in the game. Loki's Alistair pick is actually gonna work if we have a magic damage dealer onto the jungle, and that's not the composition that Alamat has. They actually went for a double marksman, and in terms of being able to impact, Slims is a very good late game hero. That's a very good late game hero. The problem here is that they weren't able to scale to the late game. They weren't
Yeah.
not able to give Dark Owl space to actually farm up. And even if these guys farm up, the problem here is that the front liners, Lorky, and then we also have Kitty, Sentinel, and the Mina, they're not going to be able to handle the damage coming in from Imperial Esports as long as they are picked off in most of the scenario. You could already see here, damage to heroes, Slims, and Kafeni actually did most of the work for Alamat Esports. It's already a done deal. I already said in the composition alone, they relied heavily on two heroes. That's not how you build a composition. You want a composition that has a lot of failsafe. The other lanes should be able to carry their own. The mid lane could actually play his part on being able to rotate and add a lot of damage and utility as well. And that's not the Alistair. The Alistair is mostly going to be slow. He doesn't have any mobile skill at all. Imperial Esports did it well. They had a Thane, they had a tank, they had someone that could actually win in the lane like the Florentino. The Hayate is definitely going to be doing better in the clashes, and also the early game spikes is going to be here with the Volcat and the Kitty. I mean the
Yeah.
Pixie, and it actually played well for their lineup. The Thane was the finishing piece to actually defeat what the composition of Alamat is.
Yeah, the moment we saw Thane being picked up a while ago during the drafting phase, we nodded our heads, both of us, like, okay, this is a good draft coming in from Imperial Esports, and we saw it also having a lot of impact in terms of team fights. Twice he helped out gank mid lane, and we talked about the win conditions of Tora as well as the Florentino, and he made it work. Actually, it's not so dominating, but it's enough to have an impact across the map. Wherein Kere has to desperately defend his lane due to the pressure that Tora is making in that split push scenario. And he's also able to deal a lot of damage during team fights. It helped out so much during that last fight as well, because Alamat Esports does not have any frontline anymore, and they expended most of their resources during that fight. So not much comments anymore for Imperial Esports. I'm more so seeing or looking at Alamat Esports right now because of how they kind of lacked impact in that game. Starting it off with the bans, right? Normally in the other tournaments, you would see the Aya just being banned by the red side team. Them banning out the Aya as a first pick priority team on the blue side says a lot already, and hopefully they would be able to patch up not only their draft but also their execution in the next game, because if not, Imperial Esports are just going to be keeping on winning against them.
Yeah, I mean, it could also mean that they couldn't actually utilize the Aya pick. That's already a big thing. It means that the
Yeah,
hero
that's
pool that they
that's
have
huge.
isn't really that big. If you're not able to use one of the most dominant win rate in terms of win rate hero in the game, then that's a very bad sign. Because at the onset of game number one, you already have failed in terms of the drafting because you already limited what you could pick out. You could actually pick out an Omen. You could actually pick up the Lorgan if you actually love that. If you're able to use the Aya, but since they're not going to be able to use the Aya, it could be a drafting liability wherein the Aya is always going to be left open on the side of Imperial because definitely they don't. I think Imperial could actually use the Aya pick, and if Alamat can use that pick, then definitely it's not a very good time for them. As you know, I've been able to draft before, and one of the biggest problems that you have in terms of the drafting and making compositions is that if you can't use the
Blue
heroes
team's
that are
turn
going to be
to ban.
viable in the meta, and that's already evident on what we saw because I saw a lot of out of meta picks. We saw an Alistair, um, Senyo could actually be used up. We could actually
Red
say
team's
that
turn
Domina is
to
a good
ban.
pick. But in terms of the matchups that they use the picks, that's where Alamat actually failed. Mina is never going to be a good pick against Florentino. A good Florentino player can always circumnavigate what Mina can bring to the table. He's going to be able to use and utilize the combinations of that hero against that.
Blue
And
team's turn to
looking at
ban.
what the global planet picks are, five big picks have been expended here by Imperial. And I've said this before, if you really want to win the series, you need to always expend your picks. You don't hold your punches, you actually have to go in hard. That's the problem that we saw from the other teams. Even internationally acclaimed teams that has a lot of professional experience,
Red
this is their
team's turn
problems because
to
sometimes
ban.
they hold much of their firepower and sometimes they're not able to utilize it. Because in the global ban pick, there are going to be chances where you're able to actually use the picks that you want, the picks that matter, the picks that have that are actually in the meta. The problem here is that they want to save that up maybe for game number 3, 4, 5. But as the
Oh,
picks grow smaller, it actually becomes harder to pick those heroes that you want. So in game number 1 and game number 2, I think you really need to get it hard. And with that, Aya has been first picked here by Imperial Esports and has been left out by Alamat. And I'm pretty curious. They banned out the Baltoon. which is I think a very good counter against Aya pick. They still have Thane, but in terms of fielding tanky heroes, if Imperial Esports I think is going to be fielding maybe an Arthur, an Ara, heroes that are going to be tanky, a Scud as well, this is going to be difficult for ALAMAT.
Okay, this is what's going on in my mind right now. Alamat Esports, when they were on the blue side, they banned out Aya when they had first pick priority. When they are now on the red side, they leave it wide open. I want to know the reason why. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they can actually counter this Aya pick despite it being so OP. Because we saw some instances, even in the AIC, it being left out open, and despite it being paired up with an Arthur, there were still some chances of fight coming in from a team that were struggling against the Aya plus tank lineup. So maybe this time with the Liliana and the Arum pick, they are planning something to counter this, because the Aya is going to just be possessing all these front lines. Like the Arthur already picked up one of the best synergy heroes or fighter tanks with the Aya due to its just spin to win strategy.
Yep, right now we have an Arthur and an Aya combination, one of the most menacing combinations that we've seen Aya being paired up with. Arthur is naturally a very, very tanky hero, just like the Thane. It's a more rundown Thane in terms of tankiness, but the damage that Arthur could actually bring, because he can actually deal a lot of damage even with just his basic skills. Even if you build that Arthur with a lot of tanky items, he's still gonna hurt, especially on the squishy heroes. The Liana and also the ADC of ALAMAT needs to be careful with this. And if we see more tankiness onto the side of Imperial Esports, it's going to be a big problem for ALAMAT, unless they're going to be able to pick up the Hayate, and the Hayate pick will definitely help them in some ways, as long as it's not going to be timed onto the ultimate of Aya. Deep Impact as well has that mini knockup that could actually disrupt the Kunai Blitz. And Knockout is actually being banned out here by ALAMAT. What we're seeing here is that we're not seeing the meta that we saw here in AIC, because I don't think that's that popular here on the MSP region. We see it different times.
It's gonna be the first time I'll see a kill girl too.
Arum being picked up. Arum being picked up. One of the reasons why Arum isn't picked up is because it's a double-edged sword. That's it. The main tank that you have, actually, even if with a lot of defensive items, Arum could still be taken out when he uses his imprisonment ultimate, which he also receives the damage being dealt onto who he latches on. And whoever he latches on, that's a percentage on his health. Instead of putting into the fact that his armor, defense, his magic resist, it doesn't matter, because it's still going to hurt based on how much damage is going to be done on someone he latched. And that's going to bring them a lot of tankability, but whenever the ultimate actually lands, if it's not going to be on an easy target, just like what we saw on the magic person of the Alistair, that pick is going to be definitely wasted. That's the problem with an arrow. That's the problem coming in from an Alistair pick, and it's already a pick. If he's not going to be able to latch on Slims, latch onto Aya, which I highly doubt is going to be very easy to do, or maybe on any other squishy hero, the arrow pick is definitely out of meta.
Oh, you have the Arthur, you have the Taara this time being picked up, and the Kira for the kill pressure alongside with the Slims. This is gonna be a scary draft here by Imperial Esports. They're gonna have a lot of fun for sure in this game, and I'm more so looking at how ALAMAT Esports are gonna try to shut down this kind of draft because it's a triple S category combination. Aya into the Arthur. And well, they ditch out the Taara. They pick up the Richter instead so that they have a decent amount of engage instead of just high sustainability. And Torque, okay, we don't see this much being picked up as well. So maybe Alamat Esports are just going towards their comfort picks. This is a weird draft we're seeing right now, but I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and like just add a little bit of sugar into what I'm saying because I want to see them improve in the series against Imperial Esports because Imperial Esports are going on with what's standard already, and there's a reason why it's standard because it works most of the time, or the highest percentage being prioritized and being looked upon here, not only by the common teams but also with the high tier teams like in the AIC. They pick what's working and you don't necessarily have to fix it because it's not really broken. It works most of the time. What the only biggest difference or key to this though is the execution side, in which Imperial Esports, based on game number 1, they were able to do it. So they're just looking forward to doing it the same over again all throughout the series against Alamat Esports.
Yep. Right now, we are going to be starting game number 2. Is it going to be a 2-0 start for Imperial, or is Alamat going to be able to have an equal ground with Imperial Esports with a 1-1? They're going hard for an invade here, and I think it's a good job that they were able to delay the jungler of Imperial Esports, but I guess that's still not going to be enough. It can actually turn hard into them as level 2 already is on into the max. There is an engagement here, a lot of stuns as well to actually happen, and
yeah, okay. Just a short commercial, and we're back into the game already. Imperial Esports are able to pick up their objective though, their resources, and Alamat Esports got a bit denied of starting their resources when they invaded. They tried to steal away from Imperial Esports, and now they're the ones being at risk of a possible invade. Toramax and Miel are just gonna be together this whole game for sure, because it's an Arthur Aya pick that is really hard to take down. And if we look at the picks here of Alamat Esports, they invested a lot on damage, but will this actually be enough against the Aya? They have to keep in consideration Tora as well. And Kira right now, whoa, that's a lot of damage that Kira is taking. He's gonna be falling down. First blood already by Imperial Esports, and the Arthur is able to survive for so long, despite it being just the early game. And Kenichi, since it's overextended, he's gonna fall down. Another trade here by Imperial Esports. We're seeing them ahead 3-1 already against Alamat Esports. Second minute, they take out the Abyssal Dragon, and Alamat Esports just are so
Our
confused.
middle lane tower is under attack.
you could actually see the damage that the side of Imperial Esports could do with the Kira pick, and also the Flip and Aura as well. They committed heavily on killing that Arthur, and I don't think that's gonna be a good trade. That's a 3 kills for 1 that Alamat actually had, and it's going to make them pay in terms of they don't have a lot of damage that they could bring into the table unless he's going to be able to close out onto that Kira, able to close out onto these limbs, which is very difficult with an Arthur and Aya combo. They have slows, they have speed-ups, they have crowd control as well, where they're going to be able to polymorph anyone that's in the end of the ultimate of Aya. And Kenichi is going to be spotted out here Miel with using the Arthur. He's just moving, roving in the area. He knows that even with the commit coming in from ALAMAT, he's not gonna be taken down easy. He has shields, he has speed ups, he can run in the area, and he's not gonna be paying up. And Owen actually goes into a rotate here. More of the time of the members are here on the Dark Slayer pit as more of the members of ALAMAT are trying to get the advantage that they need. They're trying to get some resources from the
Our
jungle.
Dragon Lane tower is under
Right now,
attack.
it's not gonna be enough. They need to do more. But I say that they need to do more, but it is going to be difficult. That's how big of a difficult thing Aya is. That's why that thing is always bad down in the AIC.
The iron defense line has disappeared.
ALAMAT
Send in
Esports
the
so
ballista.
far has no answer towards this Aya composition. They're trying to scale up because Dark Owl later is gonna hurt a lot, same as Kenichi, but in this early game, can you actually do anything to Miel with the protection here of Toramax? They're also just playing this out safe, taking as much resources as they can, and they do have enough sustainability actually to just take on these
Our
objectives
middle
like
lane
the
tower
Abyssal Dragon
is
and the
under
Dark Slayer
attack.
and keep doing it as much as possible because they have the front line to do so. That's the luxury in their composition. But right now, oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, they actually is taking Force Flicker out. Manages to dodge that ultimate from the members of ALAMAT Esports, and with that, they're able to avoid a casualty, which ALAMAT Esports are looking for kills already up all throughout the game. But what they do take right now, since they
Our
have
Slayer Lane
pressured already
tower
to
is
fall
under
back, and some
attack.
of the members of Imperial Esports, is the Abyssal Dragon, which is kind of like a sigh of relief for them, honestly, in this game, because earlier they weren't able to pick up anything, so now they're trying to come back and take some resources for themselves so that they can match the economy here of Imperial Esports. Top side is more so like a mountain right now, a hill that nobody
I-
climbs because they're not killing each other that much.
In the name of the holy
Problem
light.
here is that I think they don't really know how to use the Aya that well. Because in this kind of scenario, you always go for fast players. You always want Aya to be with the
way.
and also the ganks are actually not hard.
Our
working
Dragon
on
Lane tower
your
is under attack.
Because you always, in this kind of scenario, you always want to have
A blue team tower has been destroyed.
because he's going to be tanking most of the damage. So if he's not going to be there, you're not going to have an easy target, easy mark onto team composition where Arrow is actually there. If Arrow latches on to anyone that is easy to kill, like
Our Slayer Lane tower
like
is under
Kira,
attack.
it's going to be difficult. There is a latch again and a kill from
Onslaught.
Loki using the end. The jungler Kira locks into Kitty. He's
Double
gonna be taken out
kill.
as well. That's 2 trades for the side of Imperial Esports. Loki is doing his best, but because of the tank,
no.
he's getting the
Triple
scoring
kill.
potential. He's not going to be able to escape the clutches of Imperial Esports.
Our Slayer
ALAMAT
Lane tower
Esports is
is
just
under attack.
tickling Miel and every team fight, and he's having 110% confidence in engaging. There's nothing that he is afraid of on the side of ALAMAT Esports because, well, Dark Owl is not yet scaled up towards the late game. He has to farm so long in order to build his
Dragon
items
and
and
Slayer
in
have
order to
evolved.
deal a significant amount of damage towards Miel later on. The Double Trouble has hit Kira, but he's still relatively safe. Look at Miel! Just there! 3 people, 3 opponents, no problem. I'll just spin at their faces because I know I can just tank all their damage and nobody can stop us from taking this Dark Slayer because we're just so tanky. Anyone can just go against
defeated.
ALAMAT Esports right now and force them back. And with the Slayer already picked up, they would have push advantage
Dark
once again.
Slayer
All three lanes,
has been
Kenichi is gonna get
summoned.
obliterated here in the mid
Legendary.
lane. And Kira will just massacre
Blue team tower
under
has
his
been
nose.
destroyed.
Lorky though did a really good job strip pushing in the bot side, but he's just so overextended right now.
Legendary.
Got a lot of damage to Tora though, so that's something to consider later on in the team fight. But here in the mid lane again, Biel is obnoxiously tanky. You won't be able to kill him that easily, so might as well just fall back. Kira is here. Kitty is gonna get taken down. This tower might as well. Dark Owl is desperately
team tower
trying to
has
defend
been
this, but to
destroyed.
no avail. There's also the apprentices, the interns here of the Dark Slayer, marching onto the side lanes. That's how big of a hassle this update is right now onto a losing team, because the waves are just gonna keep on crashing. Towers
Red
just
team
gonna
tower
keep
has
on
been
falling
destroyed.
down. Imperial Esports lead just keeps on ballooning to like 5,000 right now.
5,000 gold lead already before the 10-minute mark. It's actually the logic is there. The problem for ALAMAT Esports is the work pick needs to be up close and personal to deal a lot of damage, and even if he does lock into Biel's archer, he's not going to be able to finish that here. The whole dragon has been stolen by the Aya. What was your talent for, Rick? That's definitely a mistake. That's going to cost them a lot more. They needed a lot of gold, and because of that, they
A red team
a
tower
big
has
lead
been
inside of
destroyed.
Imperial Esports, who close out almost all the amateurs. Only the top lane turret is left, and we are seeing that the jungler and also the Richter is actually positioning themselves as the baiting plan being used up. Are you gonna commit? The answer is no, because there is still a lot of members there onto the side of ALAMAT. Right now, though, with the lead actually ballooning to this kind of point we're in, I think late game is going to be difficult for ALAMAT. They actually need to maybe outlast the members of Imperial Esports into the 25-minute mark before they could actually win. It's either that or they get a wipe. If there is going to be an overstretch for Imperial Esports, but that's another third team impact being used. The flag spear as well is going to get a hit onto Kitty. Kitty is doing his best. That is going to get locked. It may get a kill, but he gets traded out. Kenichi shuts down.
Oh!
Yale is going to be taken now. He overextends onto that third fire, and it gave a lot of resources to ALAMAT, but that's still a 5k gold lead inside of Imperial Esports, and all other turrets are already out of the count.
Yeah, there only is left is are the inhibitor towers here of ALAMAT Esports, and oh, double trouble will connect on. Oh, they forced out his flicker just to disengage, and oh, he got taken down. Toramax is all alone. Can you escape? He has the passive, but Loki is looking for the kill. He pops out that ultimate, but he's not gonna be able to kill Toramax that easily. But it will buy enough time for them to start this. Dark Slayer. Oh, they get the Infinite Slayer. Kenichi with the last
enemy
hit,
Dark
and now
Slayer has
the
been
Kira is
summoned.
trying to go onto a backstab, but is unsuccessful in picking up that kill. Kenichi though falls down, and here comes
Our base
Tora
tower is under
getting
attack.
another kill. ALAMAT Esports. I don't think that was the best possible trade, but at least they got the Slayer though.
They did get the Slayer, but who's going to be able to capitalize on that if the members are actually dead? And Loki not actually committing to run back to his base, instead staying in that rush. I don't know what kind of decision making was actually in his head. As there was a creep wave on the top lane, so there was information that
No
he
one
did
can stop
not
us.
walk back to the base. And he gets LB taken out here by Spira. Indy as well, I mean, the Intermark is not taking Silas, not
Slayer
be
lane
able to
tower
latch
is
on to this
under
incident.
attack. Team
And that's
tower has
another
been
kill onto the side of
destroyed.
Imperial Esports. That's 2 members down. Maybe they could go for a push, but with empowered creep onto the top lane, they're not taking anything just yet.
Yes. It's a tough time right now to
A
the
blue team
ALAMAT
tower has
Esports.
been
Real
destroyed.
Esports just have so much win condition in this game. Split push, the team fighting, objective control, the waves crashing onto the base of Alamat Esports, and
Break their
with all
formations.
outer turrets taken away, the chances of Imperial Esports taking the Dark Lord Slayer after a minute is just really high, and it's actually gonna force Alamat Esports to collapse on this Dark Lord Slayer camp, because if they are gonna be giving this away, it's going to be a game end. They just don't have the wave clear to actually stop the push of the Dark Lords there. Plus, there's the interns are doing so much work. They deserve a raise, honestly, as they do a lot of impact in the side lanes as well. And with the wave clear, with the pressure, Imperial Esports are looking to push, but oh no. Kira might actually fall down. He stays alive for so long, but Loki gets him in the end. Miel might be in trouble as Ode has been slain as well. And Alamat Esports find the opportunity. They're gonna be trying to push down mid. Here comes Tora onto the backside. Manages to clear out the way, but the tower is still gonna fall down. Mildo is dealing an obnoxious amount of damage, as well as Tora. This is a technically 2 versus 4. If we're not gonna take into consideration Max, because he's just possessing Miel right now, and they're able to successfully defend the mid tower. That's how big of an impact this Aya has been in this game. Alamat Esports gonna try to take this Dark Lord Stair, but we know for sure Miel is gonna stop them from doing so. Can you actually ignore this Arthur in your face while the Aya keeps on slowing you down? Lorky stays for long on the top side, and that's his big mistake.
Yup, that opens up the Blackpool Slayer to be taken by Imperial Esports. But you know, food for thought, I thought Thora was gonna live. But the problem here is that Biel was actually hitting Arum into the face, and it actually gave a lot of space for Lorky to actually hit Thora as well. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Our
you know,
infinite
this
slayer
kind of
is pushing.
it kind of makes me cringe, since I think there was going to be something clean that could happen, but it didn't happen. I don't know if it's a lap on the decision
Yeah,
making,
the complications, I
but
guess.
this kind of mistakes needs to be wrapped up if they are going to be facing the best of the best here in the ASL. But right now, they still have everything as a Dark Lord Slayer already marches here onto the mid lane. There's going to be empowered. There's going to be an empowered team here onto the mid lane, trying to go for a push. And seeing most of the members of Imperial Esports actually going hard on harassing the members here. Tora goes in for the push. Mark of the Hunter is going to be used up. There is a 1v1 situation, but Orky it falls down. The blade of Eternity, and Eternity
Oh,
is still
no.
dead. The impact is going to be used up.
Ooh.
That's going to be the imprisonment. Miel almost
alive.
fell down, but because of that timely shield, he is going to be living. And it's a Nexus block for Imperial Esports as they take game number 2.
Yeah. The moral of the story, moral of this game is that you ban Aya if you're on the red side. You don't let it be taken by your enemy team, because it's just too OP. The impact is just too much. And we basically saw it happen all throughout the game. Miel, I don't think he died that much. I think only once did he die. And it was because of a mistake that Imperial Esports had made, overextending so much and collapsing onto 5 instead of their usual approach in a team fight. But other than that, it's basically a one-sided stomp against their enemy team, and we did not see Alamat Esports actually put up a good fight. I want to commend the Kilgroth though, because he actually did a lot of work. Lorky split pushed for the team, knowing that we cannot really attack them head on. There's little to no possibility of them being able to kill Miel while waiting for Dark Owl to actually uh, fully scale up towards the late game. And well, it's already mid transitioning towards mid to late game, but for Alamat Esports, it's kind of different because they're down so much in terms of gold. I think they're down almost 10,000, 8,000 gold uh, against them, and that's just shows how big of a difference the performance of Imperial Esports had against Alamat Esports. So now they're kind of forced more down into a crucial spot because match point is already in play here for Imperial Esports, and they still have a lot of picks available for them. But for Alamat Esports, we didn't really see them that much um, striving, I guess, against Imperial Esports because from the pick and ban itself, it's still the same problem as game number one.
Yep. It's just that I think what they have in the current lineup is out of meta because Lavelle works, the Liliana works. They work not that much. There was a lot of mistakes in Imperial Esports. I like nitpicking because the lineup that they had was far superior on the side of Imperial Esports, but there were instances where they actually make a lot of mistakes, and it costed them. It could cost them a lot. The problem here is that it's just a draft of Alamat being subpar, and it's actually evident in the fights as well. And Imperial Esports needs to improve on this, like how the Slims gets chained up by the very slow Arum, which Arum is very easy to kite. It's a hero that needs to be up close and personal. Without if she uses even if she uses a flicker with speed up, you could actually know when that hero is available. And the only time that you engage an Arum is when you have a tank on your side. And you always see a lot of mistakes on the side of the Abyssal Dragon. Slims always goes up close and personal. You're an ADC. You always need
Yeah.
to have the distance. You always need to have the good positioning. You need to be one step away from any kind of engagements. You only engage when you have the upper hand. When you have the upper hand, when there is going to be a tank and someone that is going to gank the Azure kill gang. If it's a 1v2, that's a position wherein you have the advantage. If it's a 2v2, equal grounds, even if it's you say it's a support and an ADC versus a mage and an ADC, I think the tank ability of the support always trumps that kind, except if we're going to see a lot of damage from that the person that ganks. And the problem here is that the Kier needs to be close. So he's not going to be the best optimal ganker in the bottom lane. You always need to think about that. If you are going to progress more, wherein you're going to be matching up with teams that has international experience, that's a very big no no. A
Hmm.
very big no no on the kind of positioning in of the ADC. Um, that could actually play well for Alamat as it actually progresses. And as uh, if Alamat is able to capitalize on the kind of positioning mistakes that the ADC is actually doing, maybe make Imperial Esports always pay onto the bottom side, it could actually work out well for Alamat if they are going to be able to capitalize on this. Because other teams who have practiced a lot. I mean, a lot of experience always is going to make the this kind of positioning pay. And you already saw that it was supposed to be a very dominant match for Imperial, but
Yeah.
it actually prolonged. Uh, I think
Hmm.
one of the reasons is that they don't know how to utilize the Arthur Aya combination well. You could always evidently see Miel always running around the area. When you're using an Arthur and an Aya combination, you don't go for vision. You always try to pressure the lanes because you have that kind of elasticity, adaptability, and tankability that you have an Arthur with a deep impact. You just need to always spam your skills. That's basically it. The Arthur Aya combo, you need to spam that onto the lanes, onto the jungle. That's how you actually utilize that kind of pick. And that's not how we saw them use that. For now, I guess maybe this is something new to them, something that
Mm-hmm.
they haven't practiced just yet. But in the future, I think this could be a learning experience for them moving forward as they use these types of composition. All in all, I think they actually won the draft. You already said it, Young. The
Yeah.
picks coming in from Alamat is just I feel like it's an old school meta that's not really gonna work because right now anyone everyone in the team needs to be able to make a play. And the kind of composition that they have, it's not gonna be able to make a play. The double trouble, if even if it does hit, they're sacrificing a lot. They're going to be holding with the Arum. The Arum is always going to be out of the table whenever she actually latches onto someone and they go for a burst damage. And that's a fact. Not like when the double trouble is combined with Roxy's pick. It's combined with the Omen as well, wherein they have a lot instead of just relying onto that latch of the Arum. You are going to be channeling your skill. In comparison, if you actually use the Roxy, you're just gonna use
Team's
the Agnes
turn
Grip.
to
You're gonna be
ban.
pulling them into the kill zone, and you're gonna have a better time on taking that kill because you're gonna have some help from your team, from the tower
Blue
as
team's
well. Not like
turn
there
to
you're gonna be
ban.
setting up where you actually land your ultimate on that arrow, which is sometimes disadvantages. We actually saw
Blue
in
team's
some of the
turn
instances
to
that
ban.
when she latches on, they zero in onto the backside where Dark Owl is an open target.
Mm-hmm. And in this game, I'm really looking at Alamat Esports right now. What do you do
Team's turn
as
to
of
pick.
this moment? How are you gonna recover from two upsets already, from two big crucial
Red team's turn
mistakes
to pick.
in this series, because Imperial Esports just has a lot of momentum already, and we're seeing the bans being made by both teams. We're also seeing a first pick Baldum already coming in from Alamat Esports. Well, it is a really nice pick, but I don't think it's one of those heroes that you actually pick up first, because there's a lot more that they can actually pick up that has a lot of impact as well, like the Nakroth or the Elsu that is available for themselves. And well, for Imperial Esports, they can just match it with uh, a Lumbar that is an AOK support as well, that is able to have a lot of impact as a
Blue team's
tank.
turn to
And now
pick.
they pick up the Iggy as well. So there is a possibility that Imperial Esports are going to be picking up the Elsu, but Alamat Esports does have more access to it right now with the second pick phase. They they hover a Superman, which is normally something that I am excited about, but with how Alamat Esports are usually executing their lineups, I'm kind of nervous with it. So maybe the Yana is okay, but the Ignis, I'm I'm still having that asterisk or a question mark on this pick, because there's a lot more really reliable mid lane heroes that they can use, right? I'm seeing you smile right now, Vittorio, with this two picks that they're having. I want to know your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, Ignis brings a lot to the table in terms of being able to change his crowd
Red
controls.
team's
If
turn
he's going to
to
be able to
pick.
change his crowd controls, that's an if because it's a
That's
hard
if.
task for the Ignis. We haven't seen him a lot because he's not very mobile. In terms of trading, he falls very low. Liliana, Lorian, Iggy, Crixie, heroes that are actually very mobile are the de
Red
facto
team's
best
turn
picks.
to
Tulin
ban.
as well could have been picked out here for Alamat instead of the
Yeah.
Ignis. They could have actually used that in the mid lane. They could have paired it up with a Quixie, maybe if they really want to go for a hard counter onto Iggy. A Tolan and also a Quixie is usually the combination that you want against an Iggy, and then you pick it up
Team's turret
with
to
an
ban.
Elsu as well if you really want to shut down the Iggy pick. Elander has been picked up here by Imperial Esports. This might be dangerous. If It's already an inkling that we're gonna see a double marksman coming in from Imperial Esports. They're definitely gonna have the long range capability, the ability to burst down people in a short amount of time. Elander is one of the marksmen that really works out well in terms of effectivity in the jungle. If you compare it up with the Slims, Elander doesn't fall
Yeah,
off.
it's much
fast
better.
well, he's faster clear than an Akron, faster clear than a
Mhm.
Kira, faster clear, arguably the most fastest in terms of clear time into the jungle camp. So it gives you a lot of bread. It also keeps you on your toes if you are the opposing team because of how fast the Elder is going to be able to farm. You could also have an opening in terms of going for an invade if they do add some kind, maybe a Varus or any other uh, heroes that actually works in the invade strat. And with the pick of Alamat, it's I guess it's too lackluster. Baldum though did also have a buff in terms of you can actually target the hero with the wild person, and it's going to be following you all throughout the duration before it pops out, and that gives you a lot of leeway as well. Not like in the past where you target a certain area, there's going to be a hitbox. Now it follows you whenever it is going to be casted.
Yeah.
Dupa is picked up here by Imperial
So-
Esports. It could be in the top lane, it could be in
Yeah,
the jungle,
Dark-
but supposedly I guess it could be in the top lane, or they could actually go for a double warrior in their lanes because they have an Elander into the jungle. But I think the better composition is always going to be a double marksman. You always want to have the edge onto the Abyssal Dragon. And one of the reasons there is that if you're going to be able to have an equal footing in terms of going for trades with the opposing ADC, you could keep each other in check. That's why we usually see double marksman. And we don't see any warrior replacements in the Abyssal Dragon that much. Usually they picked up
Mhm.
a Ryoma or a Richter, but it's not available now for Imperial Esports. But Alamat is
Murad.
actually going for a Murad. We have a 100% overrate on the Murad on the AIC, but it was
Mhm.
actually used in the Dark Slayer lane, always countering the Irene pick. But now they're gonna
Yeah.
be using it onto the jungle. You actually saw the buffed up Murad, wherein you're gonna be able to stack with your first skill, and that's
Mhm.
a big thing because in the past, why he was actually left out in the meta because it's very tedious to actually have 4 stacks to rock out your ultimate, which is the temporal turbulence. But now with the current patch, you could actually use Morad more effectively. You just need 2 stacks and then use up your first skill, or maybe use your first skill normal attack and then first skill then normal attack then rock out the temporal turbulence. That's how dynamic the Morad has been because of his buffs. But going into the composition that we saw, I think Imperial Esports still has the better kind of lineup in terms that they have a lot. They have a long range capability. They have the ability with Azuka pick using the Skyfall as well. And then Alamat, Ignis could actually work out well if they actually hit a lot of people with the Wild Person. And the Kunai Blitz also is going to be a factor here. It's how they're going to be able to time their skill shots.
It's a risky composition, especially for the side of Alamat Esports, because for Imperial Esports, this is a pretty much standard draft that they have. The Iggy, the Lombard, Elendor, the Zuka into the Laville. They have a proper setup. They have a decent amount of late game scaling. It's meta. It's what works already. Not only in any other games, but also in the high tier competitive tournaments by really skilled players. So Alamat Esports, they have a lot in store for this particular game with this kind of draft that they do have. But we're seeing them quite aggressive and baiting on the jungle camp here of Imperial Esports, and they would be able to steal out that red buff. So that is a good sign actually coming from them. The Ellender is gonna be forced out to respond accordingly, in which they are able to pick up the red side jungle as well from Kinichi. So Pearl Esports with a preemptive strike, but Totamax though overextends Dark Owl with all those shuriken toss hitting onto him. ALAMAT Esports are actually being aggressive in a positive way. Now they're invading here on the blue side jungle of the Elendor. Miel is taking a lot of damage. There's a shuriken toss once again. Miel forced back. And oh, that's a backstab coming in from Kenichi. A lot of damage in play, but Kitty is the first to fall down. The blue buff has been taken, and a lot of trades happening actually in this game. ALAMAT Esports, though, for the first time, are the ones coming up on top.
Yup. Right now, it's a lot of decision making for Real Esports is actually lacking. You could see Miel not in the area to save Totamax, and that says a lot
Our
on
Dragon
their
Lane
map
tower
awareness.
is under attack.
I guess that's what a momentary lapse onto the side of Imperial Esports.
Dragon
He
and
always
Slayer
needs to play
have appeared.
with his mid lane. That's how you use. That's how you excel in support position. You always need to
Dragon
play
has
with your
been
teammates,
defeated.
and
Slayer
at that
has
moment,
been defeated.
there was no kind of coordination on the side of Imperial Esports. They also
Our
left
middle
out.
lane tower
In those
is under
situations
attack.
wherein you actually feel that you're going to be losing out in the invades, you just
Our
ignore the
Slayer lane
invades
tower
and
is under
try to
attack.
get another kind of source of income. The creep wave on the mid lane was open. It could have been taken by the Elder, but they opted for a defense wherein Totamax was actually not in the air to add some damage because he was taken as a first blood. And you know, in that line of thought, the most viable way is to actually just get out of the area. And as I say
Our
that,
middle
Dark Hall
lane
is
tower
getting
is
spot
under
out
attack.
DL. He's going to be harassed at the moment. And Dark Owl as well is going hard.
Oh.
The Metamorphosis is going to be used. Metamorphosis is ready. But there is going to be the cavalry with the gank coming in for the Zuka. But the Kunai Blitz finishes off and deletes him off from the map. Another win for ALAMAT. But as I say
Not
that,
really.
there was a trade. Two trade at that
Yeah.
with Kitty also being taken out. That's a 3-for-3 now. That's definitely a good trade for the side of Imperial Esports as they take the lead of ALAMAT back.
Yeah, and in this composition that they have, late game scaling is going to be much more scary. Miel is gonna get caught, but he does have that pushback with his skill. So ALAMAT Esports are gonna be a bit challenged, and whenever they actually want to engage. Wild Prison coming from Kitty was really nice. However, the response there of
The
Imperial
Iron Defense
Esports was
line has
was also
disappeared.
really good, as
Sending the
Dark Owl
ballista.
and Kitty got taken out, and now we're seeing Imperial Esports having a bit of lead in terms of the gold. ALAMAT Esports still has yet to put a lot of impact and pressure in the lanes, because Imperial Esports are able to actually avoid them. The Elender has been able to get his camps and just scale up as much as he can. Ode is going to be attempted to be ganked here, but Miel spots them out as well. So, ALAMAT Esports again denied from a team fight. They are going to be extending though. That's a 3-man knockup in the double trouble there on the Dark Owl. They obliterate Kitty. Kunai Blitz just to escape. But can you really do so? Miel is chasing him down. A bit of an overextension, but Kenichi will fall down as well. 2 kills on the board here for Imperial Esports, just because ALAMAT Esports chased them down.
I mean, they
Our
already
Dragon Lane
got
tower
knocked
is
back.
under attack.
At that moment, it was a signal
A
to
blue
get
team
back
tower
and
has been destroyed.
maybe try to look for other objectives. Maybe take the dragon. That could have been a viable option, but them forcing them out. Kitty always trying to use that wild charge to hit people even though he was not in, she was actually in the distance, is not gonna help your team take the lead back. And with that, it's just opening
Dragon
up a
has
lot of
been
mistakes there.
defeated.
They were in a very narrow position in the earth splitter of Niel's number was going to be very, very effective. Skyfall is used by Tora though, and an almost steal happens, but Tora secures that as the Elender almost gets taken out. He is going to hit though. He is going to reposition himself, goes for the teleport. It's a 4-man gang. Are they going to be able to take Tora out? The answer is no. Loki though is going to be repositioned into the kill zone. Eldor gets that kill. Loki takes down Tora. He gets
Ember's Gaze!
traded out.
Is
That
under
Ember's
attack.
Gaze being used up, and a tower
Oh.
is going to be
Oh.
taken
Our
as
middle lane tower is
Elder
under
is be able
attack.
to chase down
Oh.
team member
Kill it.
of
Team tower
ALAMAT.
has been destroyed.
Oh, that was a close call from Imperial Esports. The Elender nearly got taken down as well, but they still were able to pick up a couple of kills on that topside fight. And
A red team
because of the
tower
objective
has
that they
been
have
destroyed.
taken out, the Arc Slayer, they are able to push up some of the towers here of ALAMAT Esports, and the gold lead is now going towards 3,000 on a scaling lineup. This is looking
Our
scary
middle
for
lane
ALAMAT
tower is
Esports.
under attack.
We have stated their win conditions earlier. It's the Kraken CC chain coming in from Kitty and Lorky, and a decent amount of engage from Loki and Kenichi, maybe to try and assassinate Ode and the Elendor. And for Dark Owl is going to be the timing of the Kunai Blitz is going to be the most important thing of all, because we saw him actually initiating for the team. It's another kill onto Loki, and they just
Our
keep
middle
on
lane
coming here.
tower
Odedo
is
is gonna
under
get traded out. Ember's Gaze just to deny further engage from ALAMAT Esports. We're seeing some mistakes being made here by Imperial Esports, but the win conditions of ALAMAT Esports remain the same. They have to make it really work. So big responsibility later on, not only to Dark Owl, but every single member of ALAMAT Esports to make this lineup work. Because if they hesitate, if they make any mistakes, Imperial Esports are just going to be able to punish them, just like what happened on the bot side.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes are actually happening from both sides. But ALAMAT is more evident on what they are actually doing. I just think that ALAMAT does not know that they actually need to go and play up the lanes. They've been leaving it in a lot of situations. Dark Owl almost gets taken out, but we see Kitty being traded out in this moment as the Elder was in the area, able
Dark
to just
Slayer has been summoned.
narrow down his health in a matter of seconds, and that's the beauty of having the Elder pick, because not just here capability, he also
Our
has the
middle lane
capability
tower is
to have
under
that
attack.
early
Has been
mid-game
destroyed.
spike.
And ALAMAT Esports able to pick up the Slayer will buy enough time for them to pick up the slack in terms of gold. They are able to buy enough time as well to prevent some pushes of Imperial Esports, because we have seen them taking out all the tier 1 towers of ALAMAT Esports. They're trying to get more, especially with Tora split pushing in the bot side. They have been splitting up actually, because they know they can just divide and conquer ALAMAT Esports. And now here comes the Elendor after that bait by Tora, and Loki looks to disengage. He tries to do so, but the gap close is just too much coming in from Tora and the Elendor. So ALAMAT Esports again being caught out there. It's not a big of a mistake, but it's something that can actually affect their economy, because not only is Imperial Esports able to pick up some gold, Loki is being denied from gold and experience as well in the time that he is dead. So ALAMAT Esports should try to avoid those kinds. There's also another skirmish onto the bot side, but this time Tora is actually going to be the one to get taken down. So Imperial Esports taking it slow. This might be really difficult though, as they look to engage on top with that flicker in, and Double trouble connecting. A bit of hesitations though from Imperial Esports, and that's gonna cost Lorky to actually survive after they have taken out a tower. In the top side, bot side push though by Dark Owl. He has been doing a lot of work for the team, and because of this, they're able to actually catch up in terms of gold. Only around 4,000 gold remaining here for the side of Imperial Esports in their lead. And Okinichi with a nice assassination onto
Oh
Miel,
man.
catching him out. And without the Lombard, then Imperial Esports does not have that much frontline anymore. At most, just Tara, and he's gonna go in. Double trouble. And the Emperor's Gate is doing the work, and they get Kitty in a blink of an eye.
That was a good trade, but it really makes me cringe how these people actually just try to teleport into faces of their opponents. They're always trying to go for an early recall, an easy recall where you actually save time, but them trying to save time actually translates to them dying out. And I guess this is a bad habit that these guys need to actually stop. They actually need to change this because it's
The
a
enemy
decision
Dark Slayer
making
has been
wherein
summoned.
it's more of like you're
Oh no, Dark Owl.
lazy. But as I say that, there is going to be the Empress K is going to get the Lorky into the face, and that actually zones out for the other members of ALAMAT, and Dark Owl is going to be falling out. That's a good engagement from Imperial Esports. A bad start for ALAMAT in that trade because Dark Owl did not have the protection that he needed from Kitty. She just resurrected from his face, and there is going to be a push here with the Doombreaker
no.
here in the lane. There is a push yet again. Kitty's going to use the Wild Prison, but without anyone to follow it up. He's not going to be able to use it. The Wild Charge though is going to be used. We are going to see the Eleanor actually repositioning himself. He's not going to be taken down. He is going to be able to fight all of the damage coming in from ALAMAT. They're going in hard here into the bottom lane, and the Rivals is going to be blocked out. The members of Imperial Esports gets obliterated, but it's a 2 versus 1. Lorky is dangerously low. He gets taken out
it's GG.
with Skyfall, and the combination is already a GG upgrade. Imperial Esports is going to close this with a sweep.
Yeah, that is a 3-0 sweep from Imperial Esports in a well-deserved victory in this series against ALAMAT. Despite the efforts there of ALAMAT Esports, it just wasn't enough to actually shut down Imperial Esports. And we talked about this again and again all throughout the series. There's just too much of a mistake coming in from ALAMAT Esports, and despite their efforts, we saw more of the winning conditions being met by Imperial Esports. So maybe next time, ALAMAT Esports should be looking forward to patching up their mistakes, especially in the drafting phase and also in the execution. They had a better performance though in this third game compared to the first two, especially with that fantastic Kunai Blitz coming in from Dark Owl, getting 3 people killed on the side of Imperial Esports. Ode, Miel, and Todamas did not expect that damage coming in from the Kunai Blitz, so that caused them to be shocked a little bit. But overall, it's still a fantastic victory by Imperial Esports, and they're gonna be the ones qualified for the PH region.
Yeah, they're going to be representing the PH region in the ASL Winter 2022. So to speak, we actually see a lot of mistakes coming here from Imperial Esports. They need to clean this if they really want to submit a spot in the ASL. Wherein, I guess the more of the reasons why they won is they got a better draft than ALAMAT. That's a fact. You could actually see on the exchanges, it's not really a one-sided stomp. It's not really a game that's really on to the side of Imperial Esports because there was a lot of mistakes, a lot of positional mistakes, a lot of clashes that mostly could have saved you from grief because I like that when you actually saw Ode be out positioned into the top lane. You don't put your ADC in that scenario. There is still a first tier turret into the mid lane. That's where you need to create some pressure. And that's what they didn't do. They actually just went in deep and without any vision into the mid lane, without them not if the first tier turret is not taken out, they wouldn't have the information that the other members of ALAMAT was actually already circling onto the back of that Laville. You could see that most of the time the fact of the matter is that their draft was actually better, but in terms of skill, they need to do better. They have the better draft, so the expectation is it's a landslide win wherein they could finish in 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, but that's actually not happening. Sometimes we just see the Dark Lord Slayer being spawned up, and uh, with that kind of lineup, you could always see on the esports scene that it was always going to be one sided, it's always going to be an easy game. But moving forward, as Alamat is going to be taken out, Imperial Esports is still going to be moving. With this experience, maybe we're going to see a more improved Imperial Esports as we move on to the ASL. And that concludes our first series of the day. This is a best of five, so just one elimination is already in the finals. No more lower brackets, no more chances left. You only have one series per one chance per series.
Yeah, and next stop we are gonna be watching the match or checking out the match of a dope team versus Chillax crew in another best of five. But before that, we are just gonna be going into a very short break. But later on, we'll be back into action. My name is Guillaume Gaming. Here with me is Vittorio. Sit back and relax and wait for us to come back because more action is gonna be coming. Once again, you are watching the Road to ASL 2022 Winter. We are your shoutcasters, Guillaume Gaming and Vittorio. Don't go anywhere. We'll just be right back after a short bit. We have witnessed the interesting series of ALAMAT Esports versus Imperial Esports.
Always head towards the body. Always head towards the body. Onslaught. Under attack. Towards the body. Your tower has been destroyed. Bloodbath. Blazes in. Legendary. Left alive. Always head towards the body.
Triple kill! Ultimate! Double kill! Dominating! Legendary! Quad kill!
Telling my story with every stitch. feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at you, to landing the world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at you, to landing the world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you see it is waves waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. 'Cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
We mend errors for our future.
Locked on.
Welcome back to the Road to ASL 2022 Winter. My name is Vittorio. With me is Omar. We're now on the second series of the day. It's for the Malaysian qualifiers against a dope team versus Chillax crew.
Yep,
How
I'm
are
pretty
you, Omar?
excited to be back here. Yeah, it's been a long time, Vittorio. Me and you working back together for AOV, and yeah, I'm so stoked right now. This is the first, I'm sorry, the final qualifier for MSP before we go towards the ESL for the Winter Games. And I'm super excited to see what is going to be, who will actually represent for MSP. So, what do you think? How did the last match went?
Yeah, I mean, Imperial Esports had a 3-0 sweep, but they still have a lot to clean up. Uh, but still, with the PH qualifier ending, Imperial Esports is going to be representing the Philippines in the ASL Winter 2022. And whoever wins on this second series is going to be representing Malaysia in the ASL as well. Adobe team has the better power index. In terms of performance, I think ADT is still going to be unbeatable in the MSP. Um, Even if we pit out the champions on each qualifier, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore, and it's not a bad thing because ADT has three consecutive representation of the MSP in international tournaments, and they actually were the first team to actually be from a region that doesn't have a lot of strong presence in terms of proceed, be able to go into the playoffs. And that's a big thing. They beat out the ASL representatives, Dewa United, in their last matchup. So it's interesting to see on how ADT is evolving all throughout. And looking at the banner here, there are going to be three slots for the MSP. One for Malaysia, one for Singapore, and one for the Philippines.
I gotta agree, and I think ADT have been showing a lot of performance going on for Malaysia side. They have been chosen for the last SEA Games as well, and they got tit for it. And I think Lu Chill has been in Malaysia for quite some time already. I mean, a few years, but they are still considered a very young team. So between those two, there are a lot more experience towards the ADT team because again they have been experiencing a lot more on other mobile games, and this is actually almost the first time that they strengthen themselves and unify between all the new teams and filter out whomever that haven't been performing quite well. So ADT to me has a stronger advantage for today's matchup. But I do want to see Chillax. How would they actually counter this particular team? Again, this has been we've been doing quite a lot of tournaments in our local scene, and they have Chillax crew have been doing this for quite some time already, and I really want to see can they actually bring a huge challenge towards the ADT team.
Yeah, I mean, we all love an underdog story, but sometimes underdog stories don't happen easily. We've seen it before. Not all teams that we hope to win is going to have a win. We always have someone that's gonna lose. We have someone that's gonna win. And for now, unless Chillax Crew is gonna be able to prove me wrong, ADT still has the upper hand here in this series. They have a better. We've seen the hero pool that they have. It's not lacking. I guess the only reasons they lost most of their matchups is because maybe they needed a lot more experience. And also they have a star player on ADT. Their mid laner is overwhelming in most of the matchups. He gets the right rotations, the right kills, and they could capitalize on this as if ADT's other members actually is able to be on par on what their mid laner is doing. ADT could actually transcend to be a better team overall. And here we're gonna see a glimpse if there is gonna be a change on how they're gonna be dealing, how they're gonna be able to rotate, how they are going to be able to draft on their compositions.
I gotta agree. I think there will be a lot more changes on the lineup. I think they did a lot of experimental as well on the SEA Games. I would love to see a better composition between these two teams. This will definitely give a stronger matchup between these two teams for today. We're going to start very very soon. Right now, we're just waiting up for on the technical side to get ready. Vittorio, so tell me about the Singaporean team. What are your thoughts on that on the third game for today?
Um, for the third series of the day, I don't have a lot of information actually from our Singaporean friends. One of the reasons is that um, they always gets beaten out. The last representation that I actually remember is Mate Hexa, and they're
Blue
actually
team's
not here in
turn to ban.
TSG against the Deer, and I guess we're gonna see new faces for sure on those lineups. But we're gonna have a start here as the bandit picks are already happening here for ADT Esports against
Yeah.
Chillax Crew. Aya has been banned out by a dope team because they don't want to use the Aya pick that much. We've
Red
seen them
team's
use Aya
turn
in
to
the AIC
ban.
2022. They could actually use and utilize that hero, but they're actually opting for a ban. Maybe this is a proving grounds wherein they're going to be trying new types of compositions or maybe cement their rotation.
Yep, I really want to see LYL starting to use more of his favorite heroes. There are a few which I see here as well in the Chillax crew, a bit of a mix between two guilds, and I think this is gonna be a quite impressive matchup as well. I do hope that they do not screw this up and like, really show us a lot more better challenges. And I want to see what LCC will be choosing for the Dark Slayer lane. I think he has been showing. Sorry, LCC2 has been always been using on the middle lane, and he is quite strong with Rust. And I want to see that come in for this first matchup as well. We do see the first ban phase completed. Aya and also Florentino is already out. Chosen by the EDT, and also Chillax crew have made their first choice of ban, which is which I'm sorry, I forgot the name. Lorien.
Aya.
So yeah. Yes.
Chillax here is
Oh my
Lorien,
god. I
and
do not know
Lorien.
why is it in my head. It was always been D-Rock. But yeah, so Lorien and also Omen is already out for the count, and we are looking on their first three picks. We do see Fan Roth already make the first choice of middle lane. Mage Lumia is in, and also Arthur for the DS lane.
Yeah, we're gonna see a first pick Nakron though, from ADT, and it's a very reminiscent pick. It's always first pick in the AIC 2022, and one of the reasons is that it's hard to counter a Nakron, even with the picks, even if you have damage, because the capability of Nakron is actually not on the just the ganking potential, but the ability to rotate fast, able to go for split pushes, able to pressure the almost all of the lanes because of the mobility that you have. That's the jumps on his skill, and then you have the Judgment Blade to actually have the ability to be immune from crowd controls, adding something into the mix, the damage as well, and them adding Ferris into their lineup. And Niue as well, they have a long range capability, the ability to be able to burst down people with just one combo. That's how big of a thing Niue is if you're gonna be able to utilize her skill set. And adding Ferris to the mix, you have a gap closer onto the side of a dope team. Chillax crew though, they're actually hovering onto Omar, which is very curious as not really a very strong pick. If you are going to be fielding a Morin against a UAV stack run, you're definitely in a rude awakening. But Hayat is being picked out, a more mobile hero to actually guide the members of ADT. But on the first three picks, even with the Tachi pick, there is going to be a mid-game spike for Chillax crew. But I don't think that they're going to be winning the draft with the first three picks, just because The Varus is a hard counter for the Itachi because of their true damage, being able to be immune on some instances as well. Nacron being a menace in terms of being able to rotate effectively. Yue with their long range capabilities. There's already a strong first three picks for ADT and a very aggressive lineup as well, because that's a class cannon build onto the side of ADT. Chillax crew more balanced, but let's see what they're going to be pairing up with, because usually the last two picks ends up in disappointment.
Yeah, I gotta agree. We can see a lot more AOE on the ADT side. However, the mobility is still going towards on the ADT side. There are a lot more advantages there. When it comes to Chillax crew, they do have a lot of stun. We can see a lot more CC towards into their lineup. But then again, I'm worried on the countering part of the hero side. Chillax it's currently under the disadvantages because of the mobility that ADT has. So right now we've also seen on the second phase ban, we do see Elsu is already been picked for the first ban, and I do hope to see a lot more stronger MMUs on towards the ADT side. I want to see at least Brunhilde being fully utilized, or even Laville, since it's currently one of the latest new meta. And okay, so we got a confirmation. Zuka is out, chosen by ADT. There are still chances of Tachi could be used as a support hero. This will give them a lot more leeway to actually make a better choice to start pushing and countering Veras on the Dark Slayer lane. And we've already completed on our first ban phase on the second phase, which is on Chillax side. Laville and also Volkov is definitely out from this game.
Yep, Varus is very versatile. You could actually use that on the support position as well. She works very, very well as long as you are actually going to hit her skill shots, and you need a lot of skills to actually hit that. And if you're going to be able to utilize that in this position, it's going to bring a lot more damage and tankability on the Dark Slayer lane, because you're going to be able to flexibly pick out another hero for yourself. But Chillax crew actually went in for a Scud, which is a tanky option into the jungling side and onto the top side as well. Kafeni is actually being hovered here. This is one of the heroes that has that insane mid-game level, with which means that as long as she's gonna be able to finish up her Flame Sanctity and additional attacks within Critical Strike, she's already going to be dealing a lot of damage, which is going to be felt by the front lines of Chillax. And Malok is going to be hovered here. Maybe they're going in for a wombo combo with a Shock and also the Venom coming in from the Ferris. That's a very big thing, because it's going to add another gap closer. But they went in for an Airi, which is the capabilities the Airi actually excels when you have her endgame items, wherein she's going to deal a lot of damage, able to burst out the Quixie and the Hayate in the blink of an eye. And still, Chillax crew, with their type of composition, it's a very balanced composition. You don't see much of an aggression on how they're actually going for the composition that they have. They do have supplementary damage from Quixie. When I say supplementary damage, because if the Quixie is not going to have the focal point to farm up, actually be in the lead in terms of gold, she cannot actually go for a solo kill. And to actually have a matchup against a Yue, she's going to be struggling in terms of the range that the Yue has. If the Yue is going to be able to secure and hit all her shots, it's going to be difficult for the side of Chillax. And we know LCC2 is a very good mid laner, so definitely it is going to be a hard task for Chillax crew as they finish up with a key pick. Right now, I think they have a strong front line, but in terms of the back line, it's kind of difficult. They need to chain all of their ultimates. The only stunts that they have is going to be onto the Quixie and also on the key when she hits her Dragon's Bane. But that's an if. It's going to be difficult because if they're not going to be able to chain stun that, they're not going to be able to use the Kunai Flutes with all the crowd controls available on the side of ADT.
Yep, I was about to say the same thing. It's gonna be quite hard. We do see a lot more AOE towards on the ADT side. Chillax could
Prepare to
focus a lot
engage.
more on CC, and this could be a hard match to actually read as well. We do hope to see that ADT could actually make a better combination between this with their lineups to make sure that every initiation is a complete and perfect one as well. Now there's an engagement already done straight up right in front of the game. We do see that there's a lot more push on the on Bota, and also Zealot is already starting to pressure as much as possible on the mid lane itself before they started pushing back towards their own lane. Now there are invasion going on towards on ADT, trying to pressuring as much as possible towards their monster and grabbing him as fast as possible. But there is no chance there as Kato got it just in time before he could actually do anything other than that. Not only that, we can see Bota almost lost the first kill towards on the Chillax crew, but then he escaped just in time before that could actually happen. Now I'm seeing a lot more aggressive movement by Chillax crew, trying to cope and pressure them as much as possible, not giving them any opportunity going towards and pressuring or also controlling the rate for ADT.
Yup, XF almost gets his red buff stolen by Kato. LCC2 is in the area, they go for a chain stun and they get cut off with the Judgment and Jura Fury coming in from XF. And that's going to be a big problem. Kato not even yet reaching level 4 and he goes very, very aggressive on the invade.
I agree. I'm not sure what was his plan actually. Was the strategy was to actually gank up as soon as possible? But then again, like you mentioned, level 4, he did not achieve level 4 yet and did not have the ultimate to actually make that push. And I think she needs more time. Oh, and we already have our first grab of Dark Slayer towards an ADT lane. That was a very good job before they could actually grab, before Lucio could actually grab the ADT in time. Now we can see Kato is trying to farm up as fast as possible, trying to get back that goal that they actually missed. We do see a lot more activity on the mid lane. Rolf X is trying to move as much as possible, rotate. Oh no, he got captured by Varys. Can he actually make that kill? No, he did not. Escape just in time. Bota lost a lot of life there. I think the rotation on Varesa, I didn't expect them to use it as a support. This actually will be quite hard and a lot more disadvantageous towards ADT because it's going to take a longer time. There was a steal that it was a great invasion.
Yep, and there was a steal here. Lucio is going in for the cliff breaker, trying to lock in Zen. And that's going to be a problem as we see Kato not able to use the Dragon Spin on time with his unlock coming in from Botak. And this has been a disaster for Chillax crew. Lucio doesn't have the crowd control to go for the engagement. And they sorely need the crowd control to actually lock into the members. The Venom again is going to connect Lucio without the cliff breaker. He's not going to be able to live that. And with the info that she does not have it, the Knapples is going to be using the football coming in from Ralph. Is not enough yet again. Yuri Fury being used up. Judgment played as well. Another re-engagement from the Ferris. The Ferris is doing it all. LCC2 gets his kill. Mako is trying to get his kill as well, but he does not have the firepower and the capability to close out onto that.
Send in the ballista.
Running and fighting all throughout, and there is already a 4 kill up on the side of ADT Esports. The gold is piling onto their side already at 2.2k before the 5-minute mark. There's not much that they can do because of how good the gap closers are. You have a Nacron, you have a Varus, and then you have the long range capabilities from the UA as well. And it's going to be harder because a lot of the crack controls is there. LCC2 just keeps on connecting all of those kill shots, and it is going to give them the advantage whenever a fight starts, Venom again is going to be used. A stun is going to connect, and as long as he's going to be able to proc out his passive, he's going to be immune from any of the few crowd controls on the side of Chillax.
I gotta agree, and that there's gonna be a lot of changes on the late game side. We do see there's more advantage towards ADT on the front. Oh, there was an attack going on, engagement right smack in the middle, and there you go, one more hit, and then might pull him back towards another kill. And yes, Miko could not escape just in time. Good job at ADT team on the invasion. Both sides. They're moving quite quickly from the dragon lane towards the dark slayer lane. Now they are pressing a lot more towards on the mid lane. We do see Zen and also LCC and Bota staying together on every single rotation from the dragon side all the way up to the mid lane, even towards the dark slayer lane, and that is a very good teamwork. I think there's a lot more sync comparing to Chillax. Oh, there is already the first first time block by the blue team, and I think there might be a delay on their side. So
Yep. Right now, it's going to be difficult. Even in that kind of situation, we already seeing the caliber of what ADT is against Chillax. Although it was a good start for Chillax, I really do applaud their kind of play in the early parts. But even if you get a good start, it doesn't mean that you're gonna be able to finish the race, and that's definitely what happened on the fights there. They already had the advantage. There was a delay on to XF's start. You were able to delay the start of the jungler of ADT. What you could have done is actually go for a level 4, go for an aggressive camp. But they went in for a counter invade. It was a risky play. If they could have pulled it off, it was a high reward play for the side of Chillax. But
to me,
unfortunately,
I don't know. I feel that on the Chillax crew, most of them are late game characters, so it would be difficult for them to actually make that first invasion to counter the invasion from Nakrov's side. And the only chance for them to actually push is that when Chi has the capability, which already reached to that level 4. But then again, when it comes to goal gaps, it's not that much. I think it's only about 2,000 from the last that we've seen. They are doing quite well to pull out back that resources to actually get as much item as possible. And I think, right now we are pretty much okay already. We do hope that everyone is back into the game. And yes, we are starting back from that pause just now. And now we can see ADT already start making that first engagement inside on the mid lane tower, the first layer. And nope, it was not successful. Bota is coming in to try to grab the blue golem right before they could actually grab it first. And yes, one kill. Rough X is down for the count. Good job there from Nakrov XF. And now they are pressuring already on the second layer of the tower. There you go, Slayer, Dragon Lane already down, and ADT XF is pushing as hard as possible, moving in and out towards the mid lane and also the Dragon Lane. Now they are already starting pressure on the first lane itself. Everything, towers are dropping like dominoes, and we are seeing on the Slayer lane as well, minions are going up towards the second layer of the tower itself. Like you mentioned just now, every single mistake counts on the first initial start of the game, and I think Chi made that first mistake, and that's the reason why it's becoming a snowball, and it's a lot easier for ADT to start making that push, as they are now having the advantage from the goal gap and also the item that they actually have. Composition as well is showing a lot more advantages, like we mentioned just now on the drop pick itself, that they're doing a very good job on the lineup itself.
yeah, well, right now this is a very, very dominating match for ADT. They already have a 10k gold lead against Chillax crew. This is just a 7-minute game, and there is going to be Cliffbreaker being used up to delay the push coming in from ADT, but with the bottom lane, the tier 3 turret already down and out of the count, it is going to be pretty hard. That's if you've been used up. Lyle is going to be in danger. He is in the midst of the members of Chillax crew. He traced himself up for the mid lane inhibitor turret. That's definitely still a win for ADT. They know where to pull their punches, and we are going to see here XF locking into Ralph. He is gonna be able to flicker out. He's not
Slayer
yet
have
out. And
evolved.
still the Dragon's
Oh,
Blade is not gonna
oh,
connect
again,
from
executed
Kato.
with the
XP is
run.
just going to be too tanky. He does have a Leviathan for himself. That just means of how much gold that ADT is piling into their treasure trove. Chillax crew needs to make some plays for themselves. There's already 10 kills in deficit into the advantage of
Ultimate.
ADT Esports. And
Holy
Scarecrow that
Dragon
goes for
has
the
been
ultimate
defeated.
kill for himself as Kato gets sniped out yet again.
I gotta agree, and they are already setting to make their last initiation of push. There is only one tower left for Chillax crew. They need to start protecting it before they actually lose this last tower. And the super minion is coming out. One death already, and it's already going to 15-3. Hard pressure by Yui and also Zen trying to like break as much as possible, trying to separate them before they could actually group up and make that pressure in the initiation side. So, Tachi is down for the count. Right now, good. Miko make the run. No, Miko is down. Everyone is swapped out by ADT, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. First win for ADT. Good job to ADT Esports, and a very strong play by Chillax as well.
Yeah,
Oh my
very,
gosh.
very yeah, definitely a very, very strong presence coming in from ADT. A very, very strong start, making a statement that they are still the team to beat in this Road to ASL 2022 winter. And if the guys in that's competing in the ASL is watching, definitely they're going to be a big threat. You could already see that they are actually raring to go. They have a lot in terms of experience, and the composition that you actually saw them fielding was coming in from the AIC, and that's how a composition should actually look like. Not like what we saw from the previous series from from the teams that doesn't really have that kind of experience, just like ADT has, and goes to show on how much teams can actually grow as long as they're going to be exposed into the international scene where a lot of talents are actually booming. And moving forward into the best of five, the power index is just growing steadily for the side of ADT. Chillax crew needs to have a better kind of a better kind of composition. And before that, we're gonna see game number one's highlights being shown into your screens. And Omar, what do you think Chillax crew is actually lacking?
For me, what happened? I have a feeling it's gonna be communication. Chillax did not initialize for every single clash, and that becomes a huge problem. You can see there's a gap between every single initiation, and because of that, they get picked one by one by ADT, even including on the first clash itself on the counter invasion. They did not wait and pressure at the same time, and because of that, their combination did not work. And when it comes to ADT, ADT has a lot more better communication with their team, and their sync of every single initiation made their team a lot effective comparing to what Chillax has done. But then even as we see the lineup between these two teams, Chillax has a lot more CC. But then again, you do not see that it becomes an effective. The effectiveness wasn't there. Now, this is because of, again, the lineup that they have chosen. And because of this as well, they lost quickly, and it was a snowball after. Again, most of the heroes that they pick takes a longer time to actually gain that strength and also their item. Because of this, because of the late game heroes, this becomes a huge snowball if they weren't ready to actually protect from the hit on earlier in the game. And because of this, again, it gives a lot of advantage towards ADT to make that push quickly and aggressively. Just how you see how they started on the Dragon lane, and after that they start pushing towards both lane together, which is on the middle lane and also on the Slayer lane. Now,
Yeah.
bro, can we like see what could Chillax actually do to actually counter for the second game?
I mean, better picks. I guess the picks that they have doesn't really have someone that can hold. The the most hard CC that you have is the Dragon Spain coming in from the key, and it is not gonna be enough because they do have a lot of slows on their side. Chillax crew does have the capability to aggravate the backline with the slows that they have onto the Tachi, the slows onto the Power Glove of the Scud, but it's not enough. Definitely, that's a Kafeni that's just gonna be kiting you, and he's gonna have some fun against Itachi and Scud. You need someone that could actually hold tight. Maybe a Baldoom would have been better. Attain could have been better, but in terms of countering Kafeni, I think Baldoom does it best because of his ability to just throw you out into his back, or in you're gonna be in the kill zone in the midst of his allies. And on the side of ADT, it's just impossible with Botak popping off left and right with the Varus. He's always positioning himself for in. He gives a lot of free looks for LCC2, and the synergy between the Varus and Yue was evident there. Whenever there is going to be someone baited out, someone being fished out by Botak, LCC2 is going to be in the backside, just throwing up his skills. For in the Yue is definitely a menace. The Yue is one of the heroes that could actually burst your hero down in one combo. You could actually see, even in the early parts of the game, whenever he's gonna have his passive ready with the empowered spikes actually hitting, it's already a done deal as long as it hits. Four of those knives hitting you is equivalent to almost half of your health.
I agree, and I think what you mentioned makes the sense the most. I mean, archers and also supports, they need to be working together as a symbiosis itself, because at the end of the day, if you choose the wrong support to actually protect a certain or a certain archer, like Hayate, and if you choose the wrong kind of support to actually assist or enhance its capabilities, this what happens. And the problem was that when they chose between the countering between two supports, both of them were trying to go a lot more aggressive with a lot more damages, which at the end of the day did not suit the archers capabilities. And this what happens. And like you mentioned as well, yeah, Baldoom could have been a very good capability or compatibility towards Hayate, or even Crest for the matter, just to make sure that he has the chance to actually open up his ultimate just in time to make sure that grabs the most area of damage. And because of this type of combos that they choose, this actually brought them into a whole different ball game, and at the early stage itself. So I do hope on the next game itself, the Chillax crew will try to choose a better composition, a better combo lineup that could actually make a proper counter towards the ADT team.
Yeah, as long as you actually
Blue
know
team's turn
what to actually
to
deal.
ban.
Usually the counters that we see against an active first pick is the Zuka jungle onto the other side, because in terms of 1v1,
to ban.
the Zuka always wins, and the Zuka doesn't fall off in terms of being able to match the gap close of an Akrot. And there's a certain fact why Zuka is being picked out against an Akrot pick. It's because of being winning the 1v1s, the ability to actually chase down an Akrot as well is there. And Chillax Crew doesn't really looks like they don't really have the experience in terms of facing up a first pick Akrot, because you could actually see on their first three picks, which is actually doesn't really represent a lot of big things, because Pixie, yeah, you could actually see that person out being Akrot, but the Tachi pick was out of place. You need someone to actually hold down an Akrot, and Tachi is not that hero. He's not going to be able to zero in onto a Akrot who's going hard. He has a Judgment Blade, and you only have a slow on your skill set, and then you add the Hayate, which doesn't really have the ability to fend off the
Correct.
knockoff
Correct.
as well. He's just going to be stunned, even if he uses the kunai blitz. That's a lot of knockups on the arsenal of the knockup. And then you add Varus to the mix. It was already done and out. Varus trumps over the Tachi pick. The Tachi does have shields, but there is true damage on the passive of Varus. So it was mostly ADT Esports countering what Chillax crew has picked. And they are going to over on a first way to maybe emulate what was shown by ADT. Due is a good hero. As long as you hit your shot, Lorian is going to be their first pick. Nacroft has been banned out by ADT, so it's already out of the table for Chillax crew. But there's still a lot in a variety of jungles out there. You can actually utilize Elender. You have Zuka. You have the Kira as well. You could also have the Avoid pick. And ADT, they're picking up Crixie, they're picking up Roxy, and a possible Leville could actually be picked up by ADT as well. Because a lot of good synergy could happen. When a double trouble hits, it's already a very long crowd control where Roxy is just going to be connecting with the Agnes. And just no. See, lo and behold, they went for a Leville second pick for ADT. Pair it up with the Roxy pick.
Yeah, I think it's a very good choice. The combination does work. It has been proven with them using this particular lineup very often. I think Chillax crew should have seen their previous gameplay. They are using back the same lineup all over again for MSP. They should have prepared this counter and also make that first ban pick. Now, everyone, welcome to the MSP Qualifier for the Malaysia team. We are right now on our second game between the Chillax crew and also ADT, with ADT holding the first points of the best of 5 games. Now, the first ban phase has already been completed, and we are already making towards the third choice of hero. And on the Chillax crew, we already have Lorian, Baldoom, and also Varest locked in for the first lineup pick. And on the ADT side, we have Roxy, Leville, and also Crixie on the first 3 hero pick. Now, let's have a look, Vittorio, between these two teams. What are the composition or combo that can you actually see? Now, on my end, what I'm seeing again, this is a big shift for the Chillax crew from the first pick that they did on the first match, which focused a lot more on CC. This particular one really focuses a lot more towards AoE. I do see a stronger composition and stronger combo between Lorian, Baldoom, and Varest. If, let's say, the initiation was done properly, I think Baldoom would be the key hero to make sure this clash becomes a perfect one. And what do you think about the ADT side? Right now, they've already made their first choice, which is the last choice, which is Crixie.
I mean, there's a lot of synergy there because the double trouble, whenever it actually lands, is gonna give you a lot of bread, a lot of time to actually finish off whoever's gonna be hit. The Agnes grip is definitely gonna be connecting onto the target. That's what they are actually aiming for with the Roxy and the combo. And if you add to the mix, even with Leville out of the contention, out of the clashes, the early clashes and the middle clashes, you're going to be able to secure kills because that's how the utility of Crixie works. She has a mid-game spike. In LCC2, it always be able to smell out and sniff out whoever is going to be hit by the double trouble. That's how ADT works. That's how they won Devil United. This combination is very scary. As long as they're gonna be able to add another one to the mix that can deal a lot of damage with the Crixie. Leville is more of a safeguard for late game. And on Chillax, though, they have a strong composition. This is a composition that's very terrifying. You have zone control with the Lorient. You have some stuns from the Star Sky. That's an AoE stun, mind you, and a very long round control is that. You're gonna be floating down in the sky for a very, very long time when you're hit by the Star Sky. While Doom's Wild Person is going to play out very well in those scenario. Now we have a buffed up ultimate. The Wild Person follows a hero, so definitely whoever is going to be caught up in Agnes script, there could be a counter with the Wild Person ready from the Baldoom. Varus as well is one of the counters that we have against the Roxy, because if she is able to use her passive during the Agnes script, she's not going to be pulled by the Roxy in that scenario as well. But Violet is actually being out here by the side of Chillax. Not much I can say.
don't know
It's
about
a
this
so-so, so-so pick.
Yeah,
It's a so-so
I
pick.
feel I feel Vio could have. I mean, you could have taken a lot a better Archer to actually counter Laville. Violet does have the distance, but once you are captured by the double trouble, you are facing Laville with the continuous shot. This could be a big problem for Vio. This will really
10
stump
seconds
stump
remaining.
their capability to actually make any push, and this will also drop their goal points to actually make any move a lot more possible for their team to actually support the jungle side. And I don't know, I feel that again ADT has the stronger composition, the stronger lineup. Having Zuka in having Zuka in for this particular lineup could make a whole shift again for the Chillax group. They won't have the if they made a lot more mistake, just like what they did on the first game, this could be another snowball. And if you agree with me, those two heroes, which is having Yan in, might be good enough for the strong for the sustainability, but it's not good enough to actually counter this lineup.
Yep, right now, we're seeing a very passive start. The wild charge is going to connect onto Botak, but we all know even with all of their skills hitting the Roxy, it's not going to be easily taken out. That's how tanky the Roxy is. The only utility, though, the only problem I have with the Roxy is that you're going to be relying heavily onto the Agnes Grip. If the Agnes Grip doesn't connect onto anyone, that's going to be vital for your team. She's not really very happy, and it has been evident all throughout AIC now. Whenever an Agnes Grip doesn't connect, it actually leads to a lot of losses for the team that actually uses the Roxy. And in terms of fates,
Impasto!
then it's gonna be losing out against the Violet. That is still a fact. But in terms of the late game capabilities, we're actually looking at Zen's capability to actually affect the game more. That's how big of a pick a Loville is in the late game. But if Mako scales very, very well, he's going to be able to shut down Zen. That is something that could bring some advantages to them going to the late game. And XF is going to be caught out here, and a combination from LCC2 and XF. You could already see that they could
Our
change their
Slayer lane
combos
tower
very,
is
very
under
well.
attack.
Yep, I think there are already another more engagement going on. Initial right smack in the middle. Can they actually make the escape? Oh no! First kill by Kato, and right now could Laurentino make the escape? Yes, and they did. And right now, Crixie is coming in for another kill, and yes, Lucio is down for the count. We do have Yan stuck in the middle. Can Zilot actually make that run? Oh, he's pushing aggressively. No, Zilot is down. There is no way for them to actually make that counter. 3 versus 1 was a very huge mistake there by Chillax crew. They need to start focusing on grabbing goals comparing to make that any first clashes. Again, the composition is showing a lot more advantages towards the ADT team. Bota and Zen are working really close together, and I think that is the best synergy that they have. And they are planning to go in towards Miko, but Miko escaped just in time. I think they are only left alone right now. Can Miko actually make that push? Roxy is doing quite a good job trying to give a lot more gap so that Zen can actually start pushing. There is already could be the first Slayer. Yes, Slayer has been grabbed by Ralph X. A good job there by Chillax team, maintaining, focusing on the objective, grabbing as much goal as possible just to make sure that ADT that they have a gap with ADT. Then again, right now because of the huge kill by ADT Esports, they are still having higher goal points comparing towards the Chillax crew. Up there, very good job there by Lucio trying to block off, gap that initiation attack from Roxy and also Crixie. We do see as well that there are more pressuring on the leg side by ADT, and now ADT is trying to grab a counter. Can Kato actually make that escape or even grab the Red Golem? No, he did not. He did not. I don't think so he can make that escape. No, he is down for the count. Right now, Baldo Lucio is trying to grab Bota and trying to press it. No, he is down as well. Perez is down for the count. And there you go. Finally, Bota has been killed by Lorien. Bro, I think there's a lot more clashing compared to the ones before. But then again, still ADT has the biggest gap. We do see as well, no one is covering on the Slayer lane. Florentino is coming in and try to grab in, with the invasion of the monsters there. I don't think so that the team is doing quite well on the rotation. I think Chillax need to start reset whatever they're doing right now, whatever strategy that they're doing, and start focusing back on the goal, on collecting more goals.
Yeah, that's a 2K gold lead onto the side of ADT. Much of the pressure is mounting onto the side of Chillax. There is a lot of capabilities on the side of ADT because they can actually set from the bottom lane with the double trouble. Whenever the double trouble gets a hit, it's already an easy kill. There is going to be a miss here by Zlop, but LYL misses out that flower throw as well. Botak gets a kill on the Mako, who gets pulled into the active grip of Botak. The Star Sky might be open. The wild charge being used up here by Lucio. Lucio is running. Zen is just sustaining his damage, and that's the Laville, who has farmed very well against the Violent. Supposedly that's going to be the win beyond. And also LYL going for a duel there, but an ultimate miss. Zela takes an off-cap kill on the lane. Probably they were going for a push there, but a play from LCC2 trades that with 2 kills and 1 tower for the side of ADT. ADT right now is racking up gold, 5k gold lead in terms of what they have in the coffers against Chillax crew. Chillax crew, I can imagine the stress that they're having because of the pressure that LCC2 has. They get the second tier turret yet again, 2 outlet turrets still left for Chillax crew, but ADT right now is now starting this game strong going into the mid game.
It's crazy right now. I think I am so excited for the ADT making that so much aggressive move on like in 5 minutes, and already the first layer of the towers are gone, and now they've already starting to move together, rotating together, making an engagement going on. And there you go, Ralph X is down for the count again. A backlash there by Chillax. They could have made a perfect initiation, but then again, too much gap between all the heroes, and because of that, it is a huge wipeout. And there's no way Chillax can do anything right now. ADT is breaking up every single tower, just like they're breaking up every single cookie that they can see. And because of that, could this be the end for Chillax crew? No, that was too early. He should not have gotten that fast. Tower is down towards the core. They are dropping it like dropping trees, bro. And this is it. Oh no, they actually got. Oh no, they killed just in time. LOL could not escape. The team came out right in time to actually make that counter. And yes, they are starting to make a move. Can this be a comeback? No, it's not a comeback. Zen is coming in quite quickly. LCC2 also is trying making a lot more pressure. And there you go, guys. Minion is coming in towards the Chillax Crew's core, and that's it. This could be the end. Can they actually make that difference? And yes, they did. Good job there by Zealot, and now Zealot is trying to pressure them as far as possible, try to get the team revived and try to make that clash as soon as possible. But then again, Bota is coming in, the entire DT team is coming in, trying to make that pressure as much as possible. We are seeing Core is going down. Would the Core go down in time? Good job by LTC2 trying to gap that with the ultimate. And right now, Bota is trying to pressure as well. Oh, there you go! Another win by ADT with 2 points in the best of 5 games. Oh my god, bro. That was crazy.
Yo.
7 minutes. 7 minutes and it was done. Dusted. What
Yeah,
happened, bro? What happened?
That's a dominating game for ADT. What happened is that they've been connecting the combinations that they want. They are playing hard. They always have advantages position, and that's how you actually put your composition. It's not about copying the compositions of your enemies, which are already in the meta. It's not just about that. It's about how you're going to be connecting with your teammates. That's the level of trust that you're seeing from ADT. Whenever there is a double trouble, even if it doesn't hit, they actually trust the level to actually hit that. And if it doesn't hit, it's okay. They're going to make some plays for themselves. And that's how ADT was able to have the upper hand. And most of the time, whenever we see Zealot actually helping out the Varus, helping out onto the clashes, he was not able to clear out the wave. So in that scenario, you lose out kills, you lose out towers, and then you lose out resources as well. So the gold is just going to be piling onto the side of ADT. And if you let that scenario play out, it's just going to play into the advantage of a dope team. And it has been a fact. People who actually just, especially in the early games, sometimes you actually try to ignore the kills that happens. You just go back into the lane, you just farm up whatever is going to be crashing into the towers. That's how you get back into the game, because the minion gold is always going to be vital and crucial for your growth going throughout here in the entire battlefield. And it's always evident. And the people that go in for a 5-man rotate, that's not really good. You can go for a 5-man rotate as long as you're going to be able to be to have an advanced clear onto the green wave that's going to be crashing onto your lane. That's the only time I think it is going to be viable, or unless the jungler is going to be rotating your lane, wherein you can actually go for a rotate, and the resources still will be utilized by the whole team. And in this scenario, there are a lot of 5-man rotates coming in from Chillax, which didn't really give them a lot of the advantages, because even if they do get some kills are kills. But in terms of the gold that your team is going to be generating, it's just going to hit a standstill, wherein the advantage that you want is not going to happen. Even if you secure kills after kills, if you don't secure your resources in your lanes, you don't secure the resources in your jungle, you're still going to be falling off, even if you have a better kill score.
Yep, I agree. And I think the problem that they're facing most of the time is that when they leave their lane to start focusing on clashes and also counter any invasion, everything is a waste of time, because reason being is that they weren't ready. They have not much communication between the team, and at the end of the day, not only that they lose points when it comes to death, but then at the same time they lose minions to actually cover and making sure that they are above the lake. And because of that, that's why in not lesser than 5 minutes they're already losing the first and also the second layer of the tower. And it's a good awareness, I would say, towards the ADT team. They made sure every single minion are always above the lake side. So because of that, they have higher capability to actually make an aggressive move. And their rotations and also going back towards the lane have been perfect from the starting of the game. And because of that, the Chillax crew were pushed towards the back a lot more, and they could not really focus on trying to cover their lane and also making a proper rotation for any clashes. So again, kudos to ADT. They made a very strong strategy work towards this second game with the Chillax crew. I think Chillax crew right now need to reset the way they play, the way they communicate, because it seems that they are not. They only focus on one thing once they start doing something, and to me, that's a very how to say a very wrong move for Chillax crew, because at the end of the day, you need to make sure that both things are being aware of, which means moving rotation with the team, clashing with the team, and also moving back towards your lane to focus on your minions. And because of this will actually show a lot more capability for your team to actually synergize, or having a better communication to actually move towards the enemy's line. And because of these challenges that they have, the push from the ADT side was a lot harder comparing to the last game that we saw. So everyone, if you just came into this live, please stay with us. We do have it is a best of 5. This could be the last match between ADT and also for Chillax crew. We are already at game point. If Chillax actually made this reset, focus back on what their objective supposed to be, could have a big chance or a big chunk of chance that they can start pushing back and maybe get ADT maybe going as a representative of Malaysia. But then again, if they do that, and to me, it's a big deal for them to actually make that shift. So, all right, Vittorio. So you tell me, Vittorio, like, what can they do right now, or what kind of lineup do you want to see that could be a big counter and actually have at least 1 point to start pushing for the BO5?
To be honest, if we're, it's not about the lineup. It's about the plays that they make. They have a strong composition from last game. They have the better team fight oriented composition. Lorian is one big thing. It's one of the heroes that gets banned a lot in the AIC, even in the first pick, even in the first phase. That's how big of a pick Lorian is. They were able to pair it up with a Baldoom. They have a Varus as well. They have some damage on the Violet. They have some Dayan as well on the jungle, so there is damage there, but there was a lot of skill shots that actually did. That's one of the biggest problems that they have. Even if they have the biggest and baddest composition, it's not gonna work if they're not gonna be hitting their shots. So to speak, even if you shoot those shots, that's not gonna be effective. You're still gonna be losing out. Point in term is you need to have effective strategy. You need to have the ability to hold the line on your lanes, the ability to go for the rotations as well, and it's not working into the favor of Chillax crew that they're actually being drawn into the pace of ADT, which is they're going for more clashes, more fights, and the reason is they have the advantage. So they have the right to have the first say onto where the rotations is. But if you're gonna be playing into their hands, you're gonna be contesting. You're gonna be putting out every resources in every clashes. It's not gonna work out well for you. You have the ability to sit. That's a big thing. Yes, there was a lot of damage on the side of ADT. That's already a given. It's a Laville, it's a Rowie, and also ADT. But in those scenarios, the positioning that they have always opens up the Lorian, always being taken out by the Roxy and by the Quixie. There was even some moments there where Botak was withholding the Agnes Crypt, and he was able to catch Lorian, who always tries to use the Star Sky. Wherein the Star Sky that he's using is more of an AoE around himself instead of throwing up his skills. And that says a lot on how, I think, how inexperienced the Lorian was onto the side
Yeah.
of Chillax crew.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't know how to use the Lorian that efficiently. And in those instances, yes, it's going to be a strong pick. It is a strong pick. Lorian is a strong pick. That's definitely for sure. But if you're not going to be able to utilize it, better not just pick it. Maybe just go for a ban. And that's one of the problems that I could say that amateur teams face. Because if you don't have the hero pool, you are limiting your draft, you're limiting your team as well. Because you're going to be forced to pick out heroes that you don't know. And if you force yourself to pick out these heroes, you are just going to be playing onto the side of ADT yet again. It's going to give advantage because hero efficiency, proficiency is definitely here. The way that you're going to be playing that hero is always going to be exemplarized on how you're going to use rotation. And they weren't able to do any plays because he wasn't able to utilize the abilities of Lorian. And going forward into this draft, maybe just go for picks that you are comfortable with. That's the only key advice that I could say on teams that don't have a big hero pool. It is going to be pretty difficult, but it is going to be easier in terms of you're going to be able to execute the plays. You know the capabilities of your heroes as well. So moving forward, practice more heroes. If you want to turn pro, that's the only advice that I can give. You need to have a hero pool that's very daunting. You have a wide variety of sets. It's not just about mages in the mid lane. Sometimes we see some paradigm shift where we see warriors in the mid lane as well. So that's how flexible you should be whenever you're playing in the pro scene.
Yeah. And guys, welcome back. We are now in the third pick. And not only that, this is the first AOV MSP qualifier to know who will be representing for Malaysia, Singapore, and also Philippines for the ASL Winter Game. And guys, we have seen the Philippines team played. We know that Imperial will be representing Philippines for the ASL. Right now, we're currently in the third matchup for the Malaysia teams, and we are looking into a strong advantage towards the ADT. Might be representing Malaysia, or will Chillax crew try to cope and get at least one win out of this best of 5? So we are right now already done with our third ban phase pick. We know that IR is out, Nakrov by the ADT, and also Chillax crew have chosen Hayate and also Omen. They are already making the first pick. We do see that ADT has chosen Elsu as their archer, and Rolf X plus Luchil picking up Tulin and also Richter as their first 2 picks. So this could be I don't know. I'm gonna be thinking that this could be a huge layover for Chillax crew. They might be thinking of a lot more aggressive play. They do have the mobility, they do have the damage. Comparing towards ADT Esports is also doing the same thing. I would say they do have higher damages comparing to the other 2 games that they played before, which focus a lot more on AoE. Now, I don't know. I have a feeling that this both might be playing same kind of composition. I want to see a different type of gameplay from Chillax, and maybe this could be it. This could be their ultimate lineup, where we all want to see like how can they actually make this third game into a whole flip over or a comeback for them to actually try to win back and be a representative of the Malaysia for the ASL Winter. And I do see most of the pick are their main heroes. So this is gonna be quite interesting. This whole lineup is a different ball game already. It's no longer much of a combination, but more of like their favorite heroes. So, what do you think, Vittorio? Do you see any composition in the Chillax crew? Because for now, even I am not seeing on the ADT side. I don't see the I don't see the combo that they're trying to make. Instead, I'm just seeing individual heroes making really high and true damages.
Well, on the side of ADT, they're very confident right now. The composition that they have in the first 3 picks isn't really made to make sense because
Right?
these heroes are more of on how skillful you are in using it. The snipes of Felsu is going to be a key here if they're going to be able to secure that.
Right.
It's a good attempt by Chillax crew though because they tried to counter that with a Tulin and a Richter pick. Richter could actually close out onto the position of Elsu. The damage coming here from Tulin is going to be substantial. We've seen a lot of games where Tulin can pop off by just spamming his Thunderbird, not even trying to get a kill. And that's how usually Tulin works. And the only downside of a Tulin is his range. And they tried to remedy that with a Kali pick onto Chillax crew, which is a pick that falls in terms of skills. It's all one-dimensional. You're just going to use the Ethereal Pulse most of the time, using your ultimate to deter any of the pushes. Maybe try to reposition the position of the Elsu on his sniping nest, and that's going to be hard still because one snipe from Elsu, especially in the mid to late game, is going to render Kali most of the time useless. Tulin as well is going to be open to that kind of punishment as long as we're going to see Zen connecting his snipes. I've seen Zen use Elsu before. He knows how to use it. He knows how to connect the shots. He knows who the prime targets can be. And ADT Esports is actually very confident as they hover onto a Grak pick. A Grak now we haven't seen much in pro play.
Yeah.
It's been hovered here, and they're going to be pairing it up with a Superman. And Superman actually, if in certain scenarios, is a good hero for protection. Re-engagement, protection, as long as you're going to be procting out your passive, wherein you're going to be pushing down your opponents. Amelie is a good retro pick for the Superman. It's a hero that's going to be tanky, and that's going to be a very tanky pick, which can deal damage in a 1v1 situation, can knock you back and go for protection, has that slow. And in terms of the composition, I think I really think Chillax crew has it for themselves. But the problem here is that are they going to be able to outskill the members of ADT?
You're right,
That's
and the
going
thing
to be
is, I do find that I did composition wise individual, mostly focusing on their favorite hero on their own skill, but having Kalili as a support, now that plays a huge question because we do see stronger damages and also mobility towards the ADT side. So I don't know whether how can she actually make any improvement on on trying to push ADT back. You're having Grok and having Mage as a support right now is the most I would say wrong direction, or even I don't know. To be honest, Kalili right now could really make it a lot easier for them to actually start pushing and start pressuring again. I'm not really happy with I see, but I do hope that they can prove me wrong in this match. So guys, welcome to the third match between ADT Esports and also Chillax crew. If ADT wins this last game, they will be the representative of Malaysia for ASL. There you go, guys. Already 2 killed, either between Zealot with Grok and also Liliana with Tulin. So right now, Galilei is already down for the count. We can see Kato as well using Moran as an archer, trying to pressure the minion as much as possible, grab back their heal, and I can see that there are a lot more pressure. Can Zen actually make that kill? Oh, Kato! You already know that Elsu is right there. That was a very big mistake by the Chillax crew recalling towards very close to the tower. We can see Miko coming in and making attack to Grok, and Grok did not escape in time. A good job there by Miko and also Zealot. There is a lot more pressure from ADT. LYL just killed Tulin just now, could not escape in time. Luchil and also Zealot trying to pressure LYL, but LYL escaped just in time as well. Now they start pressuring on towards Darkslayer. LCC2 coming in. Can she actually grab it first? And no, Liliana's been pressured back. No, she did not make it in time. Miko grabbed it first, and also XF grabbed the Abyssal Dragon. We see Zealot as well making that pressure, and no, Bosa did not escape. And also LCC to just kill one more hero, which is Krignak. I think they are playing so strong right now. I'm thinking right now that Khalili is really start pressuring, showing a really good concern. Oh no, two went down again, both at the same time. Right now, Ralph X is trying to cover up as much as possible on the mid lane. Can LCC2 try to grab the Ralph X? No, he did not make it. Kato and also Zen is below. I don't know whether, one hit and almost about quarter life is gone for Kato. If he been captured by Bota and that's it, Kato might not escape on that particular clash. We are seeing LCC2 coming engagement on the side. No! Oh, he's escaped just in time. Kato, stop making that mistake. You're gonna give me a heart attack. Right now, Bota and also LCC2 trying to engage back in the middle. Luchil and also Zealot is trying to grab. No, that was a very bad move. Like I mentioned to you, Zealot. It's not a good time for Khalili to be a support hero. We see Miko as well trying to escape, but I think being hit by LCC2. There was so much damage towards Liliana's side. I think XF and also Gra trying to attack, going towards Kato. Will they grab Kato first and then shot? No, he missed, and Bota did not get Kato in time. Almost hit that if that hit, and then Kato is right now alone, and yes, again Kato died. This is not a good game right now for Chillax crew. Kato was never a archer and he was always playing in jungle. Right now, I think he's been doing a lot of bad decisions. He needs to start focusing and reset his mind that he's no longer a jungler, or this could be another a snowball for ADT. First tower is down, not even 5 minutes, it's only 4 minutes. This is not looking good. LYL, can she actually escape? Emily, no, Emily did not. Raphael killed just in time. Now Bota is Bota just pulled. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. This is kill over kill over kill. Bro, tell me what's going on. What are in their minds right now?
Tower is under attack.
I mean, I think they're just having fun, and Ralph X is going to be in danger as LCC2 goes in, and the Fox form is not going to be in time as Mako actually joins them in the fray, and ADT Esports is still going to be on top, and all 4K gold lead onto their side. Zen is just doing his best farm up for the mid game. Definitely going to be packing a lot of punch. There's a ward here as they're going to be spotted now. Luchil, Mako, and Zealot going into the area. Darkslayer lane, one snipe actually enters into ultimate big block now here by XM. He has a stun ready for himself. Mako is going to be able to run. The burst power is going to be used. The blinding light as well. Zen finishes up Luchil. The hook is not going to connect onto Ralph. Ralph X though is going to be hit with that stun. Thunderbird is going to be used up yet again. Zealot is going to be sniped out by Zen and almost hit onto the hook as well. Botak has been very, very dead-eye on his hooks as well on the Zen, being able to snipe out the heroes of Chillax crew. Mako is in the area. He is going to be ganked. LYL is in the area. He's going to be knocked back. Kato here. LYL is just through tanky. Even with all of the damage, he does not even use the enrage just yet. Lucho uses the Mark of the Hunter to try to clear out the mid wave. And we see here the broken power again hitting up Ralph XLCC2 almost gets taken out here. I mean, Zen almost gets taken out. Another hook yet again. One after another. Lucho goes in with the dash. Zelo almost living and gets hit by a hair spread. But good thing, Zen gets a miss. Zealot gets to walk away while Kata does his best to go for a push. But this is the problem for the Morin because he doesn't have the damage. Botak is in the area. The hook is not going to connect though because LCC2 gets that stun in. The prediction is going to be wrong. The Richter Lucio is actually going trying to go for a kill. There is going to be a possibility onto Zen. He was able to go for a Kai Irving play. He gets a crossover onto their side. Mako does his best. The drone drop does not deal a lot of damage. And this is the weakness of Quicknack. If you don't get the first half on the first combo, you're definitely going to be taken out once time yet again from Zen. Ahok again to the next. Another engagement might happen here. LYL goes for the enrage. He gets all of the right shots. Zen misses out Kato. But
crazy.
Ralph is going to get it again. Another clash yet again. Ahok is going to use Mark of the Hunter being used up by Luch. Zen is going to be used up. They get a kill. Botak is running hard. And they are not going to be finished just yet. As Zealot's not going to be there. But LCC2 gets bursted down with the drone drop coming in from Nico. And this is yet again wherein they are trying to go first time over to power being used up. LYL doing it because of Thunderbird's gonna connect onto Botak yet again. And rolls balls as well. LYL does not have the firepower ready just yet to burst down the people of Chillax crew. Thunderbird's gonna be used up here. Morale to get onto the Hunter. He is gonna connect drone drop as well. He's not going to zero out, but XM is going to get that kill. Mako gets traded out, and one after another they throw their punches. One is down, another one goes for the jab.
A blue team tower has
Oh my
been
god, could this be?
destroyed.
I don't know. I'm looking a lot of reset right now by Chillax. They are showing a lot more tenacity than the other two games. Could this be a good move? Or could it be a bad one? Again, every single tower is gone. They only left with the towers protecting the core. We do see a lot more engagement going on. I think they're trying to pressure as much as possible. ADT is coming in for an attack, but then again, we do see a lot more sync from their side. Then again, Chillax is coming in. Will they actually grab LY Alphas or would they be... Oh no, Botak! No, Botak just try to make a huge gap between those two teams. LYL is coming in. Oh, could they actually make that kill? LYL is down for the count and I know he survived. No, he did not. He is down. But then again, 3 heroes down, 4 heroes down. Lucian is left. Botak will make sure that no one runs away from the ADT. And there you go, guys. That's a huge... we do have Ralph X still surviving, still pushing the core. Protecting the tower with pushing back the minions. But then again, he's alone, fighting versus 4-on-1. Can he actually make that escape? No, he did not make that escape. But then Quick Knock is out. Can Miko start pushing and get the team in? Will they actually start making protection in the core? Or would this be the last game for them? Oh, good job by Chillax crew. Good job by Zealot trying to pressuring as much as possible. Zen is going just behind, and also Zealot and also Lucio trying to grab as much as chance possible, trying to get a comeback, pushing as much as possible in the minion. But then LOL break it down and trying to push towards the core again for the team to start pressuring as much as possible towards the core and finish this up as soon as possible. But LYL is protecting the team from start pressuring back towards a comeback. And then there you go, 1 kill by them, and Zealot is already down. Elsu is also down by Ralph X. This is not looking good right now. I think ADT needs to start pressuring as much as possible, finish this game, and also win, or there would be a huge comeback. There could be... Oh, Miko has been pulled. Can Bota actually make that kill? And yes, he is down for the count. Left Kato and also Ralph X. Right now, can they actually protect the core, or could this be the end for Lucio? Sorry, for Chillax. Not only that, we are seeing... Oh, there's this Zealot is already out, and this could be a very good push. I think both teams are really trying to survive this. And not only that, Chillax team will not give up, even though they have already lost twice. They're really pushing as much as possible. And there you go, Zealot sorry with the ultimate, and Kato's trying to push in as much as possible, trying to make that kill, but did not get to kill LYL. And right now, not only that, XF and also Bota is trying to set an initiation. Can they actually make? No, he misses. XF is already going in without waiting for that initiation by Grog. And there you go. He makes the kill. And we are looking. Could this be it? There are only 3 left. Oh, Miko coming in to make a kill on Esso. No, he did not make it. LCC just killed him just in time. And right now, 2 towers are down towards the core. And that's it, guys. I think this would be a win for ADT. But no, it seems that Lucio is trying to push as much as possible while Kato is trying to protect the core, but did not make it. LCC2 is left with XF. That it is it, guys. The winner is ADT! Holy moly! That was crazy, guys. Come on. That was just ridiculous. I love it. I think Chillax really showed tenacity just to survive. I quit. They really pushed and really tried to have that comeback, but didn't make it. But I love the effort that they put into the last game.
I guess you could count it as effort. I think it's more of a game that doesn't really, amount to much. More of just them having fun. They know that the kind of gameplay that they have, they don't really have a chance against ADT. So they just picked out any hero that could actually be used by them in terms of that. It was a slugging match wherein we don't see a lot of seriousness. In terms of the rotations, you don't see anything great. More of just them trying to secure kills one after another. Not much to actually analyze in that game because basically it's just them having fun. No one was actually trying to get serious in seriousness any kind of objectives, any type of game. It's just that in terms of skills, it's just that ADT really trumps over Chillax crew, and you could see in the game because they weren't really that serious of playing this, and they were just trying to hit, especially with the grab pick. You don't see that pick actually being used up, maybe to counter the L2, but they have the L2 pick, and that already says a lot on what this game is. And ADT is going to be moving into the ASL as the representatives of the Malaysia region. It's going to be exciting to see. They're going to be joining up Imperial Esports, but we still have one slot left, and it is for the Singapore qualifiers for the ASL. And Singapore definitely, I don't see a lot of esports in terms on the scene of
I mean,
Singapore.
There've been a lot of discussion on Singapore. I think that that when it comes to sports for the country, it hasn't really grown as much. We do see a lot more towards PC, but when it comes to mobile, there are a lot more to be trained for, and also there are a lot more plans when it comes to Singapore towards the esports game. But it's almost the same thing. We are not that far apart when it comes to Malaysia and also Singapore. There are a lot of developments need to be done. There are a lot of things that they need to focus on before really reaching to a certain potential players that they can actually grab. Now, but back towards ADT and Chillax crew, you're right. Most of them were, I think ADT was really letting loose. They didn't really focus on, but at the same time, Chillax did try as much as possible to have a comeback, but then again, still with that let loose from ADT, they still could not make that happen. But for me, I would have to say the MVP for this game will have to go to Bota. He did play really well, strategizing and trying to grab as much kill as possible towards every single initiation of a clash. I do see a lot more work by Lucio. I think Luchil did try to open the map as much as possible, but then again, at the end of the day, there was not much work could have been done because of the difference between these two. What do you call it? Between
In
these two
terms of
teams. But mhm,
skills, in terms of experience, it's just that ADT was just
yeah,
too a daunting task to actually beat. That goes to show that international experience, the time to train always pays off. There's a reason why they represented. They were the representative of the MSP for three
yeah.
consecutive
I mean,
international tournaments, and
let's be
that's
honest. We do know when it comes to AOV, there are not many guilds in Malaysia. I mean, most of them are still individual players as it is. We do have I would say if you compare to the amount of players that we have in Malaysia, I would say only about 10% of guilds there is in Malaysia. And I think ADT has always been showing their capability for so many years. There are growing guilds in Malaysia, but still we do not see that level of gaming just yet. There are huge gap in the Malaysian market when it comes to AOV. I do really hope that there could be something that we could do to actually start making get that what do you call this, a guild or a team up on the Malaysian side and also Singapore. I think Philippines are doing a lot more better than these two new countries when it comes to Arena Valor. What do you think, Vittorio?
well. I guess it's so. I don't see a lot of teams here in the Philippines that's still at that level of competition. ADT has it. Um, I guess the only thing is, it's about practice. People think about practice. It's not just about using the heroes. It's also about having cohesion with the team. And having a lot of capabilities to be able to adapt and study the game as well. You need to study your opponents. You need to study the other regions. We have a lot of prevalent regions, AUG, GCS, and the RPL, and those are big teams that are big regions wherein you could have a lot and wealth of experience. And
Mm-hmm.
if you actually study that, that's the only and you put into practice. That's the only time that esports is going to improve. It's not just about the competition here; it's also about the dedication. And right now,
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of dedicated teams. Only ADT has it in the MSP. But more of that. Looking forward because we're going to see best of five series for the SG qualifiers. We already have Imperial Esports. We already have ADT as well. And we're going to see the last lot for the Singaporean qualifiers. But before that, we are going for a very long break. This is the Road to ASL 2022 Winter. My name is Vittorio. This is Omar. We'll be right back after this break.
See you guys.
Speed to look into, to lending your world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dirt. No longer be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lighting from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a light. journey far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at to land in your world, to make the call and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the Ryan to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall among the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. You won't be lonely 'cause you see. Waste the time to be a part of the lining from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a lot, or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. 'Cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Always cut towards the body. Always cut towards the body. Onslaught. Under attack. Towards the body. Your tower has been destroyed. Bloodbath. Blazes in. Takes cover. Legendary. Delight. Always cut towards the body.
Triple kill.
buông theo số phận, hẹn trăm năm kiếp sau chẳng sẽ về bên nữ hoàng.
Telling my story with every stitch. I'll be back with more threats.
As the world's coming to an end, energy is running out. They're fighting hard to survive or die. Hear the song of blood and ice. Millions of souls who have tried to save what's left in its life. If tomorrow never comes, what they do today is fighting a way to create a story that stays for eternity. Like the day's really your last day. Can you hear the people say that you only live once? So just live fully this day. For what's the meaning of life? Just trying to survive. One day we may all die, living like a saint for this life. Living like a saint for this life.
stand on the shoulders of giants. I realized that I am still far away from the sky. For eternal glory, we pour out our blood and sweat. Even if time goes by, our faith never collapses. We're bruised and we're losing. We fell but still chasing. It's not the end. The way I have chosen, it makes me feel who I am. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give on me to the tide. We never terrified. Time makes heroes alive. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give on me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Takes me back. Stand the test of fire. We're never terrified. Nothing ever turns me We're never terrified. Time makes heroes alive. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give on me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Takes me back.
We mend errors for our future.
Locked on.
Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Mega kill.
This light, I'll break through.
Mega kill.
Heal the world.
Mega kill. Mega kill.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill.
Born in the moonlight, they're fairest under their blue sky. Here's wandering far away from home. They're far away, day by day, from across the land, lurking for a weary dim to see. And they say on a century, there's more eternity. They go forth, we're sleeping in high castle of mine. Fly forward, immortal flight, even if we lie outside. Laying dice, stand me by my side. Rising up the moon, it doesn't fight. Flying high, burning in his light. Centuries, all that is high. Sẽ không chấp nhận buông theo số phận, hẹn trăm năm kiếp sau chẳng sẽ về bên nữ hoàng.
Here we go, darling. Iris was enhanced, so we dance along the song. But still, try to steal my heart, oh boys. They have tried. No one else who could have approached me this close.
Not be higher taking left and right. Super highs, no fights, my swagger has no end. I fire and never ever let you go. Let us get as got worse and ever know. This mission's meant to be. Fake up hope will turn into real one. We almost born to you. And let the battlefield be the place for convention. Wanna run from the blaze. Sure we can press through the skis. It's a tip to fight a guy with romance.
It's right here just who we are. Oh baby, I love you for who you are. Never will have to change your heart. I'm blinded by your beauty. The delicate that can never be. I'm your girl, that's the role I love to play. 'Cause I'm conscious for you day by day. Please say that I love you.
Game on, all the same, pick a name, aim and shoot the stars. Race against the sun, my lights guide me to the rising dawn. I'm no knights in shining armor, but they all bear for my favors. Like dice, gas, still they feel my raging fervor. Battle cry, battle flies, battle fight, battle rise, battle till the torn apart, battle decent breaking high. You play hide and seek, about time for Hari or Yachty. You may try to leave or have a taste of Caesar Shaddies. Wanna run from my blaze. Sure we can press through the skis. It's a tip to fight a guy romance.
It's right here just who we are. Oh baby, I love you for who you are. Never will have to change your heart. I'm blinded by your beauty. The delicate that can never be. I'm your girl, that's the role I love to play. 'Cause I'm conscious for you day by day. Please say that I love you.
R-A-I in the house.
With a brand new song,
Check it.
Rock it away, it will never ever let you down. Go with the flow, just don't need to worry. Do it. Race through the city and feel the wind against your cheek. Don't ask us how, you will know it when you feel it.
I'm so fast, you can take me down and you can know that till now. Just believe, just much to give it, you want a piece of this. This all like no engines break sound. Doesn't make my mind and go out. Let my girl stand there and boom, good magic and your heart go boom.
Rock it away, it will never ever let you down. Go with the flow and don't need to worry about it. Race through the city and feel the wind against your cheek. Don't ask us how, you will know it when you feel it.
The word ain't not enough. We deserve to have it all. But it's true, it's the best to get us step by step. So where do you know? So where to go? Follow our style and we get on from you.
To the sea. It when you feel it.
I'm so fast, you can take me down.
Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at to landing the world, to make the call and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll form on the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. Don't be lonely, cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lighting from the start. Because you've seen stars. This train don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black we've seen start. This dream don't need a lot. I'll return to the world of love. So don't get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread for me, 'cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. 'Cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
Always cut towards the body. Always cut towards the body. Onslaught. Towards the body. Your tower has been destroyed. Bloodbath. Blazes in. It's coming. Legendary. Delight. Always cut towards the body. Triple kill.
Double kill. Dominating. Legendary. One kill.
Born in the moonlight, they're fairest under their blue sky. Here's wondering far away from home. They're far day by day from across the land, lurking for a weary day to see. And this is on a century. There's more eternity. Think of us, the winter. We're sleeping in high castle of mine. Fly forward, immortal flight. Even if we lie outside, laying dice to be by the side. Words in the mind, it doesn't quite flying away, burning in his light. Circular song on his heart. Sẽ không chấp nhận buông theo số phận, hẹn trăm năm kiếp sau chẳng sẽ về bên nữa.
every stitch.
I'll be back with more threats.
As the world's coming to an end, energy is running out. They're fighting hard to survive or die. Hear the sound of blood and ice. Millions of souls who have tried to save what's left in its life. If tomorrow never comes, what they do today is fighting a way to create a story that's stays for eternity. Like today's really your last day. Can you hear the people?
rise of giants, I realized that I am still far away from the sky. For eternal glory, we pour out our blood and sweat. Even if time goes by, our faith never collapses. We're bruised and we're losing. We fell but still chasing. It's not the end. For the way I have chosen, it makes me feel who I am. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. We never terrified. Time makes heroes alive. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back. Stand the test of fire. We're never terrified. Nothing ever turns me We're never terrified. Time makes heroes alive. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back.
We mend errors for our future.
Locked on.
Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Mega kill.
This life, I'll break through.
Mega kill. Mega kill. Mega kill.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill.
trăm năm kiếp sau chẳng sẽ về bên nữ hoàng.
Here we go, darling. Aries was in hands, so we dance along the song. Started still, try to steal my heart, a voice they have tried. No one else who could have a brush, neither close.
Not be higher, taking left and right. Super highs, no fights, my swagger has no end. I fire and never ever let you go. Let us be as got worse and ever know. This mission's meant to be. Think up what will turn into real one. We almost born to you. A little battlefield with a bliss of contention. Wanna die from the pain. Sure we can race to the skis. It's a tip to find a guy romance.
It's right here, just who we are. Oh baby, I love you for who you are. Never will have to change your heart. I'm blinded by your beauty. The dynamic that can never be. I'm your girl, that's the role I love to play. 'Cause I'm conscious for you day by day. Please say that I love you.
Game on, all the same, pick a name, aim and shoot the stars. Rise against the sun, my lights guide me to the rising dawn. I'm no knights in shining armor, but they all bear for my favors. Like dice, gas, still they feel my raging fervor. Battle cry, battle flies, battle fight, battle rise, battle till the torn apart, battle beats and breaking high. You play hide and seek, about time for Hari or Yachty. You may try to leave or have a taste of Caesar Shaddies.
Wanna die from my pain. Sure we can race to the skis. It's a tip to find a guy romance.
It's right here, just who we are. Oh baby, I love you for who you are. Never will have to change your heart. I'm blinded by your beauty. The dynamic that can never be. I'm your girl, that's the role I love to play. 'Cause I'm conscious for you day by day. Please say that I love you.
We can rely on each other. Sometimes I miss school. Food time.
Bloodbath. Dominating. Legendary. Whoa. R-A-I in the house.
With a brand new song, check it.
Rock it away, it will never ever let you down. Go with the flow, just don't need to worry. Do it. Race through the city and feel the wind against your cheek. Don't ask us how, you will know it when you feel it.
I'm so fast, you can take me down when you can know that till now. You believe just much to give it, you want a piece of this. All I know is just break sound. Doesn't make my mind and go out. Let my girl stand there and boom, good magic and your heart go boom.
Rock it away, it will never ever let you down. Go with the flow and don't need to worry about it. Race through the city and feel the wind against your cheek. Don't ask us how, you will know it when you feel it.
The word ain't not enough. We deserve to have it all. But it's true, it's the best to get us step by step. So where do you know? So where to go? Follow our style and we get a heart from you.
To the sea.
I'm so fast, you can take me down.
Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at you. To land in the world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start. Because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black
going out to make the call and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the Ryan to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall among the stars. But we surround you, the colorful can scare away the dark. You won't be lonely 'cause you see. Waste the time to be a part of the lining from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a lot, or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread for me, 'cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. 'Cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Always cut towards the body. Always cut towards the body. Onslaught. Under attack. Towards the body. Your tower has been destroyed. Like that. Legendary.
Not so fast.
Always cut towards the body.
Triple kill.
Telling my story with every stitch. I'll be back with more threats.
As the world's coming to an end, energy is running out. They're fighting hard to survive or die. Hear the sound of blood and ice. Millions of souls who have tried to save what's left in its life. Because if tomorrow never comes, what they do today is fighting a way to create a story that stays for eternity. Like the day's really your last day. Can you hear the people say?
rise of giants, I realized that I am still far away from the sky. For eternal glory, we pour out our blood and sweat. Even if time goes by, our faith never collapses. We're bruised and we're losing. We fell but still chasing. It's not the end. The way I have chosen, it makes me feel who I am. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. We never terrified. Time makes heroes alive. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back. Stand the test of fire. We're never terrified. Nothing ever turns me We're never terrified. Time makes heroes alive. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back.
We mend errors for our future.
Locked on.
Double kill. Dominating.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Mega kill.
This light, I'll break through.
Mega kill. Mega kill. Mega kill.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill.
Here we go, darling. Our race was enhanced, so we dance along the song. But still, try to steal my heart or voice. They have tried. No one else who could help a brush me this close.
Not be higher taking left and right. Super highs, no fights, my swagger has no end. I fire and never ever let you go. Let us be as God was and ever know. This mission's meant to be. Think of what could turn into real one. We almost born to you. I let the battlefield be the place for protection. Wanna die from the pain. Sure we can pursue the schemes. It's a chance to fight a guy romance.
It's right here just who we are. Oh baby, I love you for who you are. Never will have to change your heart. I'm blinded by your beauty. The delicate that can never be. I'm your girl, that's the role I love to play. Cause I'm vouching for you day by day. Please say that I love you.
Game on, all the same, pick a name, aim and shoot the stars, race against the sun, my lights guide me to the rising dawn. I'm no knights in shining armor, but they all bear for my favors like dice gas, still they feel my raging fervor. Battle cry, battle flies, battle fight, battle rise, battle till the torn apart, battle beats and breaking high. You play hide and seek, about time for Hari or Yachty. You may try to leave or have a taste of Caesar Shaddies.
Wanna die from my pain. Sure we can pursue the schemes. It's a chance to fight a guy romance.
It's right here just who we are. Oh baby, I love you for who you are. Never will have to change your heart. I'm blinded by your beauty. The delicate that can never be. I'm your girl, that's the role I love to play. Yes, I'm vouching for you day by day. Please say that I love you.
We can rely on each other. Sometimes I miss school. Food time.
Bloodbath. Dominating. Legendary. One kill. Mega kill. Mega kill.
After all, I am a sorcerer.
Mega kill. Mega kill. Mega kill. Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating. Legendary. One kill. AI in the house.
With a brand new song, check it.
Rock it away, it will never ever let you down. Go with the flow, just don't need to worry. Do it. Race through the city and feel the wind against your cheek. Don't ask us how, you will know it when you feel it.
I'm so fast, you can take me down when you can know that till now. Used to live just much to give it, you want a piece of this. All I know is just break sound. Doesn't make my mind and go out. Let my girl stand there and boom, good magic and your heart go boom.
Rock it away, it will never ever let you down. Go with the flow and don't need to worry about it. Race through the city and feel the wind against your cheek. Don't ask us how, you will know it when you feel it.
The word ain't not enough. We deserve to have it all. But it's true, it's the best to get us step by step. So where do you know? So where to go? Follow our style and we get a heart from you.
On the sea.
I'm so fast, you can take me down.
Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at you. To landing you out, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll form on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the star. Because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, cause you belong with star. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole picture of the Ryan to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can steer away the dark. You won't be lonely 'cause you see. Waste the time to be a part of the lightning from the star, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a lot, or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. 'Cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Always cut towards the body. Always cut towards the body. Onslaught. Under attack. Towards the body. Your tower has been destroyed. Right back. Blazes in. Legendary. Still alive.
So fast.
Always cut towards the body.
Triple kill.
All right, welcome back to the MSP Qualifier Road to ASL 2022 Winter. We are going to be your shoutcaster. My name is Guillaume Gaming. Here with me is Jabster to bring you the action of the SG Qualifier. After the 2-3-0 victory in the PH Qualifier and the Malaysia Qualifier, both Imperial Esports and ADT Esports won by a landslide. This time we're going to be seeing Impunity, SG, and DearMonster. How are you, Jabster?
I'm doing great. You should have seen the game just now. It was pretty amazing. I think ADT did super awesome. Their performance were doing quite well. I think everyone was so stoked with the entire thing, and everyone was so excited on how we actually got to finish the Malaysian representative of MSP qualifier for the ESL. So, GG, tell me, what do you think will happen for the next match, which is the last match for the Singapore team? Who do you think will hold the title for ASL?
Oh, we had a little bit of a talk a while ago off stream, and kinda am more familiar with Impunity with the name of Impunity due to their kind of wide coverage on other games. I think I've seen them as well already. I'm not so sure if it's in AOV though. But for Dear Monsters, this is the literal first time I am going to be seeing them. You have told me as well a while ago that both teams are more of dwelled in community tournaments. So I'm kind of expecting them to maybe just set a gauge on each other for the first few games and then have a better momentum swing after that. How about you, Jabster?
Uh, I gotta agree. I mean, these two are pretty new in the AOV tournaments. Also, even in the game itself, their guilds have been quite a while, but when it comes to tournament wise, they're still very fresh, very new. I do hope to see a little bit more balance when it comes to the Singapore team matchup later on. By the way, it is a BO5 and it is a global ban pick.
Mm-hmm.
So I do hope to see at least they're gonna hit more than just one-sided game, just as how we see it on the Philippine side and also the Malaysia side. I gotta say, um, I've really never seen that much scenes from the Singapore end. I think because again they weren't really focusing that much on esport when it comes to MOBA. Even on Sea Games itself, previously, um, Singapore was really did not even join in. And I really do hope to
Mm-hmm.
see a little bit more from their end to actually start resetting back at their own organization and have a little bit more teams joining in for the esports and see a bit
Yeah.
more competitive side on the Singaporean side. At least we get to see more teams born from the Singapore end for AOV.
Yeah, it's always a stepping stone for most teams in terms of developing themselves. Some teams are kind of a little bit more behind due to some things being kind of ahead in engaging themselves in the esports side, and we have seen more on other regions actually being really active and participative in the major tournaments. So I think for these teams, not only for the SC qualifier but also in the PH and Malaysia qualifiers, uh, they're the ones who have to kind of prove themselves worthy of taking a spot for the ASL 2022 winter tournament, because the people, the other teams, and also the organizer doesn't have that much information about them just yet. Same as us, Gastlers. That's why we're now more on investing our time right now, getting a good understanding on what kind of plays they are gonna be putting into their games, what kind of strategies are they gonna be manifesting in their games. There were some a while ago, some questionable ones. I would say I would recall from the series in the PH qualifier, like the Aya. Normally, you wouldn't really see it being banned away from the blue side, or you wouldn't see it being available for the taking by the first pick. So those things has to be considered in these qualifier events, because you have to match your performance and how you actually play out, just like the other big tier teams.
Yeah, and there are a lot of missed bans on the metas, which we kindly see on the last previous game in the Malaysia side. We do see Lorian in, but however, there are many strong characters, strong heroes which been picked by the Chillax crew. But at the end of the day, it wasn't. I think the skill gap was too big between ADT and also
Oh.
Chillax, and at the end of the day, it was no matter what meta heroes that they get to pick, there was no chance for them to actually even really fully utilize the hero to actually bring a win. So I'm worried most of the time whether do they fully understand the hero and also the skills that have been used on the composition or even on the combo itself. So then we come here back to Singapore, right? And most of the
Mhm.
two skills that you see are very very new, and also I want to know what could be their lineup will be. And the thing is that when it comes to these two to the two teams, like you mentioned, we are pretty much still invested in trying to understand how will they play and will they actually be a challenge for ASL Winter. So even our neighbor countries like Indonesia, Philippines, where I'm sure they are really stoked right now, getting ready for the live game itself, and want to know whether has Singapore reached to a certain level for Arena of Valor.
Yeah, and I actually want to point out what you said earlier. There is sometimes that big of the disparity in terms of performance per team. Like that skill gap that we saw from Adobe Team
Yeah.
Esports and Chillax crew. Adobe Team having them kind of battle in this Malaysian region qualifier, where is kind of them just trying to put themselves up front once again, proving themselves that they are worthy for the bigger fish in the arena of valor, because they actually participated as well during the AIC 2022. The the only problem though is that they didn't really had the best of performance there. They kind of struggled against the other bigger fish. So right now they're trying to feed themselves with more information, more strategies, and more experience, which is necessarily uh,
Mhm.
or like it, which is actually required in order to improve a player, a team, and the overall organization. So these teams right now, not only for the ones who won, which is Imperial Esports and Adobe Team, but also for the ones who have lost, like ALAMAT Esports and Chillax Crew. This will be something that they will need to absorb really well and learn from, because not only do you kind of learn a lot with your wins, right? More so, you get your learnings from your losses. You absorb what you have lacked, and you try to
I
close
agree.
that gap for in preparation for your next match or your next tournament or your next struggle, so that you would be able to then keep up in the pace and have a better fight against whoever you're going to be facing. For Impunity, SG, and Dear Monsters, I'm kind of looking at Dear Monsters right now because they're the ones who is kind of
Blue
unknown to
team's
me.
turn to
So
ban.
hopefully they do pull up a good fight against Impunity SG.
You're right, and not only that, I think most of the time in Malaysia, that when it comes to ADT, any
Red
tournaments
team's turn
for
to
AOV,
ban.
most pretty much everyone in Malaysia know them and their current skills. So there are times where people are like, I don't know whether should we actually join in the tournament, because at the end of the day,
Blue team's
everyone already knows
turn to
ADT will pretty
ban.
much hold the championship. But then again, we will do have to see again. I do see a lot of efforts from other teams coming in, joining in other qualifier itself. This shows that they are starting to be a bit more confident with their skills, and also I can see as well that there are a lot of changes going on in the Malaysian scene, where they start to really start pushing and trying to compete with the main team ADT. Now, I want to understand further, Gigi, when it comes to Philippines, for example, has Imperial always been holding on the championship, or are there any other teams inside Philippines where you find that they could have won and actually been in the finals?
I'm not so sure about that because if I were to recall the past few AIC tournament, we did not see any Philippine region players or teams battle there just yet. So there is still that kind of struggle that we are seeing from the organizations, and in which they have to really step up a little bit in terms of going up against these other strong teams. So maybe it's still in the developing phase. Maybe there's some other factors affecting why they couldn't perform at their peak conditions, because there's always there's always players who are really good, and it's up to the organizations actually to kind of find them and make sure they reap the benefits of that player, and have him or her perform really well in a tournament. So maybe the next tournament we would see a lot more of these PH players perform really well, or a lot more teams joining and having a better competition, not only in the Philippines but also in other regions, because as AOV has
Mm-hmm.
been here for so long already. It's one of the foundations of other players as well that have transitioned into other games due to opportunity instances. And well, everybody looks back at AOV because it has a really strong foundation. It has a really good experience or impact to not only the pro players but also to the casual players due to the really nice experience playing, the wonderful graphics, the technicality of the game, the amount of
Yeah.
skill level required to actually perform really well, and also like the skins and stuff. It's simply amazing.
Yep, true. I think not only that, we do see on the previous ASL, there are already most of the time is the same team, like Archangels, Dewa United, DG Esports, all is well. Have been in ASL for quite some
Mm-hmm.
time, and it's a bit. I'm really happy as well that I can see MSP joining in, even though we do know that there are gaps when it comes to skill between, let's say, for example, DG Esport or even All Is Well from Indonesia. And
Mm-hmm.
I do hope that maybe with Imperial and also ADT could really assist on getting MSP into that rank. And I do understand that there are currently some technical error on the on the draft pick. So guys, do give us some time. They are trying to reset back the lobby.
Yep.
Hopefully, then we can really start the game immediately. I think everyone is already interested to know how the Singapore team's gonna play out. And yeah, so guys who just came into the live event, we are currently doing a AOV MSP qualifier for the ASL 2022 Winter Games. Now, not only that, Malaysia, there are supposed to be three countries that is going to went to the final, and out of all the three, we've already done for Malaysia and also Philippines. Right now, the third game for finals is Singapore. So for Malaysia and Philippines, it was an amazing game. However, it was also one-sided, but a really good matchup. I think the team, all four teams, really show their strut and really try their best to actually push to go into the final and represent their own country. But for Philippines and also Malaysia, we've already gotten our representative, which is Imperial Esport and also ADT. So right now we're gonna have a best of five game for Singapore, which is Impunity versus DearMonsters, and we do hope it's gonna start really soon. So be patient with us, guys. There are a lot. It's gonna be a very long game, and we do hope that it's gonna be a lot more balanced, and you guys get to see a more fight comparing to the other two previous games. So, GP, come on, tell me. Um, how long have you played AOV?
Actually, I'm kind of new into AOV. I only started last year because of my friends Vittorio and Isaac actually, and I fell in love into the
Oh,
game.
okay.
The graphics are just really nice. Experience overall is it's amazing, and I have been attached to it ever since, and I'm really happy to have been able to cast in wonderful events as well in the AOV, just like the ASC 2021, the 2022, and also the qualifier for the Seabowl games last year, if I recall correctly. I want to take note though because we just received some information, and I was wondering a while ago why um why Impunity SG or the name Impunity sounds familiar to me. They have so many teams on many games. They have a team in Vainglory, they have a team in League of Legends, Fortnite, PUBG Mobile, here in AOV of course, Mobile Legends, CS:GO, and Dota
Okay.
2. They are a big team. They
Right.
have a
So
lot
that's
of
the thing.
investment in
That's
the
why I
esports.
told you that the name was a lot familiar. I think
Yeah.
they definitely are in other games, but definitely AOV is pretty new. So I do hope that they have a coach that can really ramp up their skills immediately for the ASL Winter 2022. Um, However, Dear Monsters, I haven't really capture where are they from. Where have they always been? Whether have they been playing in other games, or have they always been? I mean, like they just started the foundation of DearMonsters just for Arena Ovella. Okay. Let's pretty much understand on before we go a little bit deeper into Singapore. What about you, Gigi? Like, you've played the game. You pretty much know the graphics is there. Everything is there. The strategic
Mm-hmm.
moves that you need. It's a lot different gaps between other mobile, right? And so,
Yeah.
what have always been your favorite key hero when it comes to Arena of Valor?
Oh, well, one of my favorite. I want to say two things. There is one favorite hero that I really like, which is Raz. But there is also one favorite combination that I really love before that I have seen in the AC 2021. Because I like Raz, but the most OP one is Aya plus anyone, right? So it's something that I don't want to talk about anymore because it's pretty much a common sense already in how strong Aya is when paired out to anybody. But for other heroes that won't necessarily be banned away or doesn't have a 99 or 100% ban rate, Raz and Superman actually is a combination I really love because of the immense crowd control that they
Right,
both
right.
have
It's
in the
ridiculous.
kit. It's ridiculous. I
Yeah,
forgot the ultimate
imagine you
of
getting stuck in the middle
Pinnacle.
between
Yeah.
Superman and Raz. You're pretty much dead. There's no way you can do anything about it.
Uh-huh. It's a
Yeah, so
tough
guys, give me some
combination as well
hashtags.
to
Though. I
pull off.
want to see some hashtags. Yeah,
Yeah.
give me some hashtags if you're a Rust user or even a Superman user. Give me some hashtags there. I really want to see some support. Guys, we're really sorry for the technical issue that you guys are facing. Like we are facing right now. Is that there are some bugs on the draft pick, so we're really trying to like get it fixed as soon as possible. Please maintain
Mhm.
with us. Go get some drinks or popcorn, whatever you need to get ready for the game. So yeah, we
Whatever
will
food
definitely
is
be
really
live
nice there.
perfect. Yeah.
To wherever you're watching. Uh, here in
Oh
the
my god.
here in the Philippines, I think one of my favorite food is street food. For sure, I do really like our barbecue here. Like
Oh yeah.
the chicken intestine, the pork intestine, and stuff. It's really nice.
Oh wow,
However,
you're an
you
organ
do need to
guy,
drink a lot of water afterwards.
huh? I mean, I've been to Manila. I did went there for some games, and I loved it there though.
Mm,
Philippines has always been like a go to holiday or a location for me.
what's your favorite?
It's pretty nice. Huh, sorry.
What's your favorite food here?
Oh, I like adobo.
A dog,
Is
of
it correct?
course,
Yeah.
of course. Okay, of course,
I love
of
adobo.
course.
Adobo is like so amazing, and
Everybody
I
loves
think
adobo. Everybody
the
loves adobo.
chicken is just so tender the way you broth it in with the gravy, right? It's just the taste is just amazing.
It's
So yeah,
it melts in the mouth. I don't know why we're talking
right,
about food
right.
right now,
I
but
love it.
I mean it's okay. It's okay, right? Everybody loves food. There's no single human being that doesn't like food, right? Because we need it and we love it as well.
Yeah.
Especially
I
the
mean, guys,
delicious
if you
ones.
if yeah, if you've already been to Philippines before, tell us also what is your favorite food. What do you actually do in Philippines as well? I think it's a lot. It's one thing good about all this esports game is the connection that we have, including just how MSP just really is. It's Malaysia, Singapore, and Philippines, but at the end of the day, we are so close to each other, and that comes from esports itself. And I love that, right?
Yeah, where are you from actually? I forgot to ask before start of stream.
No, you did not
No, right now.
know.
I do not know. It's the first time the casting together. Yeah, it
Right,
would be
right, right.
weird if I
And
asked you straight from,
true,
straight
true.
from our first sentences. Hey, yo, bro, where are you from?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm from Malaysia, and I pretty
Oh,
much right now I'm the only Malaysian caster, English caster for AOV,
really?
and I'm super. Yeah, yeah, I'm super. I'm always so happy. I just when I okay, let me just tell you a story. I think pretty much everyone in Malaysia pretty much knows already how I actually became a caster. So it was just more of like we have communities, right? We have Philippines communities,
Uh-huh.
Malaysia, and the thing is that when I started playing the game, I fell in love with it, right? And it's like, oh, because it reminds me of my old days when I was playing MOBA, and
Yeah.
after that, as I gone through into I deep dive into the entire Arena of Valor world, and I kind of fell in love with it. And the thing is that we don't have a proper structure, right? When we want to do our esports, so when it comes to like other games, yeah, they organized. But when it comes to our novella, it's still very new. So that's when I was thinking of like, you know what, let's join in. Let's really assist the community because there's a lot of things that we can actually do. And somehow one led to another, and they told me like, why don't you try be a caster for a community tournament? And pretty much that's how it started. And I'm like, I fell in love with it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you never look back. You never look back.
Yep,
Always
I never look back.
forward and march
No
forward.
other way. Okay, it's always AOV all the way. So,
Yeah. Oh, this is I have a question that is so common as well, but
okay.
by the time that maybe I would be able to go to Malaysia, what food would you really 100% recommend me to try?
Oh,
Because I
definitely,
do love food,
bro.
like any
If
food.
you're gonna be here, you gonna have our nasi lemak. Okay, nasi lemak is like the king of Malaysian
How's that
food.
spelled? Nasi Lamar? What?
Yeah, NASILEMAK.
Lamek. Huh.
LEMAK.
Ooh. Ooh, this looks. Ooh.
Yeah, right.
Mhm.
Okay, you're gonna love this. If you
Mhm.
like spice, man, nasi lemak is gonna be your biggest thing. So whenever you come down here for a AOV tournament, whatever tournament, you give me a call. I'm gonna bring you out. You're gonna really try the best nasi lemak in Malaysia, and you're gonna fall in love with it, just like how I fall in love with adobo.
Adobo. I'm actually kind of curious. What kind of adobo did you get to taste? The one with a soupy,
Yeah, it's like
the
soupy
soupy one,
gravy,
or is
kind
it
of like
dry?
it's like those dark gravy with chicken.
Oh, you have to try the one that is actually dry. That doesn't have any soup. It's a different level. It's a different level.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna
When
try
you go
that.
back in the Philippines, you have to search where there which restaurant or where you can eat that has adobo that doesn't have the soup, because you have the soup, right? The soup is tasty, but there is a way to cook adobo wherein the flavor is not in the soup but in the chicken itself. So you don't necessarily need the soup because the chicken is already like,
Yeah, this is like while waiting for the technical thing to be fixed.
we're having
we're
a
already going
podcast
to
right now.
this is a whole different cast altogether. But then again, guys, welcome back. I'm just gonna like bring you guys back into AOV. This is actually a qualifier, an MSP qualifier for the road to ASL 2022 Winter Games. And right now we just finished Malaysia and also Philippines, and now the last game for this final matchup is the Singapore team. Now we are looking to get the will it be Impunity or will it be DearMonsters that will represent Singapore for the ASL 2022 Winter Games. Now I did had a little bit of info. I kind of knew someone gave me info about Impunity actually have 2 player.
What? In terms of players, right? We have kind of looked at the rosters here of both teams. For Impunity, we have Tatsu, Zenke, Shinzi, WT, Tenmo, and Seki. And for Dear Monsters, it's actually Syrah, XD, Fizzy Fish, Skyla, and Don't, Diela, and Bukan Orange LND? I don't know
Bukan
how that's
Orange.
pronounced. What?
Yeah, it's correct. It's bukan orange. It means it's not orange. So
Oh, it's
yeah. So I I do understand that AOV is existed in Japan for some time now, but I don't know how is the scene there. I can't imagine how amazing it would be for us to actually really see the scene in Japan. And it's gonna be amazing though. I mean, the cosplay itself has been pretty crazy. So I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah. So I don't know what's
Uh,
gonna want to what is the scene like for Arena of Valor. That it's gonna be so epic. I would really love to go there one day. Maybe you and I should go there. You know, like
we
to have a
should.
look
We should.
into
Yeah.
into the Japanese scene.
Yeah, cosplay actually is. I have a high respect to those who are into cosplay because it's so difficult to actually pull one off. Yeah, it has a lot of technicality into it because, let's say there are usual cosplayers. They try the costume and they put on some makeup or some stuff to look similar to the character. That's one approach to it. But there's
Right.
actually others who do DIY, and some other people actually do stuff like budget cosplay. It looks
Yeah.
funny, but it's actually quite entertaining, and it gets a lot of attraction and positive remarks. And those things are really really cheap, like budget cosplay. It looks nothing like the character, but you would kind of recognize it being associated with the character just because of how
You
it
you gotta
kind of
agree.
looks
It's
like.
just hilarious, and I kind of love that because they really put an effort to it. Even though it's funny, it's pretty amazing how they actually made it happen, even though on a budget. And yeah, I gotta agree. Cosplay is one side of what esports is all about. They really bring out the entire character of the game, and you actually get to experience it as your own. So yeah, I love the entire scene when it comes to AOV, when it comes to any games which
Mm-hmm.
collaborates and together with the what do you call this? With the sorry, with the cosplay
Hmm.
itself. Oh my god, I just went lag just now. So I no, I don't think so. The
We kind of
game is only
loaded
had
back now.
bug. I'm gonna have bug as well. So yeah, and guys, do tell me, what do you guys love? Tell us while waiting for the game to fix itself. I think I think there's a bit of issue right now in AOV. They are fixing it while we are here right now. Even I think they did mention the camera has become a bit blurry on the server end. Just give that a while, and we hope that we can get
Hmm.
this fixed as soon as possible. Um,
Yeah.
Other than that, guys, come on, tell me, who
Yeah,
are
we're seeing some
you
comments here as
expecting?
well.
This is yeah. I know that this what we always do is a tradition in Malaysia where we actually set out like okay, let's do a like a bet who's gonna win for Singapore. Will it be Impunity or will it be DearMonsters? Come on, give me a hashtag. So I want to see some hashtags in the chat group. Sorry, in the chat itself, in the YouTube or even Facebook. So give me some hashtags. Tell me who will bring back in. Will it be Impunity or will it be DearMonsters?
Yeah, because we're seeing some chats as well in the YouTube live. I think you mentioned this earlier as well. Two players from Impunity Esports have Japanese players, right? Tatsu and Shinzi. So I want to give comment as well that the Impunity has a lot of players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have a reserve of one. We're in for their monsters. It's just exact 5. So there is. I want to talk about this because sometimes actually having more players has a big impact in the game itself. It can be good, it can be bad because for the difference between having a reserve player and not is that if you have no reserve player, that's the 5 members that invest all their time onto each other, and they kind of go on the same route, right? They go on the same path, trying to improve one another and building their synergy. But if there's a reserve player, there's like pros and cons to it. the pros include you have another strategy that you can actually put into play. Maybe that player can be a good swap wherein he has alternatives in terms of hero pool or the comfort picks and play style that can affect the strategy. But the disadvantage that can be a downside to it is the amount of synergy lacking on those six players compared to just investing on five, because you would need to double the amount of time they play among each other in order to kind of get a good reading while playing. So if you have a reserve player, that particular player has to play with the other four as well to get a good synergy. And for the team that just has five, well, it's just them basically playing over and over again. So it might be something to take into consideration here for Impurity SG versus Dear Monsters. Plus, there is the possibility of a communication barrier, right? Especially when SG is, well, for Singapore, and if they do have two Japanese players, communication has to be patched up, I guess, or worked upon.
Yeah, and I agree with what you say. I think there are it becomes quite difficult when both teams, sorry, when the entire organization, which has a lot of games, will start to have a bit of backlash when it comes to focusing on which game that they have to play and what kind of pool that they will actually have. Again, that will go on the public side. But then again, I do have I saw this. I was searching through Facebook to understand what Dear Monsters are, and I just found that they are actually a game developer. So
Hmm.
yeah, yeah, it was
Really?
totally out of that. Yeah, yeah, and it was pretty amazing. I think I just thought they were trying to focus more on metaverse. I think they want to put in some development there for games. So I have a
Yeah.
feeling that this is a what do you call that? Like a group or a team that somehow fall in love with AOV and started to build up a team just for their development company itself. So this is gonna be pretty cool to see.
That's actually really cool, especially that there's a lot of transition already into the metaverse. We have seen even Facebook being invested onto it already. There's a couple on the crypto side already doing so many works in that area. It's hard to understand though, since there's a lot of things that we need to take into consideration. But okay, going back into the game, I'm looking forward to maybe seeing Imperial SG. Like straight on the bat, based on how things we know already from both of these teams. I kind of am giving a little bit of an edge on the side of Impunity SG than Dear Monster, but I'm hoping to be wrong. Actually, that's how I usually think in the games while casting. Based on information, I like to be objective on things, but I do want to be proven wrong most of the time. Like, because stats are
Yeah.
there for a reason, and familiarity is there also for a reason. So if you are able to break this cycle or break what's already known, then that's good for you. But it's always a challenge to do that.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that they are. I always do the same thing where I always say, um, you know, my own thoughts about my own opinion on the data that we got and who might actually have the advantage. But it's always good to be proved wrong. Like at the end of the
Yeah.
day, there's always a underdog that will start pushing it back and like really trying to get the what do you call this? Trying to get the win back or a comeback, and that really helps
Uh-huh.
to
Um
really grab back that attention, right? Like try to win back what has been said. So yeah, and tell me, Gigi, like the when it comes to mobile, right? And you compare with others, and the thing is that like what what to you in AOV? What makes it a lot better for you to actually grasp a win when you compare with something different? Do you feel that a hero is important, or maybe the item, countering item, or how? What to you? What AOV is makes sorry, to you, what is important when it comes to AOV?
I think comfort and meta are two very different things, but also has equally same amount of impact into the game, because you have a familiarity with your comfort picks, but you also have to be kind of close into the meta, because that's where the stats actually have a positive remarks onto it. But let's see though if both of these teams will be able to either follow the meta really well or pull up a really nice comfort pick in their drafts, because we're just going to be going into a very short break while we do check on what is happening right now. But Jabster and I will be right back. So, guys, don't go
Yeah,
anywhere. You are
please
watching
don't
MSP
don't go
Qualifier Room.
anywhere. Yeah,
Yeah,
don't go
we'll be right
anywhere.
back.
Wait
We'll be
for
right
it.
back.
Yeah, you're not gonna get bored.
Quad kill.
Telling my story with every stitch.
Crossball. I'll be back with more stress.
I am the greatest genius that ever lived.
Dominating.
Let go.
Legendary.
Always cut towards the body. Always cut towards the body.
Onslaught. Under attack.
Towards the body.
Your tower has been destroyed. Bloodbath.
Blazes in.
Legendary.
Delight.
Always cut double kill. Triple kill.
Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at to landing the world, to make the call and to sing the song for you. Let's try together.
get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The winds surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. You won't be lonely 'cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look at you, to land in the world, to make the call and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The winds surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. You won't be lonely 'cause you see it is waves waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the star, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. 'Cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
We mend errors for our future.
Locked on.
Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating.
Mega kill! Mega kill!
After all, I am a sorceress.
Mega kill! Mega kill! Mega kill!
Always cut towards the body. Always cut towards the body.
Onslaught! Under attack!
Towards the body.
Your tower has been destroyed! Bloodbath!
Blazes in, takes command.
Legendary!
Delight. Always cut
Double
towards the
kill! Triple kill! Ultimate! Double kill! Dominated! Legendary! One kill!
telling my story with every stitch. the body.
Onslaught.
Under attack.
Towards the body.
Your tower has been destroyed. Bloodbath.
Blazes in. It's coming.
Legendary.
Delight.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look to land in your world, to make the call and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dirt. No longer be lonely, cause you've seen it is waste time. The time to be a part of the lighting from the star, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look to land in your world, to make the call and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, cause you've seen waste time. The time to be a part of the lighting from the star, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
We mend errors for our future.
Locked on.
Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Mega kill.
This life, I'll break through.
Mega kill.
Heal the world.
Mega kill. Mega kill.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating. Legendary. One kill.
We can rely on each other. Sometimes I miss school. Food time.
Bloodbath. Dominating. Legendary. One kill. Mega kill. Mega kill.
After all, I am a sorcerer.
Mega kill. Mega kill. Mega kill.
Towards the body. Always head towards the body.
Onslaught.
Towards the body.
Your tower has been destroyed. Bloodbath.
Blazes in, hits come.
Legendary.
Always head
Double
towards the
kill. Triple kill.
body.
Onslaught.
Under attack.
Towards the body.
Your tower has been destroyed. Bloodbath.
Blazes in, takes command.
Legendary.
Alive.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at you. To letting you out, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the Orion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The winds surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. You won't be lonely, cause you've seen it is waste time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the star. Because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at you. To letting you out, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the Orion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The winds surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. You won't be lonely, cause you see. Waste time, the time to be a part of the lightning from the star. Because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Cause you belong with stars.
We mend errors for our future. Locked on.
Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Mega kill.
This light, I'll break through.
Mega kill. Mega kill. Mega kill.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating.
All right, welcome back. Yeah, and we patched up the mistake. Yeah, we already fixed the problem. By the way, it's a different approach. There is a difference this time in terms of the pick and bans. In order to prevent the technical error that we have been seeing so far. But we are at least gonna be pushing into the games at the very least. We are going back to the game. Impunity SG versus DearMonsters. We're gonna go into the end game itself after the pick and ban phase due to the problem. There has been a manual pickings on the heroes instead, so that the games can actually push through. So Impunity SG does have some interesting drafts. At least we're not seeing an Aya here, but for DearMonsters, they have an odd draft as well here, you know?
Yep, I think you're right. Sorry, just now, my mistake that you didn't actually hear what I just said. Welcome back to the MSP Qualifier for the ASL Winter 2022. There's a bit of lag again, so we're currently on pause, but don't worry. For everyone who actually just came back into the live session, we are now having a last final game for Singapore between Impunity Singapore and also DearMonsters. This is a best of 5, so you're gonna see a lot of challenges and a lot of game between these two guys right here. So right now we've already went in straight because there was a little bit of technical error on the draft pick. However, we couldn't fix it in time, so we did a little bit of manual ban pick. So guys, this is the list of heroes right now. Even we don't know what happened. But on the IM side, we have Omen, Laville, Volkhalf, Arthur, and also Crixie. And bro, what do you think for DearMonsters? What kind of lineup? Can you actually see any combination on their end?
This is an unorthodox composition that we're seeing here. I think there's Ignis, Baldum, Brunilda,
Dragon and
Zephys,
Slayer
if I'm
have
not
appeared.
mistaken, and the Mina. It's not the usual heroes that we normally see, except for the Baldum, though. But they're doing a really good job. They have picked up the Abyssal Dragon, but again, the team fighting is going to be really scary on the side of Impunity SG. But they suffered a casualty already. Tenmo is dead, and Shinzi will be the next to fall down. First blood already. There is a trade by Zen K, at least onto Vulcan Orange, but it's still a sizable win here for DearMonsters.
Our dragon
Yep, I
lane
think
tower is
the
under attack.
composition between these two lineups, I kind of in love with what Dear Monsters is doing. Most of them are focusing on AoE, but then again, the CC is really strong towards on the Dear Monster side as well. So I have a feeling that they might win this particular game. But then again, we have to see what Impunity have in their mind as well. Again, most of them are properly or focusedly on true damages. So we do hope to see like can Imp really push in and really focus into a strong combo that can really start breaking down whatever that Dear Monsters has already found out. So, bro, let's talk about a bit on the rotation. I see a lot more rotation on the Dear Monsters. They are playing 3-2 format. But then again, there are a lot more pressure towards on the Impunity side with 4-1. So, what do you think?
Yeah, there is an equal amount of trade already in terms of objectives. So Imperial SG is able to patch up that mistake that they had in the previous team fight, but they still need to be really careful because Fizzy Fish initiated the fight earlier with a nice knockback. With a nice fling actually, and if he's gonna be able to do it most of the time, then it's not gonna be looking good here for Impunity SG, especially if it's the squishier targets that gets taken out, like Shinzi. A while ago, he was really in a vulnerable position, and Dear Monsters did not hesitate on diving onto him. And now we're seeing them at least catch up in terms of gold. This is what's good about really strong foundation teams. They know where to get their economy running in a positive manner. And since there is the update already on the Dark Slayer, Impunity SC is actually prioritizing it more due to the good amount of benefits that it does have, which is the effect in terms of pushing due to these small additional minions like the interns of the Dark Slayer, you know?
Yeah, but then again, you can see as well, Dear Monsters did grab the... Oh, there's an engagement going on top. Definitely. Can he actually make the... No, XD is down for the count. A very good attack strategy there by him. And the thing is that I do see a lot... Oh, there's an activity again going down towards the Ducks, towards the Dragon Lane. There is a defeat on Im's side as well. I think the rotation-wise, I'm kind of loving what Dear Monsters is doing. But then, because they left lanes too long. They lost. They already start losing their towers, and not only that, they focus much more on gold, which is their economy. But then again, we are seeing a lot more push towards Impunity side with grabbing the Dark Slayer first. When it comes to engagement, oh wow, again, one more time, Impunity is having a lot of trouble here with Dear Monsters. I'm not expecting so much from it. Then again, they are proving me wrong. They're attacking a lot harder and a lot more aggressive towards the bottom lane. There is an engagement going on between Zephyr and Omen on top. Can he actually grab it first? Oh yes, he did.
Oh!
He grabbed the golem first, just in time before WT could actually grab from a successful invasion.
Yeah, Dear Monsters having a better performance actually against Impunity SG. This is something that they did not anticipate in this game, in this unorthodox lineup. It's actually working out so well for Dear Monsters. Although it's still just the early game, things can still go really well here for the side of Impunity SG, especially when the power spikes happen. The Omen is gonna start to have a lot more impact into the game. Shinzi is gonna start to hurt even more, as well as Tatsu, while the frontline Zenkai and Tenmo are gonna be looking to soak a lot of damage away from Dear Monsters. They're prioritizing the Dark Slayer, but I think they're trying to bait out or draw Dear Monsters in, but they're on the other side of the map. Zenkai is taking a lot of damage. He pops out or try and stay alive. There's a backstab already. Tenmo doing a lot of AoE in the front, and WT will pick up the kill. There is a trade on the Zenkai though. Dear Monsters are not holding back. They fight against this high mobility heroes and high damage dealing heroes on the side of Impunity SG, and they managed to trade out blow to blow.
Yep, I like that. What makes me confused is that the way they play, they still focus on their 4-1 format, but then again, it's being quite successful and aggressive towards the monster side. And not only that, Impunity now is trying their best to actually defend as hard as possible. We can see Shins is coming in for an attack, but then again, good timing by Arthur comes in for protection, but then Fish just came in trying to push Arthur towards the side. Now, are they trying to attack Shins first? Oh no, they got Arthur going down quite deeply, and then after that, three come in for an attack on the ultimate, and yes, it did successfully got Idao outside.
Oh.
And Fish is Fuzzy Fish is trying to run in, just in time before Zenki got pulled in.
Ooh.
And now Zenki is down. This is an amazing gameplay by DearMonster. I did not expect that, but then again, like I mentioned to you, the lineup is very, very good. But then again, one more problem that they are facing is that they are not protecting the lane. They have good communication towards their team, but they leave their lane for too long and they are losing towers like a cookie crumble.
Yeah, they got the bot side tier 1 though, so at least they're able to kind of keep up. And them being able to pick up the Holy Dragon first before Impunity SG taken out the Infinite Stay is already a sizable lead, because they can just push mid and even collapse onto Impunity SG. We're seeing them going there. As of the meantime, Fizzyfish with another flick onto Tenmo. Are they going to commit onto this? This is scary, because Impunity SG can just engage onto them as well. That's all the way being popped out by Skyla, but Impunity SG are able to still back off. They transition towards the top and finally take the lead in terms of structures. We see Impunity SG diving onto them though. This is scary. They're losing onto the team fights and they lost 2 already. Might be 3 or 4 as everyone just continue to fall down. And DearMonsters, well, we can say with absolute confidence now, they're monsters in this game number 1.
Amazing. Oh my god, this is just ridiculous. The way they play, they are so aggressive. They did not even give a chance for Impunity to breathe. I love the way they're playing right now. They are really strong and focusing on their format, which has always been effective, which is 4-1. And what I like about it is that their communication is way, way better, and it's a lot more stronger comparing to what Impunity have right now. The push is already going towards the Impunity side. Will there be any comeback? I think if, let's say, Impunity get to increase their goal as soon as possible, then they might have a chance, because the gap is just ridiculous. We are at 5,000 gap goal. And not only that, most of the combination of rotation towards from the DearMonster sides is just amazing. They do trying their best now to control the lane as much as possible, making sure that their minion wave are moving towards and further in front of the lake, always on the enemy zone. And not only that, they are moving as a team for every single clash. And what makes the clash good is that the initiation is perfect from Baldoom, and that makes it a lot easier for the other team to actually back him up. And now, when it comes to Mina is just doing a really good job protecting the carry from the back lane. Or the back end, and give a lot more time for Zephyrs to actually sweep in and kill whatever that is left to kill. Again, GG, I think there's a lot of things going on here, and we hope that there might be an engagement going on by Sarah. Will this be another tower down for them? I think Brunhilde has always been a very good meta just to make a push towards the tower. Right now, they are having problem because most of the attacks are distanced for the carries, and the support are very strong enough to make sure that they have the chance and push. There you go, one more tower down. This could be it. I don't know what will happen to Impunity for this game, but a comeback is definitely not in the story for today.
Comeback is still very much possible here for Impunity SG. Late game scaling of Shinzi is prominent, but the way they are approaching their monsters though is kind of questionable. That's already a lot of damage that Tenmo has taken right now, and their monsters are just piling onto them so many times already. And there's nothing that Impunity SG can do. Right now, they lost control on their towers. They lost control on their lanes. Objective control is already out as well. A while ago, we see them taking the Dark Slayers, the 2 Dark Slayers actually. But now, they can't even go near the objective. Why? Because of Fizzy Fish and the rest of the members as well. When Fizzy Fish engages, everyone follows up, and Skyla doesn't have any threat at all. She is just there doing a lot of damage without having to worry of anyone going at her. So that's how good this draft is working right now for them. The draft we mentioned earlier, I think I mentioned earlier, is kind of unorthodox. It's not what the other teams would normally go to. But the way their monsters is executing right now makes it really nice. And despite the meta lineup of Impunity SG, Dear Monsters are just dismantling them over and over again. That's 6,000 goldie now, and they're just looking to take this Infinite Slayer down.
You're right, and that's not it. I think they again distract the entire Impunity team towards the bottom lane, while while the rest of the team from Dear Monsters are focusing towards the Dark Slayer. Can they actually grab it first before they make any engagement? Oh no! They did not make it the run in time. The distraction was good, but then again, you wasted a lot of time there to just trying to pull the enemy towards you, where you lost yourself. And now, right now, with the one man down towards for Dear Monsters, I don't think so that they can make any engagement right now, but just solely focus on pushing the wave as much as possible towards the enemy zone. Right now, Impunity as well, trying to focus as much as possible, trying to grab as many or goal so that they can start pressuring the Dear Monsters as fast as possible, because there's no way in chance if they don't try to pressure as much as possible, move the wave towards the lake. There's no way for them to actually have a comeback. And then again, as I mentioned to you, it's hard for them to actually scale
Enemy Dark Slayer has
scale
been
slowly
summoned.
up towards the map, because again, the strong wave from the Dear Monster side is just too much for them to actually handle every lane, as there's no more towers to protect them. And we might be seeing one more engagement going on. Will it be no? So they're taking their time again. It's very important to see every single Slayer minion is coming down. This could be it. Could there be
Oh
the
no.
first last push for Dear Monsters? And they are coming in very fast. Dragon is already, sorry, Slayer is already in. Everyone's going in, deep diving towards the side, and there's no way that they
Damage!
can actually make any run. Kensen is already start pushing inside, and not only that, there are only 3 left. All life is so low, and now Slayer is coming in so hard with the core. Then there could
core.
be it. Will they actually make defend? No, they cannot defend any longer. The tower is going down. The core is going down. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Monsters bring the first point back.
That was well, it was a kind of slow start, but a swift and dominating
yeah.
finish by Dear Monsters. Man, talk about expectations. We talked about Impunity SG and Dear Monsters
Right.
before
I
the
mean,
game started, and they have delivered. They have proven so far in the
yeah.
game
And
number one. They are
like I
starting
said,
to prove us
yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, that's what I want. And to be honest, we were mostly have a stronger feeling, and also a stronger idea that Impunity could actually bring back the win. But instead, Dear Monsters are showing a whole different gameplay that we were expecting, and that was like a sweep off the rug for Impunity, and they were gone. And it's again the way they play. It's the 4-1 format, which has always been working for AOV. And I'm not to say that Impunity did not do well. They did have a good format as well. They played 3-2, rotating from the top Slayer lane all the way down to Dragon lane. But the problem is that they leave the lane too long, and they focus too much on the lane, where at the end of the day, most of the goal captured by Dear Monsters was a lot more comparing to what Impunity actually
Mm-hmm.
grabbed.
That was the first. A while ago, we saw the first fight occurring, and it actually started with Fizzyfish landing a nice knockup on one of the members of Impunity SG, and that kind of was the pattern of Dear Monsters. Fizzyfish and Sarah were the ones who actually initiate for the team. The Dark Dominion definitely messes with the formation of Impunity SG. The more they are together, the more they can get collapsed upon here by Dear Monsters. And Skyla did not feel any pressure from them at all because no one can reach her due to the amount of defenses that they also have. The Ignis did a really good job as well in protecting the back line. And overall, Impunity SG just struggled with this kind of draft against Dear Monsters 1. And with the momentum swinging into their favor, maybe we're going to be seeing Dear Monsters looking to have a much better and fantastic game number 2.
Yep, I really hope that Impunity could actually show what will happen later on the second game. But then again, we don't know if Dear Monsters are playing. It is out of really blow my mind. It's not what I expected, and it shows such intensity, such what do you call this? Great grasp on the game itself, and that's what I want to see from both teams. But then again, I do have to say that to me, the MVP for me would definitely be Fizzy Fish. Fizzy Fish did a really good job on initiating every single game. That's why you can see in here the participation has the highest, which is at 87.5%, comparing to the rest. Now, yeah, we do see a lot more movement on Zenkei's side, which gives them a stronger rotation, which every single team work as a unit. That's why they most of the participation is above 50%. And I gotta say, there were a little bit mistakes on Impunity side when it comes to counter invasion. So that was the problem that actually pushed them back and gave a little bit more snowball for Dear Monsters to actually start rolling back, rolling into every single tower that they have. They had a good start for Impunity, where they actually grabbed 2 towers ahead before Dear Monsters, but they weren't coping with the rotation, and that actually led to this failure.
Yeah, it was just a definite landslide in this game. Impunity SC weren't prepared for that kind of play style that Dear Monsters made in this particular game. I want to commend them so much on how they actually delivered this game against Impunity SG. The way they dissected their formation, they pushed them away from where they actually wanted to go, and them just overall giving Impunity SG an almost one-sided beatdown, honestly, in this game number 1. Despite the high meta picks that Impunity SG has chosen in this particular game, except for the Volcast, and honestly, it was more like a comfort pick. Maybe they did want a bit of more frontline power and tankiness in their draft to try and reach the backline into the Brunilda, but unfortunately, it still wasn't enough for them to reach on that backline into what player was that? Into Skyla, the Brunilda player. And in transitioning now into game number 2, maybe we would see Impunity SG adapting or adjusting their lineup instead, because they recognize right now that Dear Monsters are really aggressive in their play style. They like to gank most of the time. They like to rotate, force those fights against their enemy team. And Impunity SG, with this kind of draft, is more so just a reserved one, time to scale up and profit later on mid to late game. So maybe in game number 2, they would prefer to have more fighters, more assassins. I guess invest on something like a Kira for the backline access instead, or the AOE. And in terms of marksman, maybe have a little bit more of an early game pressure. Maybe try to pick up a Joker or maybe a Slims with that flying spear, or something like a Kafeni or Telenas that has a lot of synergy with good supports as well. Just like the Paina or the Alice.
You mean
Alice
Helen
or
now? There's
Annette.
no more Pena. Pena is gone. So there's only
Then
Helen.
it's gone. Helen,
Pena is
yeah.
gone. There's no more Naomi. So yeah.
Oh.
So I agree
My
with
bad, my
you.
bad.
I like the what you've been saying. I think the what the team did with two heavy tankers such as Mina and also Baldum really did protect the front line and also the back line. Brunhilde and Ignis was really having their good time shooting up from a distance. It really makes it a lot harder for Volkov to actually even jump in because of the strength on the front end on the initiation and also the back line which been handled by Mina. So that way, there's no one that can actually come in. Any enemy that really try to backstab from the back really got pulled back by Mina. So there's no way that they can actually make any effort of clashing or flanking DearMonster. And I gotta say, I love the entire game. And right now, we are already preparing for the second game. The problem that we're still facing is still the bug on the draft pick. So we are currently doing it manually. So you guys have to hold on. It's gonna be taking a longer time.
Yeah, it's gonna take a bit while, but after that, it's a smooth transition into the game. Because the only problem is with the drafting. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to show you guys the pick and ban phase for now, and just on this series, but maybe on the next ones, like on the next
Will be a lot better, yeah.
parts of the tournament, we would be able to show you instead after patching up the technical issue. And well, what we can say though is that DearMonster so far is having a blast. Honestly, I was a little bit hesitant on the lineup that they had earlier, due to it being a little bit unorthodox, and especially when compared to the likes of Impunity SG, which had the much more stable lineup. But I guess ability only gives you something entirely different from the likes of the DearMonsters, because they focus more on early game aggression. And when they actually met their winning condition, which is the setup of Fizzyfish and Sarah, providing a lot of safety for Skyla, there's nothing that Impunity SG can do. The moonfall of Tatsu, despite the damage or the tankiness of Zenkai and Tenmo as the front lines and WT. They had 3 front lines, honestly, but DearMonsters did not feel that pressure at all, because the damage wasn't really enough actually coming from Impunity SG as well.
Yeah.
Ciro was able to sustain for so long because of his health back on his skill, and the taunts are just too much for Impunity SG to handle as well.
Yep, you're right, and I agree. I think that we will definitely hope that this is gonna be a better way for Impunity to actually start creating a lot more a better combo or a better composition for the team to actually start pressuring back towards the monsters. But then again, even though it is unorthodox, it does show that they were focusing a lot more on AOE and CC, and it was a lot balanced due to having Baldum and Mina covering up those both aspects. When it comes to Brunhilde and also Ignis, it was a lot easier for them to really focus on the true damages and also a range that they have, that it makes it a lot easier for them to really pressure the Impunity team. Whereas the Impunity team had a lot more close range heroes, which really needs a lot more push, as they do not have the capability or the tank that they need to actually make that counter towards Baldum. So overall, I gotta say it's an amazing game. Even though after going through a lot of technical difficulties, both teams still played their best. Even though I feel that the sense, the game sense, goes a lot more to DearMonsters, and I want to see next whether will there be a lot more meta inside for the Impunity team, and what would be the best I would say the best format or the best trick that they can actually do to make sure that they have the possession a lot more of every single wave comparing to DearMonsters.
Yeah, because Dear Monsters does have a lot more room in terms of other pickings for the next succeeding games, whereas to Impunity SG, it's gonna be a bit different. They no longer can use the Crixie, the Arthur, the the Omen as well. But for Dear Monsters, they can actually have a much better draft towards game number two. I think though in game number one, it would have been better if Impunity SG focused more on to poking, knowing that Dear Monsters draft is really nice on engage. Maybe having something like a Tullen or an Iggy Elsu combination would have been on point for them. But we can't really say for sure because we haven't seen the bans from game number one. So adaptations, I guess, would be better towards game number two. Or if Impunity SG wants to have to match the aggressiveness of Dear Monsters, maybe pick up other heroes that can actually do it, just like the Kafeni, which is really strong in the early game, or for assassins, maybe pick up something like a Nakros, which has a lot of impact into the game as well, and it's pretty meta. Maybe pick up a Thane, which is a solid tank as well, much better than the Arthur support, honestly, because of the knockback and the Excalibur skill that he does have that deals a percent missing HP. And overall in a kit, it can do a lot, because if you're also going to be going on engage, Thane and Hayate actually has a lot of good synergy because of the Kunai Blitz shredding a lot of damage, and the Excalibur will just be the one to execute those kills. So maybe that's something that Impunity SG can go to towards game number two, or maybe just try to get a better and proper read against Dear Monsters this time.
Yep, I gotta agree with that. There are a lot more metas currently for the support that actually can collaborate better with Cathany or even Telenas, which has still the same range as how what Bruhilda has. For example, Zenil has the capabilities now, which focuses on the early game and also gets stronger by the late game. Just the same as how Adruin is now, which really could sustain that much of damage and really start pushing for invasions early as possible to make sure that we get the grasp of a good invasion, which means every single monster is grabbed early hit on. And I think there's something where Impunity could still look into. They need to have a proper synergy between the heroes that they choose. There should not be any log back between those combination, because again, at the end of the day, when it comes to support and archer, these two must be really strong enough to carry the entire team. And at the end of the day, even you have a lower leveled or item Dark Slayer, sorry, not Dark Slayer, a Slayer hero, or even for the mid lane, these two can still cover up what it is, cover up whatever that is lacking to actually make a still good push to a comeback. So again, it's hard to say how the next one will go to, but I do hope that they are strong enough. Ever that will be the next representative of Singapore should be strong enough to actually have a good game between Imperial and also ADT.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely true. And I think there's also a big change right now in terms of strategy making due to the recent updates, especially with the Dark Slayer being a little bit different right now. I would say buffed due to the lane pressure or the amount of impact it does make into the lane pushing, especially into the latter parts wherein you have the Infinite Slayer or the Dark Lord Slayer already. So closing out games would be much easier to do, honestly, with this kind of objective, especially it's actually one of the common things that we have seen already during the past few tournaments, especially in the AIC 2022, wherein closing out games, even with a Dark Lord Slayer, can be difficult if you're able to actually chunk it down to half health before it reaches the inhibitor tower. But if you're able to let it stay alive and healthy, like above half health, maybe three-fourths of its health remaining still intact, then you do have a much better chances of closing out the game and pushing the core. But right now it's much easier because you also have side lanes being pushed out. You also have those those interns, those trainees just marching those little
Yeah.
minions trying to help
Right.
out in
Right.
terms
Yeah.
of the push, right?
Yep, you're right, and I think that really plays out a lot more on AOV right now. It makes you think about the strategy that you have, whether if you are a late game hero, which one should you focus more? Whether should you go for the Dark Slayer first, or even the Dragon? Because as long as you know and understand the entire game, that if you are most of your heroes are late game, you should focus more on the Dragon instead, because you need
Mm-hmm.
that cash, you need that goal in you to actually start pushing more towards your item to cover up what you are lacking on. When it comes to you being an early game hero, or you already know that your damage is a lot stronger on the early game itself, then you should be focusing on the pressure. So that's why you start pushing more on the Dark Slayer to get that extra minion, to start really attacking the current towers that you have on the first layer. So those are the things that you need to think of. You need to think of when should you start making counters. You need to think of where is the best golem to attack for, depending on the enemy's jungler. So everything plays such a big role now with the new update, and I do expect it to be this way, where it makes the players or the team to
Welcome
think
to Arena
thoroughly
of
a
Valor.
strategy before they move on. No
Get
longer
ready.
taking their
Minions will
time
be
playing
deployed
solo
in
and
5 seconds.
trying to do whatever they can by themselves. So it is good
Prepare to
that
engage.
they do this and they change it every season. So it's gonna be a lot better, a lot more challenging, and so forth. Oh, there you go. So we're finally in after all that talk. We are back on the second game between Dear Monsters and Impunity. So let's go through what is the current lineup, Gigi.
Yeah, for Dear Monsters, well, we have Valheim, a Wukong as well. This is an interesting draft. Once again here, Illuma being picked out. They have a decent amount of tankiness due to the lumbar support. And, well, Varus has been top tier meta pick, one of the most comfortable heroes to actually pick up as in another frontline in the Darkslayer lane. For Impunity SG, well, Jabster, what is it?
All right, so we do have Yena and also Aoi, Telenas, Mina, and also Lorian. Now I see a lot more good, strong combination for Impunity this time. So this could be a big comeback for Impunity. A lot more, I would say, a bit more messy composition when it comes to Dear Monsters. They do not have a strong combo comparing to what Impunity have to offer. So I do
Yeah.
hope to see that, can Dear Monster really start pushing with this type of lineup, and whether can
Oh
Impunity
no.
actually take a big win, or there's an engagement going
Oh,
on. Oh, Illuminati is down for the count. Now they might be attacking Fish. But then again, like I mentioned to you, they have a lot more early game. Oh, Wukong is already going in for an attack. Can Mina escape? I don't think so. Mina might be going down.
oh
And yes,
no.
Mina is down for the count. There is only one enemy left to work for Dear Monsters, and there is no way that he can actually try to invade and capture that dragon, and the dragon goes to Impunity. Like I mentioned to you, then again, it is such an important thing for you to really understand your composition.
Our Dragon Lane Tower is
Yeah, that
under
was a
attack.
big mistake by Dear Monsters. Skyla got picked out. They re-engage onto Tenmo, the one of the tankiest members here on the side of Impunity SG, which has a lot of sustain. it was a questionable approach here by DearMonsters, and they definitely got punished so hard with it. We're already seeing a 1,500 gold lead by Impunity SG just at the start of this game, and they are a scaling composition. DearMonsters does not have that much of scaling factor in their lineup. Bukan Orange does have a lot of damage, but in terms of range, Shinzi has the upper hand. Plus, they have the wombo combo of Tatsu and Tenmo later on with the Dark Dominion and the Skyfall here for Tatsu. So, their monster has to be really careful in playing out this early game, or else they're just gonna be keep on getting punished. We're already seeing a push on the bot side, and Fizzyfish nearly get caught out. There's a pull by Tenmo, but he's really tanky at the very least, and DearMonsters are able to at least equalize the objective taking by getting the Dark Slayer.
Yep, you're right, and that's the best way right now. It is best at dodging as much as possible again because Impunity have the best composition, and they are not going to be in a good scenario if, let's say, there's no Dark Slayer to assist on that push. The first tower is already down by Impunity. A very good job there on the pressuring lane. However, when it comes to formation, DearMonster still have the best formation. They are trying coming in and attack on Mina. Can Mina actually make ACM? No, 10 more. He's actually stuck. No, he did survive. No, he did not. Got stunned by Illumia just in time for them to actually make the attack. And no, 2 down for the count. This is not looking good. Oh, there you go. You're coming in with just 1 wipe, and Wukong is down. Again, it was a really good effort there. But then again, even though a good combination going towards Impunity is already taking on the first layer tower towards Dark Slayer, and now starting to make that push towards inside. Impunity does have the upper hand towards the pressuring lane, but then again, DearMonster has the capability of stronger communication and stronger gap. Oh, there might be a clash coming in right in the middle, and there's no way for him to actually escape. Wukong gonna run, and Wukong is down with Mina, but tower is down for every single first layer for the DearMonster. Can they actually start making that pressure, or will they have a lot more difficulty after this? Oh, Sierra came in right in the middle, but saved in by those two, XD and also Orang. But we have to see what is gonna be happening just about now. I think they are already start to engage as much as possible. Impunity is pressuring like crazy from every single aspect, every single lane.
Yeah.
Monsters are grabbing as much more comparing to DearMonster, and DearMonster now it needs to move quickly and be with together quickly for a very good gank. If not, gonna be another backfall or backlash towards Impunity. Oh, there's the engagement. That was a very good clash, a good gang there, ambushed by Impunity. Right now, they need to run. No, Fizzyfish is down. Left with only 3. And I think this could be a big lead, and again a good comeback towards Impunity.
DearMonsters just keeps on getting caught there by Impunity SG. But although what's good about DearMonsters right now is they're able to miraculously recover in terms of economy. Despite Impunity SG getting a lot of kills, the shutdown were still being made here by DearMonsters. What they need to be very careful though are the setups from WT and Zenke. A while ago in the bot side dry brush, WT and Zenke actually sat there for like 30 seconds before they engaged onto DearMonsters, because they know they have the advantage in terms of closing the distance and doing all those damage in a short amount of time. And when they get their damage onto the crucial members of DearMonsters, then already numbers advantage for them is established. Right now, there's going to be a 3-man knockup Illuma as well with the Cataclysm. They get Shinzi. It's already good, but can they escape from Tatsu? They already got Bukan Orange, and they got Skyla as well. Retaliation. Tatsu gets punished for his overextension. DearMonsters are fighting back. They're starting to fight back, and they managed to catch up in terms of the goal despite being down in terms of towers. Right now, bot side is being pushed by WT, but Sierra is here. not gonna be pressured that much, is able to disengage successfully. And DearMonsters again being consistent on this Dark Slayer, which is actually helping them in terms of the push.
Yep, you're right, and that's what I like about Dear Monsters right now.
Dragon and
No matter
Slayer
what,
have
even though their
evolved.
composition is a lot lower chances between Impunity, but they are showing great tenacity towards pressuring as much as possible, trying to gank and trying to grab as much goal as possible. Even the gap was high just now. They're really starting to push, and they are currently on the lead
Holy
by
Dragon
only a
has
few
been
hundreds, but
defeated.
still from that gap, they start to close as soon as possible. They're trying to get the another Dark Slayer. Can they actually grab it first? Oh, will Tenmo coming in for assist? No, they did not. He could not make it in time. Lumbur is pushing her back, but Tenmo is really
Dark Slayer
trying
has been
to
summoned.
open up the map as much as possible, giving the team the vision that they need to actually start making an ambush. But right now, it seems that we might see a big turnover back to Dear Monsters. Do this and grab as much goal as possible, build up their lead heroes, and start pressuring back as soon as possible. Then again, Zanke and Tenmo is coming in. Could they? Oh
Oh!
no, they took too long. They took too long for the gank. Now the entire team is here. Can the team? No, there goes Dear Monster.
Knock
Right
off.
now they are level 2. Oh, can they actually survive? Lumbur is running. PZ is alive. Okay, Speezy got to escape just in time. But then again,
Oh, Tatsu?
Wukong and got stuck in the middle. I know that they survived. No, just in time, the orb saved Zera, but no, Zera went down as well. They should have blocked Lorian. Lorian should not be in this game because this have really pushed them back. Again, combination is a lot stronger to Impunity. Impunity has the advantage right now, and again, towers are dropping like cookies for Dear Monsters, and they need to start pressuring back as soon as possible, or this could
A blue
be
team
the end.
tower has
Dear
been
Monsters on
destroyed.
this particular game.
Yeah, a while ago they were starting to be ahead in terms of gold. Then suddenly, almost 3,000 gold drop onto them because of the amount of gold that Impunity SG got from winning a team fight and also a push onto the top side. So now, it started with it actually was a big factor that Skyla got taken out quite early. So there's minimal crowd control left on the side of Dear Monsters. That's actually the key to them preventing the engage of Impunity SG. And now they're starting to group up towards top side. This might be really crucial. Tenmo has been the one sustaining for them. The Dark Domain is just too much. Set up for Tatsu, and the AoE damage is just too much. Cataclysm has been used, but already too late. Your members are already dead. They simply do not have the necessary damage to counter the likes of Impunity SG. And now, more towers are falling out. All outer turrets actually taken down by Impunity SG. And for Dear Monsters, so dear, they just are
Oh
holding
dear.
on for dear life.
Oh dear. Oh dear. And you are
Oh
right right
dear.
now. Never mess with Mina's passive. That really just boosts up her life, and that will give you another headache for you to actually make any kill. Always remember to keep that gap between you and Mina just to make sure that there's no boost in the HP. And not only that, Lorian has always been a very good combination with Mina. As long as Mina switch on her ultimate, there is no way for anyone to run on that taunt and give Lorian the time for him to actually on air every single enemy there is there. So we do see again Dear Monster grab Dark Slayer just in time for them to have the fourth Dark Slayer as the game go on. But not only that, even for Impunity, they start focusing more on Dragon, and they receive already 4. So can they actually make a comeback? It is very important. They are right now, both are almost on the same level. It is important that they need to start playing it safe, focus much more on gaining up the level, and also the items that's needed for a good comeback. So Dear Monsters should not clash, as they might be turned into a lose if they start focusing on pushing for a clash right now. So right now, oh, there's a clash already going in. Lombor is going to attack Mina, but then again they coming in. Wukong is going from the side. Can he actually make that kill first? And yes, he did.
Shinji's
Sierra
dead.
is focusing on telling us Carry is down for the count. Behind also is down. And Aoi is now running for her dear life. And Sierra, can she actually grab
Is under
him
attack.
first? Lumbu is coming in. Can Zenke run? Oh no. Down is down also. No, there's no way Zenke could actually make that run.
Outside.
Now it's 2-on-2. 2-on-2. Oh no, it's 2-on-3. Will they still survive to actually grab the tower before Mina and also Yena actually grab it? And no, they retreated and taking their time, and which is a very good decision there, because as we see, Varus is already starting to push on the second layer of towers for Impunity. So this could not be good as well. I think they are both doing really hard, trying to see who can actually make that last clash for them to actually have a comeback. And to me, my money will still be on DearMonster. I think they still have the chance if they play it well on the initiation itself.
Yeah, win conditions here for both teams are this. Impunity SG, well, of course, head on dive and making most of that crowd control into the AoE damage of Tatsu. But for Dear Monsters, their win condition is actually divide and conquer here onto Impunity SG. Yeah, one down 9 is just gonna get melted, and there's nothing you can do after overextending. And what's not good about this though is that the Dark Lord Slayer is about to spawn, and Impunity SG can just force a team fight here, knowing that the Wukong is dead. Numbers advantage, and the Dear Monsters need every number they can count against Impunity SG. If they get caught out here by Tatsu, it's going to be game over. But so far, they're able to avoid some of the pressure here by Impunity SG, but they need to be very careful. They're grouping up once again under the brush. Shinzi is the only one being shown, and Tenmo. They need to be very meticulous on their approach, because the Dark Lord Slayer is approaching in 5 seconds, and that might spell out the victory here for Impunity SG. They get spotted out here by Fizzlefish and Sierra, but Impunity SG is not holding back. Tenmo is the one in the front. Cataclysm has been used already. Shinzi is taking a lot of damage, but Tenmo again with the crowd control. That's a 3-man knockup by Fizzlefish, and they clap on the backside. WD slays Skyla, and everyone is just melted away. Impunity SG might have done it. Dear Monsters are dead, and it's only Sierra remaining alive. Tries to go with that outplay, but unfortunately it's not enough. Impunity SG clutches this team fight out and might be able to take on this game, so the score will now be tied.
What was Sierra thinking? That was a very bad decision there. And ladies and gentlemen, there you go. There you have it. Impunity SG just won their first point. Oh, this is gonna be a long night for everyone. We're going to see a challenge from both teams. Both are very balanced, and that's it, guys. We will see a stronger gameplay from these two. Oh, can you imagine what we just saw? I'm speechless. I have no idea what is gonna happen between these two teams. They are very balanced. I think in a warm up session just in time for them to actually get ready for the second game.
Yeah, I want to commend Impunity SG on having a better performance, especially in this game. They had a better win condition set in place, and their execution is also almost it was really nice as well. It's not perfect, but they made it work, especially at the very end. So there was a little to no chances to Dear Monsters to actually recover from that. They attempted multiple times, but the biggest factor there in that last fight was actually the backstab of WT from Skyla, and having to take him down quite early is actually detrimental for the likes of Dear Monsters, because they would not have that much crowd control anymore with the Illuma down. And it led to the demise. As we check here in the replay, things started off disastrous, honestly, for Dear Monsters, although they were able to recover. So that's something that is very much commendable on the side of Dear Monsters, but it's also something that should be avoided, because I think this game could have been better for them, or maybe it could have been a win if that if that disaster did not happen at all.
Yep, and I think it was a lot important at the end of the day. Like I mentioned, composition, lineup. It is a lot important that really carries out the entire game of AOV, because a combination really focuses a lot more on how you actually start any clash. And not only that, the initiation itself, you need to have a stronger tank comparing to how Lumbu can be countered easily by Lorien and also by Mina. So this gives a lot more edge towards Impunity because of what they have lined up and what combo that they've already set up for this particular game. So it's, to me, it's I think they were rushing it. They were still getting used to that manual draft pick, or because this is more like choosing a favorite hero, which I find that it should not be. It should not be so because of the combination that is needed to make sure that you are always at the advantage.
And advantages are really much better for Impunity SG, honestly, due to their better team fighting capability. Even though Shinzi almost had little impact into the game because of how DearMonsters are constantly diving them or diving Shinzi, the other members are still able to pick up the slack, honestly, especially Tatsu. Whenever Tatsu is alive and able to follow up from the crowd control of Tenmo, things just turn out so much better for them. And DearMonsters also have to take into consideration Zenke and WT, which dealt a lot of damage onto the back line, and that's how basically Impunity SG dissected DearMonsters. Aggression this time was invested by Impunity SG, not only from one particular location but from all sides. DearMonster has to face a lot of damage.
Yeah, we can see there's a lot of feed from Skyla on the early on without any contribution of kill. Again, she is one of the main carries that has been aimed as much by Zenke to make sure that she does not get to use her ulti or try to push everyone away from their team. So that was a very good mark, to be honest, between having Skyla out of the game as fast as possible. I think for Daud as well, came in way too much early. He should have waited for the last week to cancel out any other enemies that is currently dealing or getting damaged by his own team. So yeah, and I think when it comes to participation itself, they do have a good participation on the DearMonsters. But again, Impunity was together all the time and showing high amount of participation in the entire game.
I wonder how things can go out now in game number 3, because so far we're seeing equal amount of pressure by both teams, especially now that Impunity SG had the better hand in this game number 2. Although it's not as dominating as DearMonsters game number 1, but it is still a sizable win. Win conditions were still met, and we saw how big of an impact the Lorien can actually do in this particular game with an MVP of 13.1. Despite Zenke actually having a lot more of kills than him. But in terms of AoE damage, definitely Tatsu did most of it. And despite the efforts of Sierra, actually, he dealt the most damage as well, I think, in this particular game, and sustained a lot as well. But the synergy of the other heroes weren't really enough, actually, especially the Illuma pick and the Valheim. I'm not really that much in approval with this kind of draft that DearMonsters had in this particular game. It's different from game number 1.
Yeah, even when you see Valheim's item just now, he focused more on magic damages, which he should not be, because most of the heroes were already focusing towards Medallion of Troy to really cover up magic damages from Illumia and also Valheim. Because of that, the the effectiveness of the damage wasn't there. So he should have focused a lot more on physical damages instead. Not only that, I think Lumbu carried out good initiations on the first game, on the first matchup itself. But then again, there were tank like Mina, which really covered a lot more when it comes to hooking as much enemy as possible towards her while having the taunt on. And this gives her the opportunity to actually really use her passive to recover back every HP that has been taken off by the damage from the DearMonster team. And I gotta say, it is such an important role for them to really break it down to every single aspect of the hero. That way, it's a lot easier for them to actually know the capabilities and the counters to make it a lot easier for them to actually start pressuring, comparing to just picking without putting any thoughts on the drop pick itself.
Yeah, the draft definitely has a big impact in this game. Although DearMonster had a fantastic game number one, they shouldn't be putting too much of a risk in especially in the game number two. I think things would have been better if they picked up a different marksman, especially that the Valheim doesn't really have that much range, and against a full-on engaged lineup, it's really hard to pull it off. Maybe the Kafeni would have been better for them, or if he would have like more of range, maybe the Violet would suffice as well. But the Valheim does have some of its perks as well, especially in the 1v1 department. So we can actually understand the intention there of DearMonsters. But for the other picks, maybe it could have been improved as well, especially in preparation for the succeeding games, because the global bans are still in play. And I think for their mid lane, the Illuma, they wanted more crowd control, especially with the Cataclysm and the amount of consistent damage, AoE damage to be made in the mid. But I think it could have been better if they picked up a different maybe a Tolan would have dealt more damage, since that's something that they lack, honestly. And if they wanted some protection on the backline, maybe the Dirac would have sufficed in that category as well.
Yep, I think would do. But then again, something that could have been a very good counter for Lorien, it could have been Dirac, could have been Raz as well. Something that can really pressure and push the enemy back, so that they cannot actually really full on attack. I think that could have been a better idea. When it comes to yes, I agree. Caffeine could have been a better counter, or even if you want to play something a bit more aggressive, I think Yon could have been a better choice than competing with Valheim. At least he can sustain a lot more damages per second comparing to Valheim. And we can see also that there are, for example, something that can really carry the team for jungler at the end of the day could have been, you could have chosen Quillen, which still has the invisibility capability, but yet double the damage for the tankers from the back, comparing to using what was it again, Wukong. So Zuka could have a good choice as well, but then again, we don't know what was the ban was. So if let's say the ban could have been Caffeine, the ban could have been Hayati, even Violet. So that's the hard part, when we could not really see what was it like for them to actually gone through a manual ban pick.
Yeah, I wish we could see though what they are picking as of the moment and banning out, because it would give us more information. But we are settling with what we have as of the moment what's really important right now. I think it would be the execution of these two teams, with the refers to their composition. Especially right now, we do see their intentions, um, and their strategies actually kind of working. Um, Based on the first two games, we're seeing also, like how you said earlier, um, these teams are kind of on par on each other based on the stats and the score lines in this series as well. So maybe in the third game, if DearMonsters are gonna be having a better draft, maybe they can pick up the slack that they had in game number two. But if Impunity SG would be able to continue on dismantling them, I think this is kind of like the overall win conditions right now of both teams. Explosiveness for DearMonsters, especially with their unique draft, against Impunity SG's uh, attempts on understanding DearMonsters and finding a weakness on their lineup and exploiting it.
Yeah, and I think I want to see my favorite hero being picked, such as Rowie.
What's your favorite?
So
Oh,
yeah, I'm a top server for Rowie, and it is something that really consists on covering and assisting where should your players be moving into. And it's a lot easier for you to actually control the game if you are really well known on understanding the knowledge of using Rowie. It makes it a lot easier for you to actually finish the game a lot quicker comparing to the other support team. So there are a lot of things that I actually want to see as well. For example, having Arjuin in. Arjuin has already been showing and proving himself as one of the best support right now, and really pressuring as possible towards the enemy side. So again, it's we gotta see. We gotta see what other unorthodox pick from both sides of the team, and see what can be the best way for them to actually cover up any slacks that they have when it comes to, or even weakness in their lineup, and how they can actually start using different kind of heroes to actually engage back to. And I might be feeling that we might be going through a very long night today, just to see how far
yeah.
can these two play. Yeah, because again, they've been quite balanced the entire time. Both of them showing their strut on each of their games. So I do hope this time the pick is good enough from both teams, so that we can really see who is the strongest right now. Because from what we've seen on the last two games is that the first game, DearMonsters had the best combination, the best lineup. And then we see on the second game where Impunity has the best lineup and also best combination. So hopefully this time both really have strong combinations, which really can give us a rough idea which team is the strongest and what their skills are like.
I like what you mentioned earlier, like the Rui pick, because based on statistics, honestly, I think it's only V Gaming actually who is able to pull that kind of support off, especially with the amount of foundation and the skills they already have as a team. But they only have like 66% win rate on it. They suffered a loss with it against what team was that? Against one team during the upper bracket finals in the AIC 2022. And speaking of flex picks, I was actually surprised by some teams actually being able to pull off those cheeky hero picks like Azenka, because it's kind of common to see the Azenka being hovered, especially in the pick phase, but I only saw it one time being used, and it was actually from the same team, one team, and they were able to actually have a dominating game with it. So maybe with the likes of Impunity SG and DearMonster, since they are kind of creative in their lineup, maybe they can pull off a really nice unorthodox draft once again, especially for DearMonsters. Maybe pull up something like a high damage composition that strives so much on small skirmishes and bully out the lanes, maybe a proper setup. Sometimes we do see a little bit of pressure being made with a Grak pick, but pros and cons will always remain, and that kind of forces teams to actually go on the safer side, which is the meta picks like the Baldum, like the Thane, like the Lumber as well on the support side. And for the marksman, we do see kind of like a rotation between Hayate, Elsu, Slims, Telanas, Kafeni, and Elandor, just like those, because those their win conditions is more solid, and there's a much clearer definition on how to address their games as the ones using it and as the ones who are going against it. So that's why pro teams more so invest more time on those kinds of picks rather than the unorthodox ones, because the meta definitely suits better with those kinds of heroes. Sometimes you do see some other picks like the Violet, like the Wisp and the Yorn on the marksman department, and for mid maybe the Raz sometimes go and get picked, but it's really hard to actually pull it off unless you're able to kind of impact the game similar to the ones on ranked games, right? Just try to get as much kills as you can, pressure all the lanes, and try to go for more kills and translate it onto towers. But if both of these teams are honestly going to stick to that kind of strategy, they're gonna have a much more difficult time going up against the more established teams.
Yeah, you're right, and I think that is it, guys. For the second game, right now we are already going towards the third game for the SG team. So, are you guys ready for the next game? And I'm expecting to be the most amazing game right now, because I do see good lineups between these two. There are strong true damage heroes in both lineups. Why don't we go through for DearMonster first? They have Caffney, Zill, they have Caffney, Zill, Teamy, and also for
Is that Ibeneth?
and also
Ooh.
sorry.
The Ibeneth has been picked up, but there's a fight on the top side though. Early engage by DearMonsters, although there's no casualty as of the moment, but Skyla might actually get taken down. One more auto attack and Tatsu will get a kill. There's also a backstab right now by Zenke, getting another and a third there because of Tatsu. Overextension, and again, this might be the curse of DearMonsters. Early game hiccup and disastrous start for DearMonsters. A while ago it was 3-1. This time it's a 4-0 lead by
Oh my god,
Impunity SG.
that's a
Just at
that's
the
a huge
first
gap
minute.
right there.
Yeah.
And I think they might have already chosen a lot more open kind of heroes again. I think both Impunity and also for DearMonster. So I do not know what's gonna happen again. Both does not have a good combo, yet most of them all have true damages. So we have to see. This is gonna be a little bit more bloody, a little bit more gory compared to strategy right now. And I do hope that they will show a bit more tenacity on both, and also engage with more strategy comparing to just starting push in against Xavier. They're going in for the kill, and also yep, there you go. As I mentioned, Zuka can be quite powerful, quite painful, and this is not looking good for DearMonsters right now. Early of the game, only 2 minutes, 6 down for the count. This could be a hard catch up already for them, because the gap of the goal is gonna be double to triple in a few minutes time.
Yeah, this is starting to get out of hand for DearMonsters. 6-0 and 2,000 gold lead at almost 3 minutes into this game. On an interesting composition as well by DearMonsters, but it's not really looking good. so well so far for them. Shinzi is still able to stay alive after that
Wow.
4-man gank
Wow.
by DearMonsters, and that's basically how things have so far been happening here in this game. Similar to their ganks in the early invade and the top side, bot side gank, still not manifesting here for DearMonsters. Impunity SG are just having a best of time as of the moment, and there's little to nothing being made here by DearMonsters in terms of response, because Shinzi actually is having a better time as the Valheim user compared to Skyla earlier, and now on the top side, 2 versus 3. But Zenke might actually fall down as the first kill here by DearMonsters, and Skyla is the one to take it out. A sizable follow-up there on top to at least recover from that gold deficit.
To me, there was a lot more overconfident on Zenke's side. I think he was doing quite well already, but he was really trying to pressure it out as much as possible, which at the end of the day it ends up getting killed. Right now we do see first tower is already down for DearMonster. It's not gonna be the go. Already one hit and it was already gone. Again, there's gonna be another snowball. The gap is just too far. It's not going to be easy for them to actually start catching up again. DearMonsters needs to start focusing on collecting gold as much as possible, because they are already levels away from Impunity, and also goal gap between these two teams.
Oh, there's another engage. Tenmo doing a lot of work in this fight, soaking a lot of damage, and now they go for the punish. That's going to be 2 kills being taken there by Impunity SG, and no trades at all made by DearMonster. They might just lose this mid-tier 1. That's a lot of damage being thrown out by Tatsu, and 3,000 gold lead already at 5 minutes into this game. This Darkstay is also quite vulnerable for the taking here for Impunity SG, but they might transition towards a top lane push instead, because they have a wave crashing there, and it's gonna take some time before Skyla actually reaches this location. So another win by Impunity SG, and this is just the very start. This early game, it's just early game right now for Impunity SG. DearMonsters are gonna have a lot more trouble in the latter parts of this game because of how big of a lead Impunity SG has gotten already. Tenmo is not scared at all to dive under 4 people because he has a lot of sustain. He has the ultimate, and here comes Impunity SG once again onto the back line. Fizzyfish is dead. Tatsu gets traded out, but that's not a problem for Impunity SG because they have taken out 3 in exchange for 2. And there's a push on bot side too.
Wow, they are really pressuring it hard right now for DearMonsters, and I think I think the first game was just a warm up for them. They're pretty already pumped up and ready to make that kill. And right now it's a super sweeping feat towards DearMonsters, and now I gotta say that DearMonsters need to really bulk up, focus on the goal, do not clash with any of the team, focus on the protection of every single wave, focus on protection of every single tower. This will give them a lot more chance for them to actually start pressuring out as much as possible later on. Not to do it now, but still focus more on grabbing that goal, because we are already at a 4,000 lead, and it's not gonna look good because over here there's no way for them to actually win on any clash with Impunity.
Oh my, Impunity SG are just messing with them right now. I'm trying to look for options here for DearMonsters, how they can actually recover, but so far it's none. They have tented so many times. Maybe if Skyla can get a good backstab onto an isolated member here of Impunity SG, then they can actually pick up some kills and recover from this 3,000 gold deficit. But so far they're being forced back. There is that wave marching onto the top as well to help out in terms of taking this star with another dive. But this is questionable. Zenke took a lot of turret damage and falls down. They get Bukan orange, but they're still taking a buckload of turret damage and they need to fall back. They take 2. Look at how confident they are.
Oh,
Picking up 3 kills
they are.
under 2 towers, and only Zenke fell down. It's just too much right
No,
now for Dear
no way.
Monsters.
That was an amazing tower dive by the team. Not only that, they grabbed three enemies at the same time with sweeping out every single tower. We are seeing already that there could be another engagement going on right in the middle. Could they actually grab first the tower, or will they? Well, no, they're gonna focus more towards the monster side, grabbing the Abyssal Dragon for the extra gold count and also the attack enhancement. We might be see Tenmo making that first engagement. Oh, the raid team made a pause just now. Could be a little bit of lag, and we're back into the game. Let's have a look again. Will there be any clash? Oh yes, Tenmo is going in for the clash. Is the team towards the back towards no, they're too far out from Tenmo. And I think that clash was not a very good, successful one, and they should not have done that earlier on as well. Um, there are movement from every side of the lane for every single wave. They're doing quite well on start pressuring as much as possible, just making sure that every single wave is towards the enemy side. They have no way to actually make any move for their monsters. Another start breaking in. Zill is going in for an attack, and also Zenki trying to attack and finish it as soon as possible. And yes, Tinmi could not make an escape, and Zenki is going on for another kill, and that is it. Could they actually make 2 more kills and be done with all the entire DearMonster team and sweep them off their feet all the way towards the core? And that is it, guys. The second layer of tower is gone. And I don't know what's gonna happen next. Can they actually still make a comeback, or this could be the end for their monsters on this third game?
Yeah, it's looking so bad right now for Dear Monsters. Impunity SG just has so much control in this game already, and they can just basically take this Infinite Slayer down without any contest because Dear Monsters are just horseback under the safety of their towers. Tenmo is a beast on this Ibeneth pick, honestly, is able to soak up a lot of damage and provide that safety for Impunity SG. That's the Ember's Gaze already popped out for 1 down 9. And the Impunity SG are just going to be looking to push mid lane right now. Plus, there's, again, the side lane control with the other minions marching. So, they're monsters. They need to be ready for this. They need to be very careful because Zenke will just pop this Infinite Slayer on their towers and will establish a nice push. WT is guiding the bot side and preparing mid as well, while the rest of the members are grouping up at the top side. This might be difficult. Slowly pushing into the mid. Dear Monsters are also grouping up. They're preparing for the maybe the one last clash here as Zenke will initiate for them. Fizzy Fish and Bukan Orange will get the kill of the Zenke. It's just too squishy, but top lane is being pressured. Fusala being used right now to zone them out, but Skyla nearly got taken out. There's also this Infinite Slayer marching into the mid lane right now, which might be a problem, but Impunity SG recognizes the threat. They fall back for now. They have a control on the Holy Dragon instead. And while they're doing that, they're also taking the other camps here of Skyla. And now, that's a nice engage. Once again, Skyla pops out ultimate, but a little bit too late. The sustain is just too much from Tenmo. And everyone just falls down one at a time. But the death timers might actually be too long. 5 members still alive. Zenki is already alive. Down 9, the only one left here for Dear Monster. But can they hold on for dear life? The answer might just be no. Because Impunity will just take this game number 3.
Oh my god, that was an amazing game by the two teams. And again, Impunity sweeping them off their feet by 23 over 6 points. That is just ridiculous. And I don't know, I'm speechless right now. I saw the combo, the listing was out. Both were messy, both were focusing a lot more on true damage. But then Impunity was really pressuring them since the start as they focus more on early game heroes, which really gives them the advantage, almost about 4 kills on the first 2 minutes, and that gave them a lot more goal comparing to DearMonster. And DearMonsters is more of just gasping for air just to survive the entire game. And I'm really pity them right now because every single choice that they make really backlash back to them towards the entire game. And I gotta say, most of the format was just 3-2 comparing to what DearMonster was doing. But then again, they were a lot more effective for Impunity this time. As you can see as well, that engagement and also the strength for survivability for Tenmo made it a lot easier for the team to actually push on and really drag out that damage as much as possible, make it a lot easier for them to actually get kills. And because of that, that makes it a lot easier for them to really start pressuring as much as possible from the Impunity side, and making it difficult for them to actually start pressuring back towards Impunity's over the lake side. And this is an amazing game shown by Impunity. Not only that they show that they can still survive with a different kind of composition, and not only focusing on AOE or even CCs, but mostly individual true damages from each hero picked.
Yeah, and it's just too much right now for Dear Monsters. Definitely this unorthodox lineup not go well for Dear Monsters, and Impunity SG definitely punished them in this in a better performance. I want to commend them. They're starting to gain more momentum, and the games are actually getting shorter and shorter as Dear Monsters continue to make that same mistake in the early game, getting picked off early. And a while ago, that 4-0 lead definitely was a big problem for Dear Monsters, and Impunity SG just pummeled them after that. And there's little to no response anymore and follow-up, since the draft isn't really there for Dear Monsters to recover. And without that early game snowball, Skyla can just not do much work on the backline.
Yep, I gotta agree as well. Even on the participation side, we're always together. The team have always been moving together towards clashing and also ambushing, comparing to what DearMonster is giving. Even for Sierra and also Fizzy Fish, they did not put in that much of participation, where it's supposed to just to make sure that they can cover as much of their teammate as much as possible. Even when you can see the points that are showing towards DearMonsters are very, very low. Fizzy Fish did not survive impact. They were feeding almost about 7 kills. That gave a lot more goal towards the Impunity side. And when we look even on the item, most of the items are already being completed. And as I mentioned, look at Shin's item. Most of it are physical damage, which was important to actually cover back whatever the tank are using, which is, for example, like Medallion of Troy. Now this, again, it is very important. You do not only counter on heroes, you gotta counter on to make sure that you have the upper hand. Now, let's look into how our two junglers are doing. Again, Skyla did put in a lot of effort trying to pressure the carries, but when we look at Zenke did most of the opportunity by trying to tower dive most of the clashes. And this gives a lot of the players to actually really focus down towards the tower, and time for the carries to actually disrupt the entire game while Zenke takes the sacrifice. And I have to say, no matter what, Zenke is the MVP for this game.
Yeah. Well, Zenke did a lot in this game, but for me, I would really put it onto Tenmo because of the big impact, the enormous impact he actually made into the clashes, especially whenever he pops out that ultimate, helping out so much in terms of safety for Impunity SG, and Dear Monsters just cannot handle and dish out enough damage to take them out. So maybe in the next game we would see Dear Monsters trying it out once again. But I don't know what they would put onto the table this time, because the other picks that they had in this particular game was just a little bit questionable, and I don't think it should be repeating once again in that kind of lineup. Cheesy picks and unorthodox lineups only work so far, and maybe they need to go back into the meta instead.
Yep, I gotta agree with that. I think a lot of the lineups have been a bit weird lately for the Singaporean teams, but it seems that it is effective here. But then again, they really need to start bucking up on their composition, because it might be a lot easier here between matching up in the country. But when it comes to ASL, this could not be effective, and this could be a lot easier for them to actually counter, and it's not good for you to be confident with this kind of gameplay. Also, what we're gonna have to look into as well is the counter items that Impunity has been doing. I think it's been great. This could also assist them on really trying to catch up on the lineup instead, rather than focusing on other weak links. And comparing to DearMonsters, they did really well with a really good combination, and then after that it just starts to snowball back down to losing into 2 games. Now we gotta have to see what is the next game gonna be like. We don't know what would be another a good lineup for them, but for me, because we're already going towards the 3rd game and it is a global ban pick, so there might be new heroes that we'll be seeing inside this lineup.
Oh my, I don't know where they should be going as of the moment, because Dear Monsters so far in their play style and in their drafts, I want to commend them for their aggressive play style, but I think they need to adjust their draft accordingly so that it would be better for them.
Yep, I gotta agree. I mean, there are a lot of things that they can still do, trying as much as possible when it comes to hero choosing and also their strategy. Again, there are more improvement that needs to be done between these 2 teams. But then again, we gotta see it into how they are making that ban pick, and again, we cannot see that, and that is where we might be lacking on our analysis. But it does show that whatever that they choose might have been a counter, not much so much on the composition itself. So I do hope that this time it could be a lot different. I want to see a little bit more cleaner gameplay comparing to what we've seen. I think it was a lot more aggressive. But to me, again, whatever works, whatever that can actually score you that win, that's what we want, right? And this has shown a lot of difference of gameplay, a lot of from every single country. Each country has its own ways of doing it, and also each team has its own compatibility with the heroes that they've already picked. So, GG, I don't know. Let's do this. Who will you think that will win this? And also, I want the viewers to actually give us some hashtags. I want to know who have you chosen to, and who do you vote for to win this last match. This last match is so important, because at the end of the day, if Impunity wins this, they will be representing Singapore. So guys, hashtags, I want to know hashtags. Who are the team that you are supporting? And also, Gigi, tell me, who do you think will bring back the win and also be the representative of Singapore?
Well, right now, Impunity SC is showing more stability. Honestly, they're basically getting a proper read onto Dear Monsters, and they're most likely to win this series and be the representative into qualifying into ASL 2022 Winter if this keeps on happening. Dear Monsters had a fantastic game number 1, but sadly, while their strategy is no longer working and they need to adapt from that, if they're not going to be able to adjust themselves and improve mid-series, then that's gonna spell out trouble for them. So my answer is Impunity SG, but it will depend still on this particular game, on the possible conditions and the possible adjustments of both teams. If things are still gonna be the same, then we can already safely say that Impunity SC will take this by the bag.
Yep, I gotta agree as well. Impunity have really shown and also improved such a short time from the starting of the game itself. They were being swiped out, pressured, but all of a sudden, with a flip of a finger, they were just straight away moved and start pressuring the enemy team, which is DearMonster. And I think it's a great show of sportsmanship, because it's not easy for you to actually make that swap so quickly and start really snowballing the entire way. And they have shown that, and they've proved to us many times that they are and they should be the representative of Singapore for the ASL 2022. Now, let's look into comparison between the ones that we've seen. Imperial, which is representing Philippines, and also ADT. Do you think the way that you've seen how Impunity playing, do you think that the entire team have the chance to actually play with these two teams?
Well, Impunity against Imperial Esports and the Adobe team. I think if I were to level them right now, I would put Adobe team at the top as of the moment. Then maybe Imperial Esports next before Impunity SG. But Imperial Esports and Impunity SG are kind of really similar. Adobe team does have a significant amount of experience already, but it still would depend, honestly, from their performance and how they will have learned from this qualifier, because things can still change towards the next part. And for Impunity SG, is still not done yet for them. They still have to win this last game, or potential last game, since it's match point already for Impunity SG. But if they will lose, then DearMonsters will be able to take this to a game number 5, which again is still possible for them to win if they are gonna be able to adjust accordingly.
Interesting fact that I do feel it is important. Again, I do agree as well. There are similarities of how Imperial and also how Impunity has been playing, but I do feel that they need to improve more on their composition and so on their combo. Imperial does have a lot better strategy when it comes to the team format comparing to what Impunity has to offer right now. But when it comes to aggressive gameplay on the starting, we've already been seeing two, which already been proved. Which has been proved by Impunity, that they have that upper hand and also that communication between the teams to actually win that on that particular sector. So again, we have to really look into both teams and what can they actually bring towards the table, and how can they actually cover both side of the counter to make sure that they can still be relevant when it comes to fighting the other teams out there in the ESL, such as DG and also for All Is Well. And these two teams, for me, even including Archangel as well, they have been very well experienced in ASL, and they've already known each other and their gameplay for quite some time, and they have always been very, very organized when it comes to really structure the entire lineup, and including comparing to counter between the enemy lineup. So I don't know. This could be a whole different ball game for Imperial and also for Impunity once they join in ASL. But then again, it is a very good experience for them to go through and at least learn a few more tips and tricks from the experienced team there, and maybe start adapting as soon as possible, and really show us that they can actually reach to semi-finals or even finals playoff to that sense.
And well, it is still taking time before we do see the final draft here between both teams. So we are, of course, appreciating the patience of you guys, the viewers, who are waiting for this fourth game to start. It is taking some time because we are doing things manually, and it does take a little bit more time than usual, especially in completing the draft, because you're not only just picking the hero, you're actually doing it in a different style. So it might cause some delay, but we will get into this game as soon as possible. We're just waiting for um, the actual game to start, and we will be diving it right away, of course. So far, we have seen Impunity Esports getting most out of the series against DearMonsters, and we haven't really seen DearMonsters adapt so far or come out of their shell. In terms of picks, I think there's still a lot of heroes readily available for both teams, since they were actually going on these kind of flex picks, but Impunity SC does have more control on or priority on the meta picks as well. Especially the Ibeneth pick definitely has made a lot of impact into this game, but a lot of heroes are still available for the taking, like the Thane. It hasn't been picked up yet by both teams. Baldum has been picked up already. Roxy is still available, and the Senial, which has a lot of impact and has been
Ooh,
buffed up
I want to see
earlier
that.
already. Yeah.
Yep, yep. I want to see Zenil. I want to see Tane. I mean, those two heroes have already been converted to Dark Slayer lane. They've been readjusted and already been proven to be quite useful as a warrior. So it's a good combination. You need a tank, you need a warrior. You pick those two, and Mina as well, since from support already been moved into warrior for Dark Slayer. So they have been showing a lot of picks lately, and they have been very quite effective on both end of the performance, from as a tank and also as a warrior. So it will be an amazing match to watch. But I want to see something different. I want to see more buff support hero to be in. I'm talking about Krizix, Alice. I want to talk about Helen. So this are kind of heroes that really, you know, um, the team which can benefit from. At the same time, that really can cover and start pushing the team towards the front, comparing to going back towards the core. That's something that I really want to see. There are a lot more heroes that, for example, as a jungler, that I really want to see the teams that we're looking into, which is Impunity and also DearMonster choose, such as Enzo. Enzo has always been the most least picked hero, but if you really do know how to use him, he can be such a carry for the entire team. Let's have a look as well for Butterfly or Alan as a jungler. I've seen a lot more quite weird pick for a jungler, such as Astrid, using Astrid, Chi, even for Richter as a jungler has been showing quite good possible outcomes for every single team. So what do you think? Like, do you feel that this kind of unorthodox picking could actually make a little bit of bring a different kind of ball game into the match?
Maybe, but I don't know about Butterfly. I think other heroes would have a better impact, like the Kreknak, Kira, the Nakro, Sinestria, Aoi as well. Um, those are the assassins that actually have been the priority of other the well-established teams, due to its win condition having a more easier approach, especially the Knuckles, which I don't think we have seen yet in this series. It's kind of difficult to actually execute the Knuckles, but it is very much viable due to It's quick rotation, it's really nice scaling and burst capability and split push potential as well. It's really slippery overall, and it can provide a lot of impact into the game. So while we're waiting, and we are taking a bit of
Quite a longer
time
time,
in
right?
terms of preparing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Welcome to
and
Arena
not only that, I
Combat.
think we did actually
Get
see
ready.
Knockoff
Minions will
in
be
the
deployed
series.
in
ADT
5
was using it
seconds.
versus Chillax, and it was
Prepare
crazy
to engage.
the way it rotates the entire time. It was a lot more quicker, a lot more the engagement more faster than how it was. Oh, we are already in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be the last game for today between Dear Monsters and also Impunity SG. We are at game points, best of five, and Impunity SG has already taken 2 points out of the game, and Dear Monsters with one. So let's have a look right now on the lineup. For Dear Monsters on the blue lane, we have Crixie, Toro, Omen, Vio, and also what is, oh my god, I kind of forgot his name already. It's taking already for me to actually remember this. If I'm not mistaken, this warrior here is Rourke. Yep, it's Rourke. I'm sorry, guys. I think it's been long for me to actually remember every single hero. I haven't seen Rourke in for a really long time, but this is really weird. Oh, I think there was a
Yeah, there's a pause. There's
error
a
on the,
lot of delay
no,
in this game,
because
unfortunately.
the talent just now was everything was flick. It was flicker.
Oh,
So it was
that's
a, yeah. So that might be
it
another
might
bug again. This is
huh. Yeah, yeah, there's no there's no punish on the
you're right.
side
There was
of
no
Dear
fun.
Monsters. Yeah. Like oof. Oof. So it might cause another remake, unfortunately. I'm not so sure what caused this. Maybe a bit of an error in terms of locking the or saving the talent. Sad, sad.
Yeah, this is really weird right now. What I'm seeing, everyone is using Blink. Only Toro is actually using Heal, and we have Impunity, which is a lot more makes sense where you have Malach, Brunhilde, Yan, Zenil, and oh, finally we got Zenil inside, and also Alistair.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, that's this.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely a very AOE lineup when we see on the Impunity side. Yep, there are going to be, I think it's going to be another one-sided game. I have a feeling Impunity will definitely take out. Oh, sorry. So it seems that there is a problem. There is no, the talent is wrong, and they need to do a restart and a remake for the entire team. So we gotta wait while they remake again. What is actually happening on this last game? I'm so pity for the entire team for Singapore. So many bugs
Oh,
currently happening, but don't worry, guys. We are pushing it as hard as possible, trying to get it done and fixed before the ESL. Thank God it's happening on the qualifier instead of the main event itself. Um, Okay, there is someone who's actually asking about when it comes to MSP, how many teams are there? Is it only ADT, Imperial, and also Impunity? So let me just answer this question. There are a lot of esports team here in Malaysia, in also Singapore, and also um, in Philippines. But the thing about it is that most teams are still very new. They are not at a certain level where, when it comes to international level games, it's quite difficult for them to actually join in as the gap of the skill is too far. So we are expecting, since AOV is still growing in this three regions, which is MSP, we might be looking into another 4 to 5 more years where
Slayer
you will see a lot
Tower
more
is under
teams
attack.
coming in competitively to actually fight on in
Mhm.
Arena Novella.
Yeah, and well, for this upcoming ASL 2022 winter, we have Archangel, Dewa United, DG Esports, Hertz Reborn, Acer, a dope team because they qualified in the Malaysia qualifier, Imperial Esports from earlier in the PH qualifier, and for the Singapore region. So far, we are yet to confirm who is gonna be the ones representing the SG region. Will it be Impunity SG or Dear Monsters? But right now, it is still coming into play. Impunity SG does have a nice draft. I would say it's a lot on engage, a lot on sustain, a lot frontline, and Dear Monsters. Well, they do have a good amount of late game scaling and damage as well, but I'm not so sure if it's going to be enough to take out or prevent that engage from Impunity SG. Because, well, Fizzyfish on Toro can do some work, but not so sure if it's going to be enough to zone everyone away.
Yep, I gotta agree with that as well. There are still a lot of difference comparing to the international or the elites that have always been competing in AOV for the longest time. There will be improvement needed on the two new teams we just joined ASL, such as I'm hoping Impunity and also Imperial, which if let's say they join in, those are considered two new teams that has never been and that has never experienced ASL series ever before. So this could be their first launch, and I gotta say that if this could definitely be a good step for them to actually start into joining a lot more after this. So we definitely need to gain that much of a amount of team to enter in community tournaments, whatever tournaments that's currently ongoing for every single country of ours. We do see a lot, but we do see a lot more players when it comes to ROV, such as Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, which has credible teams and already been joining for a very long time. You might be seeing them in AWC or AIC, but not much on ASL for now. ASL is still focusing on the Asia counter region, and we will be seeing MSP and also Indonesia.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to see many regions battling it out against each other, especially into qualifying to more tournaments. Of course, the big tournaments with higher prize pools, and it all starts from these. Well, everyone starts from community tournaments, right? And then they go up even more and try to have a better performance in those as well. Let's see though if it's going to continue even better for some, because the other teams are still kind of getting a read into this game and are kind of struggling so far to adapt into the usual meta in the high elo tournaments. And right now we're seeing, especially in this series, Dear Monsters, they're really strong. I must say they're really talented, but I think it would have been a different story for them. It would have been better if they are going into a draft that is really more so into the meta, because we saw the differences in terms of impact when using those other comfort picks, because well, it's not meta, and it's not as synergized as the other lineups that they could have used in their particular games. And those slight differences led to a big impact into the game. 3-1 start during game number 2, and a 4-0 start by Impunity SG on game number 3. And maybe the story could have been much different if they picked up a different a different hero, different draft.
Yep. I agree, and we got to look into further from what the current AOV teams that they have. I think there are chances that a lot more new teams that are coming in from different mobile games coming into AOV as well because of the prize pool that they are giving. I think it's been great to see a lot more new upcoming teams that could actually join in ASL. I think there could be a possibility that we would have a more engaging gameplays, engaging workshops that can actually assist these particular teams to actually gain more knowledge about AOV and how they can actually start ramping up towards ESL. So there again, that is what the current scenario or current event that is currently going on in Malaysia, also in Singapore and Philippines. Um, I don't know. There are so many things that's going on, and we're still trying to grasp as soon as possible and quick as possible. So, oh, we are already getting ready. I think the Singaporean teams are looking good. Finally, the last draft pick is done, and we'll be starting very, very soon. So, please, guys, wait. For those who actually just joined in, we are currently doing a MSP qualifier for the ESL 2022 Winter Games. And right now, we are already on our last final game for to get the representative of Singapore, which is a match between Impunity SG and also DearMonsters. Currently, Impunity SG have already hold 2 points, while DearMonster only one. Four out of this best of five. So one, we are already at a game point. We do hope to see whether will Impunity be the representative of Singapore or will DearMonsters grab that out of their hands.
Yeah, it's again an invade. This time by Impunity SG. Zenke, though, is kind of low in terms of HP. Transition here onto Sierra, but they got a kill onto Skyla instead. Sierra is running for the high heels. He gets the tray, but is killed as well. So this early game might be better for Impunity SG. That's another dive coming from Tenmo, and well, they're gonna be disengaging from that. It's not as disastrous as the previous games, but Impunity SG still got the upper hand in this early game invade.
Yep, I gotta agree. There are so many. Again, they've been playing as aggressive as how they were on the early game itself. Impunity now is trying to push on a 4-on-1 format, and I think it has been effective for them since the early game itself. They still trying to implement it again and again to make sure that they effectively push and pressure the DearMonsters to the back. Right now, DearMonsters are trying to start moving the wave as much as possible. They are stuck on the counter of invasion by the Impunity team. They need to start grabbing goals as much as possible. The important part is not to leave the minion kill each other. Instead, grab the goal as soon as possible. And not only that, right now we have both teams trying to grab the Dragon Slayer. Sorry, not the Dragon, Abyssal Dragon. And would Imp actually grab it first, or will it be DearMonsters? And I can see the engagement going on by Maloch, and he went in right in time to smack them up. And there you go, Skyla is already down out from the ground, and we can see Fizzy stuck in the middle. Can he actually survive that? No, he is down as well. Not only that, Impunity dared to grab the first Abyssal Dragon. WT now is trying to grab the Rig Golem from the invasion itself, giving them the extra goal that they need. They are already moving towards 1k gap between DearMonster. So this is not going to do good. Again, there are already 4 gaps, and also Dao is trying to make its way out from that escape, but no, got caught by Zenil, and yeah, that is not a good look right now for DearMonsters. It's 5-1, and it's not even 5 minutes yet. So right now, the invasion is going really hard from Impunity, trying to grab as much gold as possible, grab monsters as much as possible, trying to low down the damages for the jungler so that you cannot sustain or cannot even push or even assist the teams that they currently have right now.
Yeah, the DearMonsters right now are Getting pushed back once again. Shinzi pops out at ult, and Fizzy Fish, you're gonna drown from all those long range attacks from Shinzi.
Zenil is better
And
than Toro.
yeah, yeah, Tora does. It's not really that much preferred right now. And well, in ranked games, it's okay, but in this kind of format, it's very much different. Sentinel definitely has a better impact into the game, especially because of the angelic splendor that can help out in terms of team fight. And now, one at a time, Impunity SG are getting more lead as they are able to take out a tower in the bot lane at 4 minutes. There's a trade-off objective though, as Skyla and one down nine is able to pick up that Dark Slayer for their team, and their monsters are looking to maybe invade here on the red side jungle of Impunity
I
SC.
see.
But here comes that engage once again. Tatsu is doing a lot of work, and they're able to kill Bukan Orange. They're going for more, but Fizzyfish is relatively tanky. I think it's going to be able to disengage, but they're threatening a steal on this blue buff of Skyla. Can they actually survive? That's a lot of shield being put out, and they're still able to get the buff. Fizzyfish is taking a lot of damage. Seniel with Angelic Splendor once again, helping out the team. And DearMonsters, they disengage for the moment. They might lose this tower on the top lane though.
It looks right now that both teams are really pressuring up on the Dark Slayer lane. It's not gonna look good for the DearMonsters right now. They are being pressured in and out from even including the jungle themselves, and they are right now trying to push back as much as possible, but because of the strength on the early game that they have right now, there's no way that they can actually make any kills or even pressure back towards the lake side. They're trying to go in right now to push Shins, but Shins survived the attack by Toro and also Bukan Orang Indonesia. And we do have Tenmo coming in with Tatsu. Are they going to start an engagement? No, they disengage and now focusing towards the Abyssal Dragon. But Skyla got it first, but there's an engagement going on. Will it be an active killing for Tenmo? Tenmo might be jumping in. And yes, one kill down for Skyla. And the team did not make it in time to protect Skyla. And there you go. One kill by Impunity again. Right now, we do have DearMonster focusing a lot more on the objective. I think that's a very good decision right now. They need to protect the team, and they need to protect the goal that they can grab as much as possible. Every jungle, every minion is very crucial right now for DearMonsters. For them, they to actually grab back that gap between that 2K goal. And we can see as well that it's been a very good. There you go. There's no way Violet can actually make that escape with Yan and also Zeno pressuring so much on the start. Then Orang Bukan Indonesia is already coming in. Did not make it in time to make that kill. And we do have Tenmo really pressuring out, and I can find that Zeno has been such a very good tank right now, really protecting out the entire team. The towers are down. It did not even affect him while Skylar making a shot at him. The damage was too little for him to even really care of starting to retreat. There you go. One more attack going in. Omen's trying to. Oh my God, Zeno! Zeno down for the count. Malach is coming in as well, making that kill. Zenki got killed. 2 kills in one go, and right now only left with Fizzy Fish and also Orang Bukan Indonesia trying to escape as much as fast as possible. And we do have the first Dark Slayer down. Sorry, second Dark Slayer down for the entire game, and this could be a lot quicker gameplay from Impunity again. I don't think so that this DearMonster can really cope up with the entire pressure by the entire team.
Yeah, it's too much pressure that DearMonsters are facing right now, and even 1-9, it's having not the best time in this particular game. 0-2 on the board. At most, it's just Sierra who is picking up some kills for the team. In comparing it to Impunity SG, it's already a lot Impunity SG has gotten. They're trying to draw out DearMonsters to this Dark Slayer camp, and it's just a bait for them because they want to commit onto a team fight. WT is also split pushing onto the bot. There's a wave. There's those minions of the Dark Slayer marching onto the sides as well to help out in terms of the push. And while that's happening, as they see one down nine pushing bot lane, they get the Slayer once again for them. And Impunity SG continues to win in these small skirmishes and these macro rotations. There's a fight happening on the bot side as Skyla is able to pick up that Holy Dragon, but they need to be very careful because the Slayer can definitely help here for Impunity SC. They're able to take out the top lane tier 2. They're trying to take out the tier 2 tower in the mid, but Fizzyfish and Bukan Orange is here already to clear out the waves. So you go in for another rotation. This pressure continues to be built up by Impunity SG, and all the resources are getting taken away from DearMonsters. They're even committing on this invade towards Skyla, but unsuccessful to take the objective. At least the camp there is still his for the taking, but they need to be very careful. There's a push in the mid. There's also the Slayer marching as a lot of minions from the Dark Slayer helping Impunity SG, and this is causing a lot of problems right now for DearMonsters. Can they actually keep up with this pressure?
Our base tower is
They're keeping
under
up so
attack.
Yep,
far.
and I think it's gonna be quite difficult right now because of the split push that Impunity is doing, really pressuring them out, really making them into a mess. They need to start resetting how their strategy is gonna be like, because or not, this could be a snowball. I mean, it's already a snowball towards the Impunity side. There's no way DearMonsters can actually do anything right now, but instead focus as much as possible in protecting the tower and really pushing back the minion. That is all that they can actually do right now, because every single clash will actually bring them back down, because losing their enemy. Oh, there's an ambush going on, and there is no way that they can actually survive that. And whoa, Impunity is having a hard time right now. They need to escape before a comeback, and also only Malach is alone and surviving this. That it was a amazing comeback from that ambush. I gotta say, DearMonsters is really pissed right now. They're becoming monsters themselves, trying to push as much as possible. Because there's no way for them to really focus on actually surviving this unless they start being a bit more aggressive. But then again, their items, their goal are too just far out, and they're trying to grab as much as possible, trying to start pushing back. And because of that clash, they already reached to 2 million gap. Sorry, 2,000 gap, and they are already
2,000, yeah.
making their way up on the goal gap itself, and they are now winning when it comes to the items, and also reaching back to the same level as what Impunity is. So could this be a comeback for DearMonsters? Now I feel that there are a lot of problem when it comes to roles as well. I feel that they keep changing roles for each player. That makes it a lot difficult for them to actually get used to the push, and also getting used to that strategy, because it changes over time. So that's the problem that they might be facing as well. They need to start focusing on their roles and maintain that player on that role. We might be seeing there you go. They got their first Infinite Slayer, and this would be a good time for them to actually start making push, start pushing and pressuring the wave going towards outside the lake. That way they could have a start of pressuring the entire Impunity team towards the back. Skylar might be getting the ambush. No, he made it a good decision to go back. But then again, their towers are being attacked right now. Can they actually protect it? Yes, they did. Good job from the DearMonsters team. They really are resetting their strategy and really starting to get back into the game. And can they really start pushing back Impunity towards the back? Right now, towers are almost 5 towers are down. 2 Dark Slayers and 2 Abyssal Dragon goes to Impunity. Whereas DearMonsters only 2 towers down. There's an engagement going, and no, they did not survive that for Impunity. However, they might take this time to get another clash. Can they actually make it? Can DearMonsters really pressure this one out, or will this be another push or pressure after collectively Impurity create that strong pressure back for their team.
Yeah, Imperial SG are now starting to make some mistakes, especially after that last fight. 4 people died, and Dear Monsters were able to come back from a 3,000 gold deficit, and now they have a 2,000 gold lead, able to pick up that Infinite Slayer. Violet is now online for 1 down 9, and the things are not looking good for Impunity SC. Now they're lacking the damage, and there's not much pressure being felt from Zen Kane right now due to the high damage that Dear Monsters are able to make. But maybe this time, Bukan Orange is already dead. That's huge. Fizzyfish might be next. He is able to disengage successfully, but there's a push onto the top. Impunity SG are trying to rotate, but it's just a draw of attention. He's still gonna be able to recall successfully. Oh, they
Oh no,
stopped
it
it!
didn't actually
Oh,
in
Sierra
time.
might be in trouble this time. Yeah, he's taken out. Long
Yeah,
death timer though.
it was hard. I think because they saw him just in time, and the team did not really push and assist. While Omen making that grab for that tower, because of that, everyone saw him on top, and that gives Impunity time to actually start attacking back. We do see Fizzy trying to open up the map as much as possible for the team to actually know where the teams are at. And not only that, Impunity already starting on the Infinite Slayer. Can they actually grab it beforehand? Would they actually win this game if they got the Infinity Slayer? No, Fizzy Fish and the rest of the team is coming in to protect, but yep, it was a cancel. There's no way they could actually finish it. They had to retreat. Attacking Fizzy Fish is already starting to open up the map as much as possible, trying to pressure the team towards the back. But Impunity is trying again to get that Infinity Slayer, but still, it's a very good protection and defense there by the Dear Monsters. And not only that, they are starting again. Can they actually grab it in time before Skylar comes in? And also, Orang Bukan Indonesia is coming in, trying to pressure and grab beforehand. And also, Zeno is coming up for an escape. But no, Zeno did not survive that. This could be a big comeback. No, there's no way Impunity could survive that attack from both sides of the team. But Fizzy Fish is trying to protect, push Brunhilde to his back. And also,
Shinzi,
not only that,
overextend.
Fizzy Fish is down. Oh no, and that's it is. This is it.
Oh,
This could be
Shinzi.
the end of war. Bukan Orang Indonesia could be making
Oh.
away denies. What a count, and that is it. Quad kill by Shins.
Oh, that
my
was
God,
a
oh my
messy
God.
fight. I must say,
Oh,
wait, can he
this could
actually
be the end.
start to end this game? I don't think so. He doesn't have the wave. He left a minion as well.
I don't know.
There
There's
in
still
the mid
time.
lane.
There's
But
still
it's trying
time, PG. There's still
Yeah,
time. I believe Shins can still make it. If she can push it in
No.
time.
Our base
7
tower
seconds,
is
6,
under
5,
attack.
4, 3, 2,
It's
1,
just a
and
tower.
Fizzy
Tower
is
has
out.
been
So I don't think so
destroyed.
they could make it. Oh my god,
Our
Shins.
base is under attack.
Oh, Shinzi was the last man standing on the side of Impunity SG, and it would have been different if Bukan Orange was able to close the distance faster, and 1 down 9 actually hesitated a little bit to land those shots onto him. So right now, this is going to be another chance for them. Zenke is on the bot side. He's quite far from the team. He's trying to push the side lanes so that they would have more impact in the rotations. But Dark Lord Slayer, again, this is the huge deal. They are starting it already without hesitation. Sierra is also on the bot side, but this might be detrimental for Impunity SG because the damage of Bukan Orange is actually really insane when paired up with Skyla and the 1 down 9. So they need to respect the engaged first here from Dear Monsters. How do they approach this right now? Skyla's moving towards the bot side, maybe to try and gank Zenke here, but they draw him once again, starting this Dark Lord Slayer. This is going to be Angelic Splendor being used to try and help out Zenke, but what can they do? Sierra right now is taking a lot of damage. He's forced to disengage, and Impunity actually collapsed on the 3 people of Dear Monsters. They are kind of able to escape. WT already popped out his ultimate, but not much damage being felt. Shinzi as well. Moonfall being used, forced Shinzi to actually fall back. That's 4 ultis being used and in exchange for 2 here for Dear Monster. So I don't think they can actually start this Dark Lord Slayer. Fizzlefish will catch out WT as Zenke is able to reset into the base. Things are still looking so spicy here. This is so far the tightest game in the series for both Dear Monsters and Impunity SG, and they're really looking forward to maybe closing this out, but are kind of undetermined who is going to win because Dear Monsters is putting out such a good fight right now and is able to keep up in terms of the gold and the pressure. But oh no, Fizzlefish is dead! Immediately it falls down. 1 down 9, nearly got caught as well. And this might be the chance. No frontline for Dear Monster. At most it's Sierra, but he's stuck on bot trying to clear out the wave, and WT is already starting to shove out the top lane wave, and this is
We got a problem
pause.
just now. I think Rourke was stuck. I think he was lagging. He's not moving in the core, so I think that's why we are gonna have a bit of pause here, trying to grab back, get Rourke alive again. But there is already an engagement going on towards the Infinity Slayer. I think Impunity is hogging the infinite Slayer. Everyone wants to grab it as soon as possible because this could be the last wave that they need to win. So I don't know, man. It's just so hard right now. I think we are looking into a very tough match for the two teams. I think the Dear Monsters really want to win. They don't want to lose the chance to be a representative for Singapore for the ASL 2022 winter.
And there we are going back. This Dark Lord. It's stolen by 1 down 9. Ooh, that's an oopsie. And definitely that was worth it. They're going to be able to stall out this game just for long. And Impunity SG, that was a big mistake. They already had the punish for Zenke, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to use it.
I think it was a little bit unfair in a sense that because it was paused, but it is what it is. They are trying to grab back as much as possible with that win, but this is a very good strategy by the Dear Monsters to roll just in time to make that kill. And we gotta give a big hand there for Vio because making that work for Dear Monsters. And right now, we do see Rourke back and engaging, and we are starting back on that first wave. They are all starting to push back and see where will this be, what it will be a comeback. Oh, there it is! Oh, WT make it in time just to make that kill, and no, he has moved too way far back.
Oh no!
However, PG right now is all alone, and they're all coming in for an attack. Fizzlefish is down! And Bio right now, it's left with Crixie. Can they actually make this escape? Omen is already going towards the top lane and no one knew about it until he is already reaching towards the front back. And can they actually make that destruction on the tower or no? They could not. Now Moonfall has been given out to really pressure back the team and really get back the tower. Omen is coming back. Sierra is trying to assist back the team, or no, he's trying to push, going for that back door while the rest of the team distract the Impunity players right in the middle of the tower. So I don't know what's gonna be what's the result of this. But Sierra has give up and moved back towards with the team towards their zone.
Yeah, and this is a big delay actually onto Impunity SG just because they weren't able to get that Dark Lord Slayer, even if they have won the team fight by killing 2 people, Skyla and Fizzlefish in the mid lane. They couldn't translate it into a push into the mid because of that Dark Lord Slayer marching against them. So now maybe they would have another chance with it spawning in the next minute, but anything can happen. Again, Dear Monsters are still kind of scary, and it would take a lot to actually kill them all. Impunity SC trying to draw them towards the bot side river. But here comes Fizzyfish. And WT taking a bit of damage there, but we are gonna be disengaging for the meantime to pay respect here towards DearMonsters, because two people are helping out the side lanes. They lost finally their mid lane tier 1 tower, and DearMonsters are really happy about it. They're trying to take deal damage towards tier 2, but they need to be very careful. Zenke is in the vicinity. They might actually collapse onto them. That's a 2-man knock-up, and the ultimate by WT as well. But the Moonfall is actually doing so much work. And backline threat by Bukhan Orange is simply amazing. 2 people dead, and they could not simply take down Fizzyfish and Skyline Sierra. And again, a pause this time by the blue team once
Blue team.
again.
So I think I don't know which player is currently lagged, but there is another pause by the blue team, DearMonsters, trying to pick back the wherever they stopped from. I can see that they are really pushing it hard on their side to really pressure back Impunity. But right now, Impunity still has the upper hand when it comes to the points of kills. Which is at 23 over 14. And not only that, they do have higher amounts of dragon and also dark slayer on their side. So this could be a very amazing story of a comeback. Or will the Impunity really not give them any chance at all to actually make that comeback work? They're already starting. So we are looking at DearMonsters already starting on Dark Slayer. Can they actually grab the Dark Slayer first before Impunity came in time for it? But yeah, they did. They grabbed the Dark Lord Slayer. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. This could be a whole different ball game right now. Could be a big comeback. Can they actually start making that push? We do see Chinmo and also Shin getting ready to make that ambush. Whether will they start pushing on the mid lane, or will they start focusing on other lanes as well? I think a split push would be a great time for you to actually break Impunity into pieces, so that they do not have the capability of the entire team. Right now they are coming in. Can they actually start an initiation? We do see Toro starting to push in the WT, but then again, it was just to open up the map. The Dark Lord is already up, and he is ready to destroy the tower. Can he actually make it in time? Yes, he did, with the assist of Violet. Right now, Impunity has been pushed back towards their core. They need to protect their tower, their last tower, before Dark Lord comes in. And this is it, bro. Could this be it? Could this be another kill? It seems that they're coming in very hard. They will be taking the tower out, and also they are already starting
It's a chance.
in. Omar is doing an initiation. Can they actually grab the
They
tower?
go for game end.
DearMonster brought back the win. This could be the last game between 2 out of the best of 5. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Man,
Yeah.
DearMonsters
Oh,
came
they
back
did.
from that really struggling of a fight, and everything changed definitely when 1 down 9 actually got that last hit on the first Dark Lord Slayer. They built their momentum from that, and unfortunately, Impunity SE does not have any wave clear at all. At most, it's the Brunilda, but uh, other than that, nothing. And even the Brunilda is being threatened of a dive constantly, so they couldn't really pull off coming back from that mistake anymore.
Yeah, I gotta agree, and I think there might be a little bit of hiccup on their side, which the engagement was a little bit hard on their end. So we gotta see as well what could be the problem when it comes to Impunity's engagement. It was they did quite well on the early start of the game, but as we reached towards the middle game, they started to break more. They no longer with their format of 4-1, and because of that, a lot of them got ambushed quite badly. So yeah, there's we did see a lot of strong counter items by the deer monsters, which really assist them on making that kill a lot easier and also sustaining their damages. Again, having Toro fighting Zanel and also Malach has been quite impressive, as he could actually sustain those damages after waiting for a very long time inside that initiation. And not only that, I love the way that Omen is always moving singularly towards their lane and keep rotating between Dark Slayer and also Abyssal Dragon, which really disrupts Impunity's push and pressure. And because of that, they are too worried about the lanes because of Omen's quick attack on the tower. Because of that, they lost and they broke up the entire format.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic performance overall here by Dear Monsters. And for Impunity SG, we're starting to see them crumble from their 2 win streak so far in the series. And we saw more stability right now for Dear Monsters, making most out of the situation, especially after 1 down 9 was able to steal that objective. And also that team fight earlier, wherein they got 4 kills because of that overextension by Impunity SG. And starting from that, Dear Monsters snowballed and paved their way into this match point of the series. So now both teams have an equal amount of chance in being the ones qualified for the ASL 22 winter.
Yep, and I also agree on what you just mentioned, because the entire game was already almost reaching to 30 minutes, and because of that, it was already a fair game for both teams, as they are already strong enough, also on their levels and also on their items. We do see that a lot of push from Dear Monster side, where I think Fizzy Fish did a lot of good initiation. We did see Sierra did a lot of pressuring and distraction on each multiple lanes. We did see Daos as well reaching to a certain extent of damage where none of them could actually sustain with the HP that they have, or even the armor that they've already used for Zeno and also Malok. So yeah, and when it comes to Impunity side, they do have the upper end since the early and the mid game, but on the late game, that's where they start to break. I think this maybe this have gotten into their mind, and their mentality broke when they know that they could have won this game. So a comeback could have been possible for Dear Monsters. Oh, GG, you're currently mute, GG.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, comeback is definitely possible, and things can get better for Dear Monsters. Let's see though what will happen into the next game. But before that, of course, we're just gonna be going on to a very, very short break to prepare for the next match. But when we come back, it's going to be match point between Impunity SG and Dear Monsters. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this short break.
See you guys.
Yeah, we'll be back, guys, after a short break. You're watching the MSP Qualifier Road to
MSP
ASL.
Qualifier.
Yeah,
Yep,
2022
and we'll
winter.
see you guys. Yeah, and we'll see you guys very soon. We're gonna have a short break. I think I'm already out of breath right now on this particular game. All right, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
See you guys. Take care.
story with every stitch.
I'll be back with more threats.
I am the greatest genius that ever lived.
Dominating!
Let go!
Legendary!
Always head towards the body. Always head towards the body.
Onslaught! Under attack!
Towards the body.
Your tower has been destroyed! Bloodbath!
Blazes in, takes command.
Legendary!
Left alive. Always head
Double
towards the
kill! Triple kill!
Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look into, to landing the world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the Orion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The winds surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dirt. You won't be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waste time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the star, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look into,
the call to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the Rhine into your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall among the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you see. Waste the time to be a part of the lightning from the star, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a lot, or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread for me, 'cause you belong with dawn. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. 'Cause you belong with dawn. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
We mend errors for our future.
Locked on.
Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Mega kill.
This light, I'll break through.
Mega kill. Mega kill. Mega kill.
Heal the world for the future.
Mega kill. Ultimate. Double kill. Dominating. Legendary. One kill.
We can rely on each other. Sometimes I miss school. Food time.
Bloodbath.
Always head towards the body. Always head towards the body.
Onslaught. Under attack.
Towards the body.
Your tower has been destroyed. Bloodbath.
Blazes in, takes command.
Legendary.
Delight. Always head
Double
towards the
kill. Triple kill. Ultimate. Double kill. Dominated. Legendary. One kill.
telling my story with every stitch.
Crossball.
I'll be back with more threats. I am the greatest genius that ever lived.
Dominating.
Let go!
Legendary.
Always head towards the body. Always head towards the body.
Onslaught. Under attack.
Towards the body.
Your tower has been destroyed. Bloodbath.
Blazes in, takes command.
Legendary.
Delight. Always head
Double
towards the
kill. Triple kill. shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at you, to lending you out, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waste time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the star, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with all. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look at you, to lending you out, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you see. Waste time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the star, because you've seen stars.
Tester on.
Hey
All right.
everyone, we are back with the MSP Qualifier last matchup in for Singapore with a game point of 2-2 in a best of 5. So this will be the last game, and we are all pretty excited to see who will be the representative of Singapore for the Road to ASL 2022 Winter Tournament. Oh, Gigi, it has been a crazy night. How do you feel, and how do you think that which team will actually be the representative of Singapore?
Well, honestly, quite tired because it has been an extended, a very long series due to the unforeseen problem. But we are now down finally towards the final game, and we will now be able to determine who is going to be the one to qualify for the SG region. And both teams honestly have a decent amount of capability to be the ones to represent for their respective region. Impunity SG had a decent amount of mid-series progress by taking game 2 and game 3. DearMonsters had a dominating game 1, but they kind of lost their groove in game 2 and game 3. And finally, in game 4, we saw them adjust towards a more reliable composition. It definitely worked out better for them, especially in the late game, because they finally hit their power spikes at 1 down 9. Violet was really strong in terms of the damage, and he was even able to steal out that Lord Slayer that actually allowed them to finally win this game for themselves. So maybe in the series, as the game is the game about to start. If the game is about to start, I'm looking forward to seeing what drafts are they gonna be using for this final game.
Yep, I gotta agree. This time I do not know whether will it be the same way unorthodox gameplay and also composition from both team, or will it be something a lot more structured for when it comes to a combo. So this is gonna be a lot more exciting. I think the two teams already shown and proved their capability when it comes to aggressive gameplay. A lot more on their format. They have made a lot of changes and on their strategy, and I'm really excited to see what is going to happen next. Again, we are looking into um, starting really soon. They are already doing their band picks. Again, we still have technical issues, so we are doing it manually. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but they are doing quite well on managing it. So hopefully we get to see the game really soon. Now, GG, you got to tell me what is going on in your mind right now. What do you think about these two teams? Which one that you are favoring?
Well, I'm not favoring anyone. This is just me as a caster. I'm more so looking at their strengths right now. Impunity SC, what I like about them is their stable strategy and overall gameplay. We see them going into these meta picks and also finding some mistakes here on their monsters. For their monsters, I like their aggressiveness and their how ambitious they are in their games, especially in their unique drafts. But um, we we saw them kind of make mistakes sometimes, both Impunity SG and Dear Monsters. So that's something that they should be looking forward to uh, to punishing and also exploiting in this final game. We saw uh, twice in a row wherein Dear Monsters got annihilated in just the first invade, and during the fourth match, we saw them kind of trading out a little bit better 2-1 instead of something like a 3-1 or even a 4-0 team fight won there by Impunity SG. And it kind of gave them much more security in the start of the game. So maybe in this final game, we might see Dear Monsters again invading, but we might see them also start defensively or passively instead to pay respect towards Impunity SG, because there was no time in this series wherein they actually won an invade, so it might be difficult to actually handle.
Yep, I gotta agree. They have failed on
Welcome
that
to
particular part, but then again, when it comes to the last game or a game point between both team, mostly they will start playing safe. We won't be seeing that
Prepare to
kind of aggressive
engage.
move from both team anymore, or it could be since they want to finish this fast. We are already in the game right now. 2-on-2. We are at game point sets between Impunity SG and also Dear Monsters. Best of 5. This is it, guys. This with the winner of this game will be the representative of Singapore. Now, we do see that they are trying to start an invasion from Impunity, and at the same time, we do see an aggressive move at the bottom between Hayate and also Laville and Alistair. So, again, on the lineup, I do see a lot of AOE going on the Impunity side. I do see that they are focusing more on CC comparing to Dear Monsters, but Dear Monsters do have the capability of AOE. Um, but then again, they are mostly focusing on individual damages. Oh, finally we get to see Helen in. Helen is being played by Fizzy Fish, and this could be a very good game. This is the first time that we're seeing a buff support hero playing in the MSP qualifier.
So interesting picks coming in from both teams here, and oh, that's going to be a fight here in the mid lane. Tenmo might actually be in trouble. That's a suppress by 199, and Zenk will just be forced to disengage for the moment. And what I like about this is that no casualties actually happen so far.
Dragon and
It's
Slayer
pretty much
have
how
appeared.
we thought about before the match even started. But DearMonsters are starting this objective for themselves. It might be very difficult though because Impurity SC can actually go and steal it out, and they actually do so. Will they be able to go out away with no casualties though? WT is already quite low, but they're trying to fight back. Skyla will pick up the kill onto him immediately. DearMonsters are really mad, and Tenmo is trying to flee. Can he actually escape though? Goes into a two-man knock-up, but only to get killed by Sierra in the end. So that trade by Impunity SG onto the Abyssal Dragon in exchange for 3 kills, it's not really that much worth it.
Yep. Again, they lost a Abyssal Dragon, and not only that, but they did cover back with a kill. We do see that losing 2 heroes in a very early stage, this could really disrupt Impunity in actually making any comebacks to start pressuring back on the lake. Again, DearMonsters are really starting to break the structure of Impunity by starting to break them as far as possible with using more highly early damages hero comparing to what Impunity has in their lineup. And now again, there might be a little bit of technical error. I'm not sure what's wrong with today, but we do hope that the entire team are okay and still keeping up that momentum. Even though after going through such a challenge day today, we do see the Impunity starting to strive again and trying to grab as much and pushing out the minions away from the lake towards compressing back to DearMonsters. But DearMonsters are focusing on the 3-2 format. They might be starting to focus a lot more better comparing to the other 2 games before. We do see that there is a 4-1 format by the Impunity SG. I think they're focusing towards more on the Slayer lane. This could be a very good start and push. There's not much invasion from both team. I think everyone is trying to play safe and trying to collect gold as much as possible. Gold gap is not that far, only a few hundred. However, DearMonsters needs to start to back up and try to grab the objective a lot more just to have that advantage between Impunity.
Yeah, Impunity SG trying to pick up the slack from that early mishap that they had, taking the Abyssal Dragon but getting punished at the very end and not being able to pick up any trade. WT is going to try to steal it out. Unsuccessful this time, as DearMonsters are going to be looking to secure a kill onto him. Is able to disengage successfully, so that's good for him. A good attempt as well on stealing it out, but you need to be very careful right now. The Slayer Vanguards, oh, that's what it's called. Slayer Vanguards are now starting to push onto all 3 lanes, and it's going to help DearMonsters pressure the towers here of Impunity SG. In this early game, we're seeing a more stable approach as well by DearMonsters, which is actually a big improvement coming from them. Impunity SG that is struggling right now. They might actually get caught. Sierra with a flicker in, but the disengage by Shinzi is actually really amazing. And 109 gets obliterated and a punish for his overextension. And Impunity SG, now, this is what we talked about. They also look for mistakes from DearMonsters, and they're always not gonna hesitate pulling the trigger to punish it.
Yep, I gotta agree. Some small mistakes like this should not be happening for DearMonsters since they are already in the advantage. But then again, their aggressiveness are the ones that really make them actually win with a comeback. There are a lot of activities going on the Slayer lane and also on the Abyssal Dragon side. They trying to stop any efforts for them for Impunity to actually grab the Abyssal Dragon. Again, Wisp also has been taken by the DearMonsters to actually get that map overlook on towards the enemy side. Then again, what we are seeing again, both teams are doing a format of 4-1. I think everyone is already starting to engage, starting to get the monsters beforehand. We do see that already. DearMonsters already start pressuring in. Can they actually grab it for before? Oh! Impunity stole once again on the Pistol Dragon, but can they survive the attack by DearMonsters? No, they did not. Lumber is down for the count, and now we have Zanke trying to run from Sierra and also Fizzy Fish. Oh wow, that has been a very good steal, but then again, it's a trade of losing a hero.
Our middle
Yeah,
lane
and
tower
Impunity
is under
SG
attack.
losing a lot of members just to secure an objective. It's going to be a bit detrimental for them because Skyla already picked up 3 kills, and it's going to help him be able to burst out people even easier during a team fight or during a gank. And posing on top side, they're also positioning themselves for the Dark Slayer, which is about to spawn in the next 12 seconds. But now they catch WT. Managed to disengage. Zenke goes in back, and Tenmo with a nice
Wow.
disengage tool with that knock up. However, they need to be very careful because this tower is about to fall down, and DearMonsters will engage to them once again. Luckily, they do back off successfully and will return to farming.
Yep, I have to agree with what you just said just now, and that's how DearMonster has been playing. He captured it just in time. Can he actually survive this attack by both teams? By 3 teams coming in shot go. There's no way that he can run from Zanke, and that is it. He is gone down for the count, and now Zanke is trying to pressure out on the tower below. Most of the DearMonsters already attacking on the mid lane. Oh no, that's not a very good engagement there. A lot of damage has been taken and absorbed by DearMonster. So not only they lost their tower as well, that is a good trade-in between those 2 towers. We do see most of them already start focusing towards the Abyssal Dragon lane. No one is focusing on the Ducks lane. No one is protecting it, and they might have lose 2 towers for Impunity. So guys, this could have been a lot easier for them to actually cover if they actually move and bricked during wave pressure from the Impunity side. Again, Impunity could be getting this Dark Slayer, and would they? I think no one is actually contesting for it. It seems that they have their first Dark Slayer, and it looks good right now for them because they have the money and they have the Vanguard coming out to assist them to pressure the lane.
Dark Slayer has
And all
been
the
summoned.
lanes right now are gonna be pressured because of this Dark Slayer. DearMonsters, they're losing their grip slowly here as Impunity SG does have more of a stable approach against them. One by one, Impunity SG are being able to pick up their items and having much more punch or impact with their punch. Zenke will get spotted out here. Can he actually disengage? The answer is yes, but they will leave this Slayer to its knees for the meantime, as they do have some of the vanguards split pushing onto the side lanes as well. And this causes a lot of problems actually for DearMonsters because they need to answer these pushes coming from the vanguards, and it can actually be another strategy for Impunity SG in terms of collapsing onto isolated members. But right now, things are looking safe for both teams. DearMonster still has that 1.5k gold lead as they're looking to scale up better in this mid game. In terms of towers, Impunity SG does have more, just 1 tower ahead from DearMonsters as they're looking to maybe push here in the mid lane. It's a nice suppress towards Zenke, but he is still able to disengage for so long. He got taken down, but Sarah is already quite overextended, and there's a pile into the mid lane as well. There's a nice knock up, but Tenmo will be able to disengage for the meantime. At most, it's just 1 casualty and not much returned by DearMonsters.
Yep, I think DearMonster is doing quite well on pressuring out as much as possible. We do see Helen focusing a lot more towards those 2 carries, which is Alistair and also Labille, trying to make sure that they can't sustain any single damage. Oh, there is no way Luma can escape from that. A good job from Skyla on actually pressuring her and stun her towards the wall. And we do see Irie and also Emily trying to engage, and by the same time, the entire team came in, and there's no way WT could actually survive that. this is the best time for them to actually start pressuring towards the tower, but they did miss again and again on the tower, and Shin's plus Tenmo already start focusing towards the other towers on the top hit. Now we are looking at, oh, could they actually break it? Yeah, they're breaking in time. Now Daos is left all alone. Will Shins actually make that kill? Can they actually grab another kill by Alistair? But no, they don't. And then Tenmo cannot survive that. Again, very good job from countering back Impunity by DearMonsters. And again, they are still having a very good goal gap right now with about 4K gap. And this could be a very good chance for them to actually start pressuring a lot more, having another Vanguard assisting them on each lane. We do see WT is coming in. Can he? Oh no, she got stunned just in time for them to actually grab the Dark Slayer. This is a good game currently for DearMonsters, but then again, they do lost a lot of towers. They need to start to buck up again and really start pressuring if they want to win this, and start bringing back that pressure towards Impunity. Impunity is already start focusing on towards Abyssal Dragon. Can they actually grab it first? But then again, a Monster is already here and ready to make that kill. And no, there's an ambush going on. Can they actually survive this? Yeah, too far out. Break on the initiation side. Oh, that's a very good kill by Impunity. All down on the ground. Only left 2 left. This is not looking good. They should not have started that engagement. Right now, Chi is all alone with Iris trying to recover as much as possible to seize the dragon, but the dragon is already down. Left only with the Vanguard to make that push. We do see that Skylar and also Chi trying to make the inpush. No, Sierra came in too early, already absorbed too much engagement, and no, Skylar should not have gone out too much as there's no damages towards the tower. It was such a waste of a decision on making that move, going out too early. However, Impunity already starts on their next Abyssal Dragon, and they did achieve on securing it as soon as possible. We do see the entire team is already out trying to push as much as possible, while Skylar is still waiting for recovery. Can this be a good push for them, or will it be just another way for them to actually grab as much goal as possible, just trying to keep that gap? Because at the end of the day right now, Impunity is already at the same level with them. So there is not much difference anymore when it comes to levels as well. Most of them are very close to each other. There's no much gap even for the junglers. There are only one who are quite far when it comes to level. Shins is a bit above everyone. Oh, there's an engagement already started again by Tenmo, but then again disengaged because the team was not ready and there was a far gap on the initiation itself.
Yeah, and this is going to be an intense pressure being built up by Impunity SG. They're trying their very best to pressure DearMonsters right now back into their turrets. We're seeing some hesitations coming in from them as well. Tenmo will engage, but might actually be overextending. It's a big mistake, and a big punish there was made by DearMonsters, and now they're trying to collapse onto the members of Impunity SG. The double trouble did not connect onto anyone, but Hatsu might still be in trouble as Sierra is trying to close the distance. The orb outplay though will allow him to extend his life for so long, but can they still survive as there's so many damage dealers still left on the side of DearMonsters, and they're able to pick up 3 kills in exchange for 2, and they're not even done. Shin Z is running for the high heels, but you cannot escape from that. He gets electrified.
Yep, that was it. I mean, it's no way in hell that you can actually run from Alistair. His ultimate really locks you on, and there's no way that you can actually escape in time while the team actually ganked in. And now we do see DearMonsters already starting on their 4th Dark Slayer. Can they actually grab it? I don't think so. There's any contestants going on. They might have their first Dark Lord to actually assist them on this. Oh! It was too early by Catalyst by Illumia. This could be another Dark Slayer for them. That's good job towards DearMonsters. They really are playing up the objective. They really want to push as much as possible. The goal gap is already 4K again. I think Impunity will need to
The
start
enemy Infinite
focusing
Slayer
back on
is
farming
pushing.
as much as possible just to grab that gap away, and they can actually start pressuring again. Now, the entire idea is to make sure that every single lane is covered, because if it doesn't, it could be one lump-sided for Impunity, and there will be a strong pressure towards the mid lane, and this could be a winning game for DearMonsters. They do see that engagement is going on. Oh, the back door has been eaten. But then again, Impunity is already start pressuring on both sides. But then again, it was being covered by DearMonsters. But they did lost Sierra on because pushing up too fast. However, the dragon is still the Slayer is still alive and start pressuring up towards the tower. But then again, they do have 5 teammates covering up. Oh, that is a very good initiation. There you go. Shins is coming in from the back. Can he actually make a kill? Yes, he did. And not only that, Helen is down for the count, and now this could be a very good comeback for Impunity. Can they actually finish this as soon as possible? Because it is a wipeout for DearMonsters, and right now they are pressuring as fast as possible. But then again, there are Vanguards that are already attacking their towers on the top, and they might be losing another second layer of their tower. And that is it, guys. We only have 2 towers left for Impunity, and they already lost 2 towards for the Super Minion to come out and actually assist them. Right now, we do have them to actually pressure, but Sierra is trying to, as much as she can, to actually start pushing back. But then again, everyone is going in. There is no way that they can come out in time.
Oh, no.
And this could be it, guys. This could be the end of the game. And there you go. Impunity is the representative of Singapore for MSP Qualifier 2022 for the ASL Winter Game Tournament. The upcoming September. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That was
that got my
crazy.
blood pumping.
Yeah.
It was like a comeback over comeback over comeback
over comeback
over
and then another comeback. And at the end of that, we even I was even kind of nervous because of the top side. There was already another push, and it was almost DearMonsters recovering from it because they had the Vanguards pushing for them and delaying the push from the mid lane from Impunity SG. Some of them were able to respawn quickly, but it still wasn't enough to stop the push from Impunity SG. They did a really good job pushing out the wave, especially the Vanguards, away from delaying that minion push. And overall, all their attempts, the steal by Zenke, the steal by WT as well, and them just being able to dissect DearMonsters despite the early struggle and the early kills that they have suffered from the early game, they were able to come back, and they knew, despite the Doctors they marching into the mid lane, they know that they can actually engage onto the members of DearMonsters because Sierra was down after overextending, and that engage coming in from Impunity SG definitely was not expected by DearMonsters.
Yep, I think both team played so well. Both engaged on the right time perfectly on every single initiation. Just a little bit of mistakes on the DearMonster side, which actually gave the opportunity for Impunity to make that win. And not only that, there are a lot more coverage when it comes to Impunity's pushing, where they start focusing a lot more on each wave and try to pressure DearMonsters back towards their base instead. Even though DearMonsters had a lot more objective, one for Dark Slayer and also Abyssal Dragon, but then again they were too bricked by Impunity's gameplay, and where they could not control every single initiation of Clash. Because of that, they lost on the late game because they were doing quite well, to be honest. They had the most goal points, they had the most objective, and also they had the most item when it comes to completion of item. But then again, it was a very good job on attack by the Impunity team to really break them down and destroy every single structure they had for every single clash. And because of that, that was the reason why they lost so early on the game itself. But then they did play almost about 20 minutes of the game before the core went down. So kudos to both teams. Did so well, did amazingly. Now let's have a look into their stats. I gotta say, Shins was amazing, and he deserved that MVP. He played really well. He went in and engaged on the right time, and also broken down the entire team separately. Not only that, when it comes to participation, I gotta give it to Dear Monsters. They did played above and beyond, and they are both at above 50%. And I gotta say, when it comes to the way they create that clash, that was when it actually broken down by Impunity, and that's how Impunity got the advantage out of it.
Yeah, and this qualifier overall is simply amazing, honestly. And we saw really teams improving so much mid series and also proving themselves that they are worthy to be qualified in the Arena of Valor's ASL 2022 winter, because it's already a tough battle here, but it's only going to be much better in the next one, as now we're going to be seeing all the teams that have
New
qualified for the ASL 2022 winter: Imperial Esports from PH region, a dope team uh, from Malaysia region, and for the Singaporean region, it's going to be Impunity SG. So congratulations to them, and well deserved qualifications, and they
Yep.
really gave their all for this tournament.
Yep, this is the best time for them to actually buck up, improve every single gameplay, making sure that they can really be at par with everyone which already been promoted to ASL, including the current teams on the Indonesia region. So I do want to see that they at least move up the ranks to join in the rest of them, and then after that we will hope to see that more good gameplays by all these new promoted teams. They are currently the underdog, even though this is their they have the experience, but this is their first time going into ASL. So GG, let's recap. I feel that Imperial, ADT, and also Impunity have been showing so much movement towards ASL. They showed their tenacity, they showed their skills, they showed every single aspect of improvement in the gameplay, and also as they go on towards ASL 2022. Now, what could you summarize for us the entire MSC qualifier?
Well, I would say that for the PH qualifier, it was a dominating 3-0, same as the Malaysian region qualifier. A dope team, and Imperial Esports definitely proved themselves so well in this game. But same goes for Impunity SG. They put up a longer fight though, and there was also a lot into consideration, especially the technical difficulties. So really commendable efforts coming in from not only Impunity SG but also from Dear Monsters. I'm looking forward to seeing not only Dear Monsters but Alamat, Esports, Chillax crew, and the other teams that actually have participated in this amazing event, including um, the other ones that actually participated
I know, yeah.
in the qualifier, because there were a lot of teams not only from the Philippine region but also in the other regions as well. So a little more effort in investing on these tournaments and building your team, then sooner or later you'll have your best opportunity to actually show to everyone your skill set and how good you are into this bigger tournaments, just like the ASL 2022 winter that is coming up in the next few months. And of course, to summarize this and to close this out, on behalf of Garena Indonesia, Shopee Food, and WeTV and Video, and Arena of Valor, of course, Tencent, and the production team, of course, and us casters, we bid you goodbye for now, but we will be seeing you once again in the ASL 2022 winter. We are your shoutcasters, Giyang Gaming, and here with me is Jabster. Don't go away. For now, we're going to be bidding goodbye, but we'll see you again soon.
Yep. See you guys on ESL 2022 Winter Games. Bye.
Bye.